Two, two, two. Can you hear me? All right. Years ago, I started this organization with my buddy Rob Trice called the Mixing Bowl, and Rob unfortunately passed away this past year, but he used to always do this thing at our events. He'd say, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. All right, and that's how he would start every event. That's for you, Rob. Well, welcome to Ruggedize. Welcome to Reservoir Farms, Salinas. It's hard to believe that we just opened this location 5 months ago, but here we are, packed into the tent here. So what are we doing here? Ruggedize. First year, we're discussing the deep tech systems that are building resilience into our agricultural systems and the communities and the economies that support them. But really quick, let's talk first about where we are. We're not in a hotel conference room. We're not at a fairgrounds. We're on a production farm here in Salinas. Dang right, yeah. One of the principles that Danny really leaned into when he established Reservoir was the importance of the power of place. That's something that we embrace as Reservoir team members. That it matters and it's core to what we're building. What do the kids say these days? They say touch grass. We have a saying here at Reservoir that ag tech wins in the dirt. So we invite everybody here to touch our dirt, touch some grass here. But Alexa would have you know that you are not to touch any of our lettuce, any of our brassicas, or any of our strawberries, especially our strawberries. If you touch our strawberries, Alexa will have your head, so please stay away from those. As a matter of announcement, too, some people have been asking about the Wi-Fi here. There are little teeny tiny signs by the registration and by the eating area that have the Wi-Fi information. So if you need those, they're discreetly placed out of view. So for the next 2 days here, as we enjoy our experience here, as we learn, as we develop new friendships, we want you to contextualize your experience here in the power of place. And remember that you're here on a farm, on some of the most productive and valuable ag land in the world. This is an area of the Salinas Valley that we call the Blanco, and historic and very valuable place. Before I introduce our CEO, Danny Bernstein, just want to thank our sponsors. You can see them up here. Certainly we could not be presenting what we're presenting to you the way that we're doing it without these guys. So we want to thank our principal sponsors, the Western Growers Association, and we can applaud. And if you're from these sponsors, if you just want to raise your hand really quick. So Western Growers, Emily, and John Deere. Sean, you were early. John Deere. Here we go. John Deere, yay! Open Source Robotics Alliance. Yeah? No? Google for Startups. All right. Eco Robotics. The beautiful city of Salinas. Hey-oh. Eris. Eris back there, all right. Silicon Valley Bank. Troy. Nutrient Ag Solutions. All right. I'm kind of here. Beck's Hybrids. They're not here with us, but we can applaud. Yamaha Ag. And the 9 North Group. All right. Well, without further ado, I want to bring up our CEO and founder, Danny Bernstein, to the stage, who is going to kick us off with a keynote. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it, man. Hey, everybody. It's really incredible to be here and just to kind of take this all in. I woke up this morning pretty early, and I got to the farm about 6, and I had these 3 words that were kind of going through my head about ag, which is anything is possible right now. You really feel this idea that agriculture has a lot of limitations, rugged environments have a lot of limitations, but when we think about who's collected here, we really begin to think that there's a lot more that's possible. You guys feeling that a little bit too? And it even might even feel a bit achievable. I actually locked eyes just now with Paul Mikesell from Carbon Robotics, the laser weeder. It really, you can feel that, right? You can feel that we can get this done, even though it's going to be extraordinarily challenging, and that's what this is about. We came up with this idea called Ruggedize, and it's a word that we kind of picked out of the air. People talk about, let's ruggedize the machine. We have to ruggedize this prototype. We built this for an indoor environment, now we need to ruggedize it. And ag has these extraordinary words. And we picked out that word, and we literally said to ourselves, you know what, that might be the name of a conference. Maybe we should do that thing. And that's actually what led to us to do this, was inspired by what that meant, both ruggedizing the machines, but also ruggedizing our systems, making our systems more resilient. And it's also one of the other kind of three-word phrases that we use a lot at Reservoir, which is agriculture or technology as resilience, and what it means to us. Technology as resilience. Because this isn't technology for abundance. This isn't technology for boredom. We're not building mobile games here. We're not building streaming services here. We're building technology for resilience here. And that's really our core mission. That's what drives us. That's what's our gut in the morning every single day when we work with our growers. And all of you could be in different places right now. Some of you, of course, are in multi-generational growing families, and you're doing what you have to do. But there are others, many of you, that chose to be here, that chose agriculture, that chose industries of resilience, that require resilience. That's a big deal. And I think we should just really quickly recognize that and give you guys applause for doing that, for choosing. We have founders here who maybe started working on an urban problem, or they started working on an office problem, and now they're working on a problem, what we call, complex outdoor industries, these rural imperatives. Those are different things. But you chose to be here. Over 300 of you. A few of you know the story that 6 weeks ago, we had 15 people signed up for this conference, and we were freaking out. And then we started to get together, and we actually really believed in the thing. We legitimately believed in the thing. And we started to do stand-up meetings, send a few more emails. We started to call our friends. And we wanted to, because we really had this conviction around this idea of community, around this idea of technology as resilience. We started to get these real sponsors. We started to get people to show up and give us things, like Bart Walker gave us some water tanks. Where are you, Bart? There you are. And we started to build this thing, and it became more and more real. So I want to talk a little bit about this space. This is a technical conference for agriculture. It's a deep tech conference. What you're going to see over the next 2 days might be some content that is too technical for you. You might have that feeling. But what we wanted to do here is build something different. Because we're entering in this moment in technology and agriculture where something really significant is evolving. So agriculture for a very long time was one task, one crop, one machine. Meaning we built something, we built an implement, maybe a dumb implement that was mostly mechanized or dragged behind a tractor. And that particular implement had one purpose. And when something has one purpose in technology, or specifically in venture capital, we think of it as having a very small total addressable market. And not only that, we also saw systems that need to be rebuilt from the ground up. If you would have done an ag tech conference 10 years ago, would Google have been here? Would NVIDIA have been here? Would Amazon have been here? No. Because at that time, 10 years ago, the platform companies were building technologies for mobile applications, but they weren't building them for rugged outdoor environments yet. I was at Google for 10 years. Robotics was not a serious thing 10 years ago. And now we have Paige Bailey sitting in the front row who's going to be speaking after me, which is pretty cool. So what's changed? We talked about this moment where we are in custom everything. And as a result of that, the robots that were being built had a single purpose around one crop, one task. Right, Yang? And we began to see some changes. This showed up first in the robotics operating system called ROS. That's why we reached out to Open Source Robotics Alliance really early on. We wanted to do this conference with them, and they're doing that with us. ROS began to improve. edge compute began to improve, the underlying systems began to improve, NVIDIA, Google, Amazon, Deere, and others began to issue technologies that developers could utilize. So we now get into this moment where the prototypes that you see at Reservoir Farms are fundable, and we have a change in the stack from 80% custom to 80% off the shelf, 10% integration, and 10% magic. So the 80-10-10 rule. 80% now is off the shelf that you can pluck from Google, pluck from NVIDIA. 10% is you integrating those components together, and then 10% is your unique IP. As that formula has changed in ag tech and rugged AI, the whole system is now more investable. And we're beginning to see that here. We opened Reservoir Farms here in March of 2026, and we now have machines that are being prototyped, assembled, and put together and tested in less than 6 months, and already running on commercial fields roughly in the same time frame. What we're seeing also from companies that are here, and you're going to hear about this all today and all tomorrow, is that agriculture is this extraordinary source domain. You hear this phrase bandied about a lot, which is if you can make it in agriculture, you can make it in a lot of other places. And we see that basically agriculture as a source domain allows you to compound across other outdoor industries. You can begin here, you can move into construction, you can move into land management, you can move into forestry. Some folks ask me, is there Reservoir Farms of forestry? I say, no, it's Reservoir Farms, because we're originating technologies here that can compound. And you're starting to see that in who's showing up here today. I've mentioned a few of the names. We had an idea a year ago about this conference that we would try to bridge Silicon Valley with Salinas Valley. That was a metaphorical idea we had, and it was an idea. And we've been able to pull that off. I want to thank Silicon Valley for showing up here today. Let's give them a round of applause. And you'll see that it's not just Silicon Valley, it's the open source community. It's also USDA. And you're going to meet Stephen Mirsky later today, who's around here, who's building an extraordinary, scaled, multi-year data project with USDA in ARS. And then we also have the ecosystem, the developers. We have Series B, Series D stage companies that have sold over 100 robots, that are now selling robots in Japan, selling robots in Australia. And then we also have earlier stage companies that are going to tell the story of how they got lift. You're going to have multinational companies like John Deere and Yamaha Agriculture that'll be telling their stories as well. The challenge in this space historically, and there are quite a few, because this is a hard space, you all chose to be, or many of you chose to be here, is that we've had many things, but we've lacked a technical community. What do I mean by that? So when we began to build Reservoir, and we started to talk to startups, we started to talk to growers, we learned a few things. We basically realized that you could take a map of California and you could stick a pin in where all the startups are, and you would see that basically sometimes they were spread out by 50, 100, 200 miles. There's one startup in Lemoore, one startup in Davis, one startup in Fresno, one startup in Kingsburg. And we also learned is that the average startup raised venture capital, and then often 6 to 9 months after, got access to a farm. I'm going to repeat that, because it really bears repeating. The average startup we spoke to had raised venture capital without having access to a farm. This is an ag tech startup. We also, when certain companies had access to a farm, they didn't have access to a shop. We met this one Israeli company. Their shop was 100 miles from their farm, and then their farm was 100 miles from their office. How do you build a company that way? I met another entrepreneur who said to me, Danny, I'm really excited. I'm going to be spending the first year of my company in Montana because I'm working with this one professor. And I was like, I'm really excited for you. Where is the nearest startup to you besides yourself? He's like, I have no idea. I'm like, well, who are you going to talk to? Who are you going to compare notes with? Who are you going to hire from? Where are you going to learn? And so we came up with this idea basically, which was, what if we could create a dense technical community for agriculture. And the time is now, because the imperatives around agriculture are real. I spoke to a stone fruit grower last week, if you were in that meeting with me, and they told me that production costs, growing and harvest for stone fruit in California are now $30,000 an acre. We spoke to a strawberry grower yesterday who said, yeah, my growing costs now are $60,000 an acre. And in my mind, he paused for a second, in my mind he said, oh my gosh, that's great news, because I'd heard recently it was $80,000 or $100,000 an acre. But then I realized that he was separating his growing costs from his harvesting costs. And when he finished the sentence, he said, yeah, and my harvesting costs are also $60,000 an acre. $120,000 an acre to harvest 1 acre of strawberries, grow and harvest 1 acre. So what we basically get is an industry that is unfortunately highly delicate. A lot of you have heard me tell the story of the California asparagus, which in one generation, in 20 years, lost 98% of acreage in California. So this isn't technology for luxury. This is technology for resilience. And these are communities that are fundamental, that are indispensable. And so what we hope to build here is something that is extraordinarily relevant, which is whether or not we can continue to farm in the United States, whether or not we can continue to farm in the American West. We believe those are the stakes here, no less. And you can see that based on who's gathered here today. You can see that this group of people really appreciates the stakes. And we've been able to do this because of support. So I'm about to hand over to Paige, our first speaker, but I want to talk a little bit about kind of how we got here. So if you believe that agriculture is in this delicate space in the American West in particular because of rising costs, because of rising input costs, because of the fragility really of the entire ecosystem, then in order to build this thing, we really needed a supportive sort of tethering and tissue. So there are many of our partners in this room. The first constituency I want to talk about briefly is the growers. So growers for us at Reservoir are really our gut health. If our growers are unhappy with Reservoir, then everything is shaky. And for us, that begins with Western Growers. Western Growers was our first partner. They designed this project with us, and they ultimately ended up entering into a multi-year R&D partnership with us, which we're really appreciative of. We also work with growers down at a regional level, many of which are extraordinarily high impact on a global scale. An example is the Sonoma County wine growers. So Reservoir has 2 active locations. We have one here, of course, that you're sitting at. This is Reservoir Farm Salinas, where we have leafy greens, vegetables, and strawberries. And then we have another location, which is in Sonoma County, which is focused on one crop, the resiliency of one crop, and it's, of course, viticulture. So Carissa Cruz is the CEO of Sonoma County Wine Growers, and she's here, sitting right there. And we work really closely with our growers on the ground to understand what their priorities are in terms of ag tech. We focus on automation of the hardest to fill jobs, on chemical replacement, on chemical reduction technologies. And that is really the core of us. So we built this with growers, and then we began to think, how do we accelerate? And in this journey, we met John Deere. John Deere is a 189-year-old company. I like to joke and call them the original rugged AI company. They were ruggedized before anyone was ruggedized. And we began to get to know them. At the time when we met John Deere, it was October 2024, and we started to introduce this idea we had about building Reservoir Farms. And we exchanged ideas back and forth. It was before we had a farm. It was before we met the Tanamura family next door. It was before we met Jim Tamani, whose ranch this is right here. This is Tamani Ranch. You can wave Jim. There he is. You can definitely give a thank you to Jim and the Tamani family. And we came basically to John Deere with this idea, which was we have an idea for a farm, and we have an idea for a ranch next door that startups can come, and they can rent space from us, and they can spend their first year with us and accelerate. But we really didn't have the resources to pull that together. So John Deere, a year ago now, took a bet on us, and we did a pilot partnership with them to try out basically what this would look like. And I'm really excited to announce today that we've entered into a multi-year, $10 million partnership with John Deere to really help accelerate Reservoir's mission for the long term. I'm excited to call up my friend, Sean Sundberg, to talk about the partnership in a little bit more detail. Sean.
Thank you, Danny. Appreciate the. It's amazing when you look at the room, I should say, but it is amazing. It's almost a year ago to the day that we were doing the groundbreaking, right over there by the container. And to look at the progress, the innovation, the say-do ratio being as high as it is for opening this location, because it wasn't easy. And then also with Chris up in Sonoma County, getting that up and running in a 6-month period of time is pretty amazing. And it's our pleasure, it's our honor to be a part of this, to be a part of Reservoir. And again, my name is Sean Sundberg. I look after the high-value crop business here on the West Coast. And it's an amazing opportunity to be here today with, whether you're in research, whether you're ag tech, whether you're out of Silicon Valley. I think that you'll get a wonderful experience over the next 2 days. And it is, like I said, it's a pleasure to be a part of this for the next 3 years plus, right?
Sweet. Yeah.
So just to say a couple things, though, a single company is not going to bring all the solutions that these growers need to be sustainably profitable year after year for the next generation to come in. A single person's not going to be able to do it. Single innovation is not going to do it. What's going to do it is Reservoir Farms. What's going to do it is the companies that Danny's bringing in, Danny and his team are bringing in to develop that, to accelerate it, to bring it to market, to commercialize. That's what's really needed in this space. Technology adoption needs to occur rapidly, and that's what we're proud of to be a part of to help with that. You mentioned a bridge, right? The bridge between Silicon Valley and here. Much shorter now than what it was.
Appreciate that.
Right? It's amazing. I mean, it was a daunting task, but now it's like, we're here. It's amazing. And when you look at what Deere and what we want to do, obviously we love our green and yellow tractors and our equipment. There's no doubt about that. We love our technology that we can bring to this, as well as the equipment, but really what we bring is commitment. It's commitment. If you're a grower in the room or in the tent, we're committed to you. We're committed to bring solutions to you that are going to unlock value for you so that you can, again, sustainably run your operation, be profitable, and continue helping feed the world. I do want to say a couple things, and I'll exit stage, I promise. Thank you to you and your team. You've been amazing to work with. I think I told one of your friends that I met earlier, within about 10 milliseconds, we were sold on the concept, and we knew you were the real deal. So, and it's evidence of that. I also want to thank the Western Growers Association for the leadership and innovation that they have along this journey. So thank you for that. And then our collaboration with Sonoma County wine growers has been an amazing opportunity for us to get more advanced in how we approach that market, and the work there that Chris has done with her team and the leadership and innovation she has up there. If you haven't gone up there, let's go up there and see what Danny and Chris have built there as well, because it's going to be very impactful globally. So with that, thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate the work, and I can't wait to move forward.
Onwards. Thank
Take
you,
care.
Sean. Thank you, John Deere. I want to give a little bit of just context and backstory here. So just kind of how we work with John Deere. This is just one particular example. So about 3 months ago, we had this idea, which was that we wanted to be able to make it so that a startup, if they hadn't raised any venture capital yet, if they were completely bootstrapped, maybe they were local, maybe they were 3 or 4 community college students at Hartnell College, for example, that they could get onto our farm. But it meant that we had to subsidize their access. It meant that we had to change our model, because our model is that startups pay to be at Reservoir, right? We have a farm, we have space, it makes sense. We have 22 startups now paying to be part of our programs across Salinas and Sonoma, 22. But we had this idea, which was, what if we could make it even more accessible? So a few of us went to Sean and went to his team and said, we have this idea. We want to create a new tier. We call it the associate tier. And we want to make access to Reservoir Farms free. All they have to be is insured, and we make it free. And they go, okay, let's do that. Sounds like a good idea. So it just gives you a sense of how this has worked and why, even though we have this major strategic partner that's helping subsidize our community, how it's worked out for the community and for the ecosystem. So we drafted up this slide, and I ran it by Sean last week, and he said, no, it sounds great. Because it's important to talk about, for a deal like this, as importantly, what's in the deal, which is that they are making reservoir farms possible, and then what's not in the deal, which is no rights on IP, no rights on data, no rights on acquisitions, no first right of refusal, none of the kind of things that would make this untenable for the ecosystem. So what we found basically is that this is open doors. And we have other OEMs here today, which is awesome. You can see some orange out there. Yamaha Ag is one of our sponsors, et cetera. So we're very, very appreciative. So as I wrap up, I just want to talk a little about where we're going. So the next few days are going to be about hearing from aspects of the ecosystem, the platform companies, the hyperscalers, the OEMs, the established startups, side conversations, et cetera. But it's also going to give a sense of where Reservoir is going, which is that we're deepening our commitment to be the technical community of agriculture. We're open in Salinas, as you can see. We've been open since March. We're open in Sonoma since April. Between those two locations, we have 22 startups that are part of our programs. Our next location, we go to Arizona. We go to Yuma, Arizona, and this is a deep collaboration, a pilot, but a deep collaboration with the University of Arizona. It's the first time for Reservoir that we're collaborating with a land-grant institution in a direct collaboration to be able to establish a reservoir location, and we're actually leasing space at the Yuma Ag Center on 8th Street in Yuma, which means that we will be directly integrated into a land-grant facility, which is a phenomenal opportunity for us, and it will be open in October. We have 7 startups from our program that are actually coming with us down to Yuma. And then we're looking at additional locations as well, which we'll talk more about. We're looking at Washington for tree fruit and blueberries. We're looking at the Central Valley. We've already talked about what we're doing in Merced, and we're going even deeper there. And then beyond that, we're looking at Broadacre. We're looking at dairy. We're looking at additional opportunities to go beyond our core, because we believe that technology has resilience. This is not just a California challenge. It's a national challenge. It's a national security challenge. It's a global challenge. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of our first Ruggedize. We decided a couple of weeks ago, the Reservoirians, we got together, that's what we call ourselves, the Reservoirians got together and we said, I think we're going to do this again next year. You know, we got over the hump of 14 tickets, so literally this week next year, I think it's August 25th and 26th, mark your calendars, we're going to bring back Ruggedize, we're going to incorporate the learnings, we're going to do this again. But I just want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. This is Paige Bailey from Google DeepMind. I met Paige at a Google DeepMind event in San Francisco, maybe about 9 months ago. And I went up to Paige and said, Paige, we're doing this conference. It doesn't have a name yet, but I think you should speak at it. And she goes, okay. And I was like, she's like, what's the conference? And I'm like, it's going to sound a little crazy, but it's a deep tech conference on a farm. And you're going to hear, and Paige responded enthusiastically, authentically as she is. And this is really special to have Paige here. You're going to hear her story. You're going to hear her connection to this topic. And without further ado, Paige Bailey.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to everyone for being here today and for doing this hard work to make AI and technology for farming real. I was actually sending all of the stats that Danny was mentioning in his presentation to my family group chat because if y'all can see on the screen, this is actually a picture that I took the last time I visited Texas. My family owns a farm right off Hill County Road, has for the last 5 generations, mostly wheat, corn, maize, those kinds of things, and it is definitely in the middle of nowhere if you keep zooming. about an hour and a half away from Dallas, and then about an hour's drive to Waco. The nearest grocery store was about 15 miles away. So my brother still works the farm, still is trying to do everything that is required in order to make it sustained. And the work that y'all are doing is really very, very important for him, for my family, and for everybody else's family in the United States, including all of the hard work to bring the food to our tables. So thank you so much. I'm going to go back to the presentation real quick, and we'll be getting to some more demos shortly. But I just want y'all to imagine, even though you probably live this experience every single day, what it's like to work in the middle of someplace a little bit remote, right? Like you're out, if you're in Texas, you're out in the Texas heat. So you might be looking at some land that looks a little bit parched. I first got dial-up when I was in high school, and the Wi-Fi connectivity leaves a little bit to be desired. And so this entire philosophy that many cloud service providers have of like, oh yes, take 4K resolution of all of your fields and send the video data streaming to the cloud and then get a response back. That doesn't really fly if you're actually trying to do something real and actually try to grow things, to harvest things, and to do it in a reliable manner. So I think that along these lines, Google has been thinking about this AI for on-device world for quite some time. I first started at Google around 2017. I had been working on the TensorFlow project a little bit before. For folks who are unaware, TensorFlow was kind of our open source machine learning framework that was released way back in 2015. Since then, we've had a whole host of other models made available, things like AlphaFold for things like protein folding, recently won the Nobel Prize. Our Gemini models, Palm 2, Bard, Lambda models along the way. But way back in 2015 is when we really first started thinking about democratizing deep learning, democratizing access to these technologies. And one of the first projects that we worked on was something called CropNet. Has anybody heard of CropNet? Excellent, cool. I feel like I'm dating myself a little bit. I started working on machine learning in 2009, so it's been a while. But CropNet was one of the first kind of projects that we built that was all around plant disease detection. And the way that CropNet worked, at least at first, was through something called transfer learning. And so transfer learning is kind of similar to what Danny was mentioning. You have a model, you fine-tune it for one specific task. So you get it to work on one thing by taking a data set, by fine-tuning it, and then it can do something very simple. It can classify diseased or not diseased, or it can classify 1 of 5 or 1 of 10 different kinds of plant types. But something that is single task, that's very, very minimal, that you would have to kind of train and fine-tune the model to do. When this was first launched as a project, the research team who built out the model, they had done the transfer learning, they had built something that could classify different plants, classify different diseases on plants, but it was hosted on a server somewhere available via a REST API call. And so when they tried to deploy this in Africa to all of the farmers who were attempting to harvest cassava plants, all of the farmers just kind of looked at them like, what on earth are you thinking? Like, we don't have reliable Wi-Fi connectivity. Like, how do you expect us to actually use this application? Also, it takes forever in order to make a single inference call. And so what happened was that we built a framework, something called TF Lite, that would allow us to take this model, quantize it, so make it super, super small, and then deploy it onto a mobile device. So if you were in Africa, you could have your cell phone, take a picture, and then get these readings with different probabilities on whether or not there might be a diseased leaf on a plant. And this is all kind of aligned with DeepMind's overall mission and Google Brain's mission before it, which is to build AI responsibly that really, really benefits humanity. And one of the most important things that any of us could be focused on is how do we take care of the earth? How do we take care of our planet? How do we grow grow and harvest all of the food that is required to sustain humans and to make sure that we have this kind of resilience in the United States. Since then, the world has changed pretty significantly. So that previous thing that I showed you ended about 2024. It feels like the model landscape has exploded since then. We now have things like ChatGPT, the Gemini app, the Gemini models, many different frontier models that are available. But I'm going to talk to you today about our open model family, this Gemma model family that you see on the lower right, which is Apache 2 licensed. It means you can download it, fine-tune it, use it for your company, but you can also use it out of the box for some pretty cool things. So Gemma 4, how many folks have heard of Gemma 4? A few more hands, that's awesome. Gemma 4 is the latest in our family of models from DeepMind. It's designed to be natively multimodal. And what that means is that it can understand video, it can understand images and audio and text and code and all of the above all at once. It can also kind of output multiple modalities on the Gemini model family. But if you set up this kind of streaming use case, the Gemma models can also operate this way on device. We've created different sizes for Gemma. So ones that are kind of optimized for IoT and robotics, which are the ones that we'll see demoed here today. They're called E2B and E4B. Some that are kind of optimized for mobile and edge. We've also deployed them to all Android devices. And then some others that are a little bit better for server environments or for chips that are a little bit more robust. We partner really closely with our friends over at NVIDIA. Not sure if we have any NVIDIA friends in the audience just yet, but they've made the Gemma models work really, really well for every single kind of use case that you can imagine. We also have Gemma operating as a local assistant. And so what I want you to see now is an example of Gemma running completely on device, no Wi-Fi connection, able to do a lot of things very flexibly. And so let's see.
Hey Gemma, do we have internet now?
No, we don't have an internet connection right now.
What is this warning about?
So it's able to understand multiple
That
languages.
sign is a warning about the puma habitat. It advises that pumas are part of the local environment and that you should be cautious if you encounter one.
What is the derivative of this function?
Important survival skills. Like,
The derivative of x squared plus 7, x plus 10, is 2x plus 7.
Oh, hey!
Hey, Cindy.
so now it's Bluetooth connected.
Gemma, when is our group hike tonight?
Your group hike is scheduled for 6 p.m. today.
Is this a puma?
No, that is a dog.
Good boy.
And so I just want you to kind of realize how far we've come in the space of a decade, right? Like historically, we would have had to fine-tune a model. It would have taken quite a bit of time to do just one task, to be able to detect different diseases on a plant leaf. Now we have these models that are capable of interacting with you, again, completely on device, no Wi-Fi signal, able to swap between different languages, able to see the world around it, and able to interact with it for many different kinds of tasks, including things like tool calling. And tool calling can also do things like mobilize a robot. It can kind of steer, decide which direction to take. It can make a call to figure out, like a call to a database to understand what kind of fertilizer or what kind of water might be required for a given plant, and a whole bunch more. So this is miraculous, or at least that's the way it feels to me. And these are all the models that are available for you to download for free, to run on your personal devices, and to kind of see out visible into the world. It's not just these kind of local assistant use cases, though. that Gemma is great for. We've also made them available on robots. So all of these examples that you see here are using the Gemma 4 E2B model. So our tiniest model, it's about a gigabyte in size, that can run on a Raspberry Pi 5, a Jetson Orin Nano. It's just like a tiny little baby computer that you can stick anywhere, that has a relatively low energy footprint as well, and is also able to kind of work in many different kinds of environments.
Today I'm very happy to bring you those two tiny ducks to showcase what Gemma 4 can do on device. They are Open Mini Ducks version 2 by Antoine Piron on GitHub. And the idea was to bring the power of Gemma 4 to do on-device inference and to make those ducks smarter. In terms of the technical stack, this duck runs Gemma 4 E2B on LightRT on a Raspberry Pi 5, and this duck runs Gemma 4 E2B on a Jetson Orin Nano. They both have a microphone, cameras, and speakers, and through multimodal inputs of Gemma 4, they're able to process and understand the environment like never before. Let's see what Duck Gemma with the Raspberry Pi 5 can do. So while we wait for the system to boot, I'm just going to describe some of the features that this project online built. They built antennas for expressiveness. There are some LEDs just to show some expressions, and a speaker next to it. And then it enters attention mode, which is this loop that just shows some expressiveness and the fact that Gemma is not listening. And we're going to try that on the other duck, and it will send you some love, also on the booting phase, if everything goes right. Hey Gemma, explain me what a large language model is. We're using Parakit to do speech to text. Gemma 4 will do the inference, and we'll use Kokoro to do text to speech.
A large language model is a complex AI designed to understand and generate human-like text. I am here to assist you with tasks and interactions.
Introduce yourself. Tell me more about you.
I am Autumn, a small duck robot's brain.
Very snappy. Autumn is ODM, so Open Duck Mini. So that's why it calls itself Autumn, which I think is pretty cool. So this is a great way to bring intelligence onto those ducks. The next step is for them to start walking, to see each other, talk to each other, and maybe go autonomously explore the world on their own.
Javier from our team also just recently created a demo where the duck model is able to walk and to water plants in the office. So to detect if they haven't been watered, check a system to make sure that the watering schedule hasn't just recently been followed, and then to water them along the way. And again, it's just using Gemma on device, which is pretty wild. I also have, we have an app called the Google AI Edge Gallery. I'm going to show you this today. It's available for Android and iOS and macOS. You can download it today for free. And it supports many different use cases. So you can ask an image, you can do transcription of audio, you can have it, you can chat with it, you can have it do agent skills where it can invoke other tools, a whole bunch of different things. But I'm going to particularly ask for someone in the audience to help. So I already asked you, you kindly agreed. I'm going to take an image now. And right now what's happening is that the model is running completely on my device. There's no Wi-Fi signal, no data connection. which is pretty wild. Like, and I think that this is something that I'm most proud of when it comes to truly democratizing AI, to think of how we can get it out into the world. Not everybody can afford a big cloud bill. Not everybody has access to Wi-Fi. And so if you can bring these models to the people to make them kind of as powerful as you can, despite being reasonable to serve, the world gets to be a much more interesting place. Since all of this is open source, or open source in terms of the app itself, open models in terms of the Gemma models that you can download, we also have a bunch of agent skills that have been added by the community that allow you to use the models to accomplish different tasks. So it's everything from translation to kind of games that can help you focus or study, to things like being able to help as an account assistant. So it's been really, really cool to see what people have created and how they've been able to grow the number of things that Gemma can do. Our media pipe product, which is also open source, allows you to do a bunch of different other kinds of things naturally. So as an example, gesture recognition. What's happening right now when you see the little circle is that it's loading the model. So it's downloading it with the existing Wi-Fi connection. I'm actually quite happy that I decided not to go for Wi-Fi for this presentation, because it might have been a little bit of let's see. So let's see, interactive segmentation. It might be that it's having a little bit of hard time to download the model. But I'll leave it up and running and see if we can come back to it. We also have the ability to run Gemma models on things like Qualcomm processors, NPUs, so things like edge TPUs. And one of my favorite projects is something called Pupper, which was a joint collaboration with Stanford and Google DeepMind, especially many of the members of our robotics team. Pupper is completely open in terms of design, so if we have any folks from the open source robotics collective, all of the parts are 3D printable. It's running using a Raspberry Pi. All of the specs are completely open as well. You can download it, build it yourself, and it's running using either REST API calls, so you can use those kinds of more frontier-capable models, or you can use the Gemma on-device models that I just shared. And one of the most magical things is that we've also deployed it to the Stanford Children's Center, and so you can see kids. You can see kids who are in the NICU or who are sort of in getting treatments for cancer, getting treatments for surgery for things that are really, really high risk. They aren't allowed to have actual support animals come and visit them, but Pupper can. And one of the nice things about Pupper is that it can also have a conversation similar to those robotics that we just saw, as well as move around, shake a paw, sit down, and a whole bunch of other things. We just recently had a few Pupper build days, and we had everybody from age 8 to age 70 building out their own Puppers and deploying them. And we anticipate having 100 added to high schools and community colleges around the Bay Area later this year, which is pretty remarkable. And if you're curious, the website for Pupper, we have like grown-up documentation, so how you might source the parts, how you might be interested in taking a robotics and AI course. We have that available via Stanford, and then also our Beep Boop Beep website, which is a little bit friendlier for getting started with Pupper, for understanding what it is and what it can do, how to build it yourself, and then also with step-by-step instructions for how to build out the Pupper brain, the Pupper body, what each component part is, what it does, and then very, very easy assembly instructions along the way. So if you're curious, strongly recommend checking out Pupper. And now, so we've talked a little bit about the on-device capabilities. Something that is important that I don't think gets mentioned nearly enough is that everything that you can do on device was only possible via a frontier model maybe 6 months ago. So if you're looking around, if you see a capability from a frontier model, just wait on the order of 6 to 9 months, and you'll probably be able to do it on device without a Wi-Fi connection for free. This has been consistent over the course of the last couple of years, and is only intended to, I can only imagine that it will continue to be the case. And so as an example, if you test out one of the Gemini models, if you use it for video understanding, if you use it for automatic translation or transcription, all of those capabilities you can probably expect to be on device in the space of the next few months. Gemini 3.7 Flash is our latest flagship model. I imagine you'll hear a little bit more about that later today from Catherine. In addition to being able to take in all of these different input modalities, it can also output a whole bunch of different things. So you can edit images, you can just ask in natural language, you can edit video, you can edit audio, you can call code and text. And I also feel like it's very, very important to mention that there has never been a better time to be a founder, especially in the deep tech and agriculture space. There is a significant challenge in the U.S. right now. Historically, farmers have been able to make ends meet through things like government subsidies and being able to kind of help use those to fill in the gaps if you might have a gap over the course of a year. Those aren't necessarily things that can be relied on as much anymore, at least right now, in which case VC funding, being able to partner with companies like John Deere and with NVIDIA and with the other folks who are really, really interested in deploying AI and deploying tech to these kind of mission critical spaces are a way to help fill in the gaps, at least in the near term. And you've never been able to do so much with much, much smaller teams. So I think that this is really, really important to think about, really important to consider as you're building out your teams. And we're finally building this first generation of folks who can create tools for a world where anyone can build anything. You can use AI to write code. You can use AI to help figure out how to deploy models. You can use AI to optimize kernels for models so they run more performantly or efficiently or using less energy. And all it takes is just asking the question, as opposed to kind of building the deep computer science expertise that would have been required 10 years ago. So I think if you can build anything, the most important thing is to build something that you can be proud of. And everybody in this room is doing that. Like, thank y'all for everything that you're driving. And thank you for having me here, for letting me share a little bit about what we're working on at DeepMind. And can't wait to hear all of the rest of the presentations today.
Two. All right, we're back. Thank you, Paige. We actually have a few minutes if you want to do a little Q&A. All right. By the way, Paige, see Paige after. She has free pupper kits for all attendees at her booth. Just kidding. She doesn't have a booth, and nobody's getting a pupper. But she does have instructions, so you can read something. She'll give you something to read. We have a little bit of time for Q&A. Any questions out there? Let's see. Yes. Hold on. I don't have a runner, so I'm going to run.
Hi. Thanks for the talk. So the progress in local models like Gemma is really impressive. How do you think that the increasing capabilities of local compute then challenge the build out of large cloud data centers if people can do the same tasks on their own hardware, which is maybe more equitable, like globally?
Yep, and more energy efficient. I love this question. So the question for folks who might not have been able to hear it is, given that all of these local models that are smaller, more energy efficient, capable of running without a Wi-Fi connection, are kind of gaining traction hand over fist every single day. What does that mean for these larger cloud data centers, and whether or not people will be reliant on proprietary models or things like that for REST API calls? I personally am of the opinion that the right model for a given task is the model that is smallest, most cost-effective, and most energy-effective that can do it reliably well. And so what I think that we're going to see is, like today, there's been this concept of token maxing, of people just like taking a question, sending it to a model, and not really caring about the bill that comes at the end of the month, as long as they get the right answer, even if it's for a relatively simple question. I think that what we're going to see next are this kind of model constellation experience or model systems experience, where you ask a question, it gets broken down into component steps, and then there might be 20 steps, 18 out of 20 you can do on a local model. And then 2, you might need to make a REST API call. But at the end of the day, you're bringing down your cloud bill, and you're also being a bunch more efficient with the compute that you have locally, as well as helping with things like data privacy, reducing latency, all of those kinds of things. So my expectation is that, if anything, what we're going to see is that in the future, AI is ubiquitous. It's blazingly fast. It's pretty much zero cost, and it's near perfect. And so the question is, like, what can you do if you have models that are running locally, that are blazingly fast, free, and near perfect? It suddenly means that, you know, the world looks a lot more interesting and a lot different for many of the things that we would have assumed would have been impossible, you know, 10 years ago.
I think we got a question from Howard here.
Hi, thanks very much, Paige, for your presentation. Terrific presentation. And by the way, Danny, this is an incredible event. My name is Howard Chow. I'm with Dune Insights. I run the Bonnie Dune event for Ag and Food Tech. So my question is actually really about Google, because, you know, we've seen several of the large frontier models organize themselves now around industries, at least in part, right? And to address the specific needs of industries and actually to do things directly in those industries. So I'm curious how Google is starting to organize. Are you starting to have a division addressing ag and food, for example? Are you, what kind of services and strategy are you deploying, if you are? Because I know that OpenAI and I know that, you know, Anthropic have divisions now. I do work in legal tech, for example, as one of the verticals, and they have people specifically dedicated to those divisions. And should people be worried that you'll be eating their lunch? So just to be direct about this.
Excellent question. I do know that we have folks in our Google Cloud team who are specifically supporting different industries, but not necessarily anything that's targeted around building tech for those industries themselves. I think Google is much more interested in building out a platform that anyone can use to kind of stitch together components efficiently to solve problems. There are billions of problems, trillions of problems in the world, and we can't do everything, but we sure can enable customers to do it. And so if anything, I've seen our teams partner really closely with companies outside of Google in order to help make sure that they're supported and successful. But I haven't seen anything to the effect of you know, Google going into specific industries and wanting to meet those needs ourselves. I also will say our open model family has been fine-tuned for a whole bunch of different purposes. So we have a med gemma for medical tasks. We have diffusion gemma. We have dolphin gemma for kind of helping interpret dolphin signals. But all of these are open models that have been kind of community built, that are Apache 2 licensed, so you can use them for your companies, and there's no cost associated. So I see a lot of that, and our Google for Startups team also helps support many different industries with things like cloud credits.
Awesome. And Howard actually set a great example. So if you could introduce yourself before your question, because we all want to be friends here, so
Yep.
that'd be great.
Great. Yeah, hi, my name's Tom Rebold, and I am a computer science engineering instructor at Monterey Peninsula College. And we are offering one of our first AI classes starting in about 4 weeks. And it's kind of freaking me out because of how fast things are changing.
You and me both.
And,
It's
and I'm wondering if your division or somewhere else at Google has resources for educators to start spreading this out to a larger audience, right, that may not have the kind of experience that you're expecting, but maybe still, can we conceivably have a classroom activity where we have students load an AI on their mobile devices and start using it?
Definitely, yes. We have curriculum that has been open sourced as well and is kind of available for anyone to use. So I get happy to get you set up with those links afterwards. And if anybody in the audience feels overwhelmed at the rate of change for AI, all of us do. So even folks who are working at the frontier labs, it feels like we have a new model release every single week at DeepMind just by ourselves, including this week. I think we had a model launch just today for our Gemini Live experience. It's really as soon as you kind of create curriculum, it's almost out of date. So relying on materials that come from the model service providers makes a lot of sense. Yep.
Hi, thank you for being here, first of all. My name is Chuck. I work for a farm up in Washington State. And the question I have is the privacy of the information. So for example, in the picture of the cute little pup and the strawberries, then once you get Wi-Fi, are you bombarded with information, or is there a firewall, or I don't quite know the right terminology. And I mean that as respectfully as possible as well. I'm just truly curious.
Especially with things like HIPAA compliance and wanting to make sure that the data remains private and on device. That's part of the reason why the Gemma models are so important, is because if you do have a model that stays on device, is just operating locally, your data stays there and doesn't get sent to many other places. If you are using a REST API from Google or Anthropic or OpenAI or whatever it might be, your data is getting sent to a server, getting analyzed, and then getting sent back down. And so there are some additional data privacy constraints that need to be addressed. On Google Cloud, we have things like affordances for HIPAA compliance, so encryption in transit, at rest, and a whole bunch of other options. But if you are really, really sensitive about data privacy, having these models that run on device are mission critical important. And that's one of the only reasons that we are able to deploy things like Pupper into these more sensitive environments, is because we do have that guarantee around data privacy that nobody's data is getting shared off the robot. Yep, absolutely.
Hi, I'm Lewis, CEO of BioScout from Australia, and we do disease detection, funny enough, but by detecting it microscopically in the air. Actually, during my PhD, I remember reading that paper and getting very inspired by it. So,
yep.
Cool to see it. My question was the philosophy of AI and how that's really quickly changing from like a deterministic point of view, right? With farming, a lot of our growers look at deterministic models for diseases, the weather conditions, right? What have you sprayed? X, Y, Z equals spray or not spray decisions. While AI is not that. It's a bit of a magic box. And I guess, how would you talk to growers? How does Google think about talking to growers and probably non-technical people when it comes to AI about that difference in philosophy?
I remember I started doing machine learning a long time ago, so around 2009. And my background is, I grew up in Texas, so background was geophysics and applied math, which means you go into the oil and gas and energy industry. And so we would deploy these machine learning systems on rig sites And everybody was very healthily skeptical of like any sort of recommendation of like, oh, you're about to have a kick or you're about to have a pressure change. Like consider changing operations or reducing the numbers that you might see on some of these gauges. And even then, those like decision tree systems were a lot easier to explain, I think, than some of these large language models, which can do many different things simultaneously that sometimes don't necessarily have the ability to introspect and kind of understand why they might be making the assertions that they are. For our Gemini models, we've incorporated something called thinking traces. So if you turn on thinking traces, they will give you a step-by-step rationale for why they might be making a decision. So if the model gives you an output, it will say, all right, we triggered these tool calls. We kind of thought through this process in this way, and here's why we gave you this output. And that's something that feels really sort of important, at least to me, to be able to ground my understanding of like, oh, okay, you're showing me these data because you made this tool call that pulled this from a table in a database, and here's why. For our Gemma open model family, we also have the same kind of concept where you can ask it to do these thinking traces. We have something called function Gemma, which will also allow you to introspect the tool calls that it makes along the way. But I feel like the kind of entire concept around agent harnesses, around tool calling, around function calling, around thinking, all of that is something that you need to pay very, very close attention to if you are deploying these models into the wild. Because just like you would ask a student to show their work, you should ask the model to explain its reasoning as opposed to just taking its output and assuming it to be true. And that's, again, like old school machine learning human. It's just something that I rely on for my work, and I would recommend, to your point, that everybody else does as well. Yep.
Great. One last question.
So good morning. Thanks very much for the presentation. Really interesting. I'll be the first to admit I didn't understand any of it, but it's cool. I mean, it's cool. So
you sound like my family. They also don't understand.
I'm Jeff Hall. I'm with the Canadian Produce Marketing Association.
Yep.
And what I want to do is kind of tie in kind of the talk about the rate of change, but also the last gentleman's question around producers. So at what point do things start to crystallize out where a producer knows, okay, it's time to adopt this, it's time to adopt that, without feeling like, you know, in 6 months, 9 months, you know, they've got to do something new because, you know, everybody's moved on.
Yep.
So I'm curious how we get to the point where there's some, I guess, stability and consistency where people know, okay, I'm good for the next 2-3 years, whatever that makes the most sense.
It's a great question. There's this, in the AI industry, there's something called the concept of an eval or a benchmark. And at the end of the day, what it really means is how well does a given model plus anything that you give it access to solve a particular task. And so if you have a collection of tasks that you want these models to be able to solve, so maybe you have 10 different things that you want the models to be able to do. You test it out with a given model that's capable of running today on your device, and you find that it's 60% correct. And then a new model comes out, and it maybe is 70% correct. And then another one comes out, and maybe it's 95% correct. Then you can build some sort of confidence around, okay, the models are finally to a point where they can do what I need them to do. And one of the nice things about the large language models, the VLMs, also as they come out, is you can think of them as just kind of like better engines. So any system that you build should optimally be designed such that if you get a better engine, your car just runs much faster. And the models, like our Gemma model family, you can swap them out pretty easily. Just like you would swap out a battery or swap out an engine. And the state would be that your system doesn't have to change. It's just a matter of like swapping out the battery. to keep it running. But if like the ideal state is that you don't have this world where historically software meant these really, really painful multi-year migrations. We recently have had instances internally at Google where we migrate from something like a TensorFlow model to a JAX model. This was anticipated to take like on the order of 2 years and multiple millions of dollars worth of engineering time, and we're able to do it in a matter of weeks with a much lower price tag. Like I think the migration process for software is getting less painful along the way as well.
Okay, great. Let's hear it again for Paige Bailey.
Thank you.
Google.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let's welcome to the stage Mr. Matthew Potter. Matt runs the robotics products teams at John Deere. And he's going to talk to us about the difficulties of scaling autonomy. So welcome, Matthew Potter.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Loud enough? Everybody hear me okay? All right. Hey, good morning. Yeah, that's going to be a tough act to follow. Paige, great job. Wow. Equally excited and terrified, but that was a great set of information, and you should be proud of the work that you guys are doing too. You know, I love the idea of this conference, and I'm really grateful to Danny and Sean for inviting me out to talk about this topic of physical AI. You know, the star of the show this week is really agriculture, and so I don't get very many opportunities to go to a technology conference where the star is agriculture, and I'm really excited to be here. I think surrounded by you all, everyone at a different stage, everyone with a different goal maybe for this conference, but I think it's going to be a great couple of days. One thing's probably for sure is that everybody in here knows the importance of, again, the theme of the conference, Ruggedize, and I'm going to build on that. So much of what Danny was saying in his kickoff, kind of the journey about how we got to where we're at with Reservoir, with this conference, again, really resonated with some of the journeys that we've been on at John Deere. We're not a startup. We're on the other end of the spectrum, right? I've got a lot more gray hairs earned along the way, and hopefully today I get to just share a little bit about some of the things that we've learned. It might be pertinent for you. It might not be pertinent for you, but hopefully it's a starting point for a great conversation. In robotics, we know that it takes more than just autonomy to have a really compelling solution for farmers. And we know that the environment that we work in is grueling. I mean, it is unforgiving in agriculture. And we're going to talk about some of the things that it really takes to have a rugged robotics product or company. You know, when we think about scaling robotics, as I mentioned, we might think of scaling a little bit differently at John Deere, right? So, on the screen, for those that can see it well enough, this is a typical row crop planting system, right? This is, 300 to 400 horsepower tractor. This is a planter that's got 24 to 48 rows. They're all their own individual electric robots. There's 250 microprocessors in this system. There's dozens of networks. There's probably 2 GNSS receivers, tons and tons of software, satellite and cellular connectivity. I mean, this is a complex system. The technology can be overwhelming. The most important thing about this is what it does for the farmer who owns it, right? This machine will plant 5 million corn plants in an hour. And in a world where farmers and these industries are suffering from schedule compression, right? The windows to get planting done are getting narrower and narrower. The risks of getting those seeds in the ground at the right time are growing as well. It's so important, not just that we have a bunch of technology here to help them, but that it works, and that it works every time. It's 5 million seeds if you're planting corn. It's 15 million seeds every hour if it's soybeans. And that doesn't necessarily translate exactly to the problem space in specialty farming, specialty crop farming, but there's a lot of lessons I think that we can translate. So last month, I was at Grand Farm in North Dakota, and I had a great chance to meet with Sarah and her CTO, James, and that little robot on the left, that's Ant. I don't know if there's Ant out here, Danny, but this is Barn Owl Precision Ag. It's a great group based in Colorado, and Sarah and I spent some time in the field. Her robot was doing mechanical weeding of sugar beets, and so I think it's an obvious question. Hey, what does John Deere know, and how does that help us with what we're doing? We might be doing something at a completely different scale, different crops, not row crop, maybe high-value crops. What can we share? And I would say that when it comes to robotics and the activities to scale the technology, including autonomy, these problems are very, very similar. It takes the same tech stack to go make these systems work with value, whether it's a small robot or a large robot. It starts with that operational design domain, right? What the purpose of the robot is and the conditions it's going to work in. We all have to be really clear on that definition. There's a layer of hardware, right? The mechanical, the electrical, sensing, compute. Clearly, that's got to be a part of our robotic systems. There's a positioning system and localization system. There's an autonomy system, a perception stack if it's going to be an autonomous robot. It's got to do something valuable. There's a robotic task there. And then there has to be some way to interact with it, either to set it up or to monitor its operation. All this is wrapped in a telemetry layer and moving data on board and off board for engineers or a back-end digital platform. Again, so whether it's a small robot, a large robot, these things are the same. And it's not enough just to know what these layers are. You really have to have excellent integration discipline with each one of these steps in the chain. This is a lesson that everyone working in robotics probably knows. There's a lot of different aspects of verifying the performance of a system. So much of it is the technical side, but it also includes an awful lot of effort and emphasis on making sure that it meets the right value proposition for the customers. It has to have economic viability in those technical and operational domains to be able to scale. There's great discussions from Paige's talk about where AI is going and how it's accelerating, really outstanding. The reality is, for those of us that work on the mechanical and the physical side of physical AIs, there's no machine learning model that's going to rescue you from a weakly integrated robot. And this is a lesson that we have learned many, many times. And I'll share a few examples about that. The most elementary mindset for advancing in these technologies is the tried and true crawl, walk, run metaphor. And this can be right-sized in different ways, but to me, the walk stage, 0 to 1, your first robot, this is a huge endeavor. And every company, depending on what you're trying to accomplish, has different challenges there. As you move from one robot prototype into a couple more, you start to expose the variation that comes in these systems. And you learn where your engineers were really good at manually compensating for either poor performance or weak interfaces, et cetera. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with that. That's exactly what you do in that phase, right? The key to progress, the key to make it to a scaling part of this process, that run phase in this metaphor, requires really great discipline as you go from crawl to walk to run, and identifying what all the problems are, but then choosing with intent which problems you're going to work on and which ones you're going to wait on. I'm going to spend the next few minutes talking about our experiences at John Deere in robotics and autonomy in that last segment there around the run or the scaling. This, to me, is where you start to expand your ODD. And not only just the operational specifics of the tasks, but you also may be having success in getting into things that show up on the manufacturability of your system or the infrastructure to support many customers in many areas. There's a lot of other things that emerge. It's appropriate to handle those at the right time, but they certainly are an aspect of scaling. The way we like to think about the progress is not in a linear fashion of crawl, walk, run. These aren't just boxes you get to check. Experience would say that it resembles a little bit more of an incremental but consistent process. This spiral is how we like to think of it. And as you move forward with the different verification activities in your system, the core technologies or the way it's all put together to work end to end, which is what customers really need, onboard and offboard, you'll build progress, you'll gain momentum. What else will happen when you start to find some success? Your product managers, your marketing team, your funding, your managers, they're going to be pushing you hard to go faster. And sometimes that's great, and sometimes that's really not great. It creates a lot of tension in robotics organizations to prematurely scale. So the other aspect of this spiral mindset is that at any point to progress forward, you have to accomplish certain aspects of learning. And sometimes that learning will send you backwards. And I think some of those are more valuable lessons to share, not just because there's a lot of startups in this group at this conference, but because that's really where I think we get to benefit from the mission of this organization, the mission of this conference, which is that transfer learning that was mentioned earlier. So I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about 3 different systems. My badge says John Deere, but I spent 5 years in Silicon Valley working at Blue River Technology. So a lot of the examples that I'm going to talk about are a blend of Blue River and John Deere experiences and working together to commercialize robotics and autonomy. The first system that we built together is called See and Spray. And some of you in the group might actually have worked on it. I've seen a lot of friends already around so far, and I think more are coming tomorrow, folks that I got to work with at Blue River. But See and Spray is a very large robot. And when it puts its arms out, these spray booms, they span 120 feet. This is many hundreds of horsepower machine. Most people that don't know farming call it a tractor. That's what they did at CES. It's always a good chuckle for me. It's not a tractor. It looks a lot like a tractor. But this has computer vision, robotics, machine learning, deep learning capabilities. There are 97 electromechanical precision nozzles spread across this 120-foot boom. There are cameras and rugged compute at the edge that we designed and manufactured at John Deere. We have full vertical integration in those capacities, so a little bit of an anti-pattern maybe to what Danny talked about and some of the things that you all are running into. We have kind of the opposite. We've got a deeper level of integration. Lots of critical partners, but a little bit deeper in electronics design. This system goes through at 12 to 18 miles an hour, and in real time, it's scanning every square centimeter of the field and determining pixel by pixel what's a weed and what's a crop. And when it sees a weed, it does all the calculations that are required for a very complex mechanical system to trigger those spray nozzles precisely on time to just apply herbicide where the weeds are at. This was such an amazing project, and it still is. We've got a couple thousand of these with customers now and growing. I would say that we are clearly in the scaling phase today for See and Spray. We weren't always there. There was a lot that we had to learn, of course, along the way. But I'm going to talk about a few of those things. In addition to the robot working in the field, we also have really precise positioning that maps every spray nozzle trigger, creates that data in the cab for the operator in the machine. It also offboards that data into the digital environment that we call Operations Center, so you can visualize productivity, herbicide savings, et cetera. So again, back to this, it's not just the robot in the field, it's full end-to-end, including the digital offboard. One of the keys to success in See and Spray is this. This is called the Vision Processing Unit. As I mentioned, this is something we design and manufacture within the company. This is based on NVIDIA technology, and this is where those machine learning models are running. right? That sprayer has many of these strewn across it, and our next generation's got improvements. As NVIDIA keeps bringing new technology, we keep taking it. And so this is a really great success story. But it's not easy, right? Being able to deploy ruggedized robots into agricultural settings here in this part of the world or anywhere else where we grow food is really, really challenging. As was mentioned earlier, there's also a lot of horizontal adjacencies in road building and earth moving and forestry. Like these are really, really harsh environments, and we've learned a lot about it. The electronics have to stand up to the wide range of temperatures in storage and in operation. They've got to be robust to water and dust ingression. This particular rugged compute can take a pressure washer at 100 psi, which is exactly what our customers need to do to clean off their equipment, right? This is non-trivial around complex electronics. It also needs to stand up, because it's a sold product, to the electromagnetic standards too, right? There's a lot of standards and compatibility to meet to be able to sell electronics like this. These machines work in the off-road. It is a high vibration environment, as you all know. And the hardest thing about this design is thermal management. So let me zoom in on that just a little bit. Paige talked about how rapidly the model capability is accelerating. In an infinite compute environment in the cloud, it's really pressurizing things. It's exciting to see what we're able to do in a mobile or in an edge way. But we've been doing this for a few years and learning as we go. The hardest thing to do is get the model to fit onto the processor. That's the first hardest thing to do. So our electrical and mechanical engineering teams, they're trying to bring as much compute as possible. But for reliability, we've been really prioritizing passive cooling, okay? So in these systems, we've got a couple generations. So the one on the left is our initial generation when we launched See and Spray. We have a second generation of that in the middle of the screen, and then extrapolating to a third generation of vision processing that's coming there. You can see the NVIDIA partnership with each of those modules. It's not just enough to recognize that there's more compute coming, right? NVIDIA is doing a great job there. They're actually making things better in terms of a really critical metric for deploying at the edge, which is efficiency. So think of this as compute per watt, right? TOPS, the trillion operations per second, the GPU performance measure. So, what was at maybe a half TOPS per watt, if that's a real unit, just a few years ago, we're now at 6 times that. So we're at about 3 TOPS per watt, and we're moving to something like 10. So NVIDIA is doing a great job in getting more compute without that same additional increment of power required to do it. They're doing a little bit too good of a job, if I'm being honest, because they're getting that with the same die area. So the other metric that really matters in getting edge compute, especially the thermal management of these edge computes, is the heat flux. So they're getting more compute and a little bit more power in the same square centimeter count, right? They're not getting bigger chips. They're doing it in the right package. So that sounds great unless you're the mechanical engineer who has to get all the heat out of that thing, right? So we're working on that. The other thing to take away from this slide is that we are probably at the end of the road on what we can do with passive compute and still bring this level to the edge. We're clearly into a liquid cooling regime to be able to keep going with this. This is not nearly as much sizzle as talking about the compute, but one of the lessons we learned that came from when we scaled up in the manufacturability of See and Spray is around connectors, right? So certainly we know connectors, harness routing, strain relief, these things matter on robots and ag. We've known that for years. That's not new information. What was really surprising to me was the driver to make a connector change on See and Spray to move away from the FACRA style connector on the left to something that's a little bit more friendly, this AMP Seal 16 connector. It wasn't for technical specifications. It wasn't for reliability, durability, actually. This was for manufacturability. On a See and Sprayer, there's 36 cameras. There's 2 connections per camera, one at the compute, one at the camera, 72 connections, all with that connector that our assemblers despised. When it's hard to do, they don't do it well, and they don't do it reproducibly. So we actually drove a connector change in part of our scaling process on this one. All right. So let me transition from See and Spray to kind of the next area. This is going to be an autonomous program. This is one that stands on the shoulders of the work that we did in See and Spray. This is leveraging the same compute, a lot of the same camera technology, positioning solutions, in-cab computing, et cetera. But this is to take that operator out. It's a different computer vision problem. If See and Spray is a microscope problem, looking down, trying to scan for weeds, our autonomous tillage solution is more of a telescope problem, looking out with stereo vision and creating a safeguarding system. But we have a lot that we were able to transfer and a lot that we learned along the way. So this is a video of the first generation autonomy kit. This is a tillage operation, which in row crop farming is pretty simple. I shouldn't say simple. It's the easiest of a lot of really hard challenges. As I mentioned before, being really disciplined on definition of a tractable ODD, we did really well there. We had a narrow ODD. We were able to go end to end with all the things that matter in the autonomy stack development, but we had one tractor size, one implement type, which was a great way to learn. When we decided that we had to expand the ODD, when we started to scale, we learned a lot of things. In fact, we had to go do a fundamental redesign on the perception system there. So as you can see on this one, the architecture had 12 cameras, 6 stereo pairs, gave a 360-degree view of the machine, and the deep learning models work great. This system met all of its requirements for its ODD. But to grow that ODD, to increase more configurations of tractor and implement so that we had a viable product, we had to go back to the drawing board. The first generation is based on what's called a rigid baseline stereo camera set, and this is pretty standard technology. With that rigid baseline stereo, you get really great resolution of depth through the disparity map. But we wanted to move it a little further than what we had to take on wider implements, to take on different machine forms. And we found that the limit on that was really our sensing range. What limited the sensing range on these rigid baseline cameras? It's the mechanical deflection, the variation due to temperature, it's maybe a little bit of part-to-part variation, and then how it changes after you've done a really rigorous extrinsic calibration. We learned about all these things, and even though the system met all the requirements for that initial ODD, we did. We took that big step back in the spiral and re-architected the complete perception system. It's not clicking ahead. Okay, here's an image of what we went to. So getting away from the front sensor pod and then a corresponding sensor pod at the back of the cab that gave us that 360s. We moved all of the cameras up to that roof cab or the cab roof, and we put 16 cameras around the system. Growth in number from the 12 that was working before. Why did we do all of this, right? We knew we were very sensitive to those calibration parameters. So we added more cameras into the stack so that everywhere around the machine is actually viewable by 3 cameras. We have triple overlap. And with triple overlap, instead of just 2 imagers seeing the same things, we're able to do an online calibration every sample. So this is a scaling lesson learned, not because we didn't meet the original requirements, but to extend that range, to do even better, to operate even faster, and then to create a kit-based architecture that worked not just on brand new tractors out of the factory at John Deere, but also a retrofit capability to go to existing customers' tractors. We got a packaging re-architecture as well, refactoring there. So, even though it was a really difficult decision to go back and redo this base part of the autonomy system, we did it. Turned out it was great. You can see a larger tractor, a larger implement. We're able to operate at 40% faster and increase productivity, and then basically address more of that market, that TAM that Danny mentioned earlier, that robotics companies are tackling. Okay. From that autonomy program, we scale horizontally into another application space. You know, we had a lot that we learned there, and have a lot of these gray hairs come from those programs. But there's a lot more opportunity as well. So, in addition to the large row crop environments, we have been developing autonomy solutions in high-value crops in orchards. The video here is showing a 5 Series diesel tractor pulling an air blast sprayer. This is an operation that many of you are probably familiar with. This is I'd say a younger orchard. It doesn't fully relay how hard this environment is when it comes to autonomy. Again, a good place to start. But I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've done here. So we get a lot of reuse from that base compute, that rugged compute, those camera technologies. But in an orchard, the localization challenges are different, right? And so we've introduced LiDARs into the system stack. You can see that it's a similar sensor pod that's mounted on the weight stack on the front of the tractor. We can't move it from there because of the branches in the orchard. It won't stand up. It's much less likely to be impacted there on the front. So we can't apply that lesson, but we do get to apply many of the other lessons from what we've been developing in a large ag setting. So let me take a quick step back and talk about the precise positioning. So John Deere has had its own GNSS company for about 30 years. We acquired a company called Navcom back in 1999. They're based in Torrance, California. We design the hardware, the algorithms, the correction network, the global correction network, and have really been drawing down the accuracy over the last couple of decades in precision agriculture and in construction. This is a capability that we have resident in the company, and it's something that we're very proud of, and it's a huge part of the base strategy of how technology enables farmers to do more. When you go into any new application, this has been a great bootstrap for us. So whether it's See and Spray, whether it's row crop autonomy, or any of the precision agriculture functions, that 2.5 centimeters, 1 inch of global accuracy every time, anywhere in the world. That's pretty remarkable capability. It's addictive almost in agriculture. The beauty of GNSS, or GPS, if you want to be more specific, the accessibility anywhere in the world and in any job type, right? So whether it's in row crop farming or whether it's in earth moving, road building, or in a turf application, GNSS gets us that 1 inch accuracy. Except orchards. Orchards are quite a different animal. So, just imagine, and those that work in orchards know this well, right? You don't get great GPS in an orchard. The chart on the left is a sky plot, right? So just imagine you're laying down and you're a GNSS receiver and you're looking up, trying to see all of the satellites, the positioning satellites, and all the constellations out in space. Normally we can see 50 positioning satellites with our system, and we take full advantage of that to get down to that 1 inch of accuracy. But when the tree rows are coming up and encroaching your field of view, or there's canopy that hangs over and you're getting distorted signals from those positioning satellites, it makes our receiver not work very well. And this was a huge deal, right? As you get into new applications, it's somewhat expansion of an ODD, but you get into new applications, there are brand new things you have to tackle each time. And this is an example. We had to go back to our fundamental positioning solution and augment that with something that we call orchard mode. And this is way harder than it probably sounds to do, right? We took this company that's been doing this for 30 years, that celebrates millimeters of accuracy improvement every year, and we asked them to stop working on that problem and start working on this one. We actually don't care if it's 2.5 centimeters. We just need about half a meter. But we need it 100% of the time. So they went back, and with the same hardware, they re-architected the sensor fusion algorithms and the software and have achieved just that. So just this past spring, we announced the capability here, this orchard mode, that allows us to get that precise positioning, not just for the localization solution, but that mapping, right? The mapping of the steps of every job that gets done in a farm environment, whether that's in high-value crops or whether that's out in row crops. So this was a pretty great accomplishment. Okay, let me tie all this together. So I walked through a few of the different things that we learned along the way in trying to scale autonomy, scale robotics in large agriculture. I talked about See and Spray, where we had the hard learnings that arrived at us developing a ruggedized edge compute module, as well as the perception systems and the cameras and the algorithms, the full stack there to make the autonomy safeguarding system work and kit form on autonomous tillage. And then the orchard system, where we've introduced LiDAR as part of the localization strategy and architecture, as well as this orchard mode in our core positioning. You blend that with the connectivity solutions that we all know are critical. Paige even referenced that too. Sometimes you get cell, sometimes you don't. We're deep in partnership with SpaceX for the Starlink connections, becoming more and more important and unlocking these capabilities all over the world. But what we've really developed is this base stack, right? The stack helps us scale not just to new applications, not just to new ODDs, but to new applications as well. And we've been leveraging this. So as we move out from farming into road building and construction and turf, you're starting to see these same technologies show up. So this has been a really, really great set of investment and enablers for us. But in the spirit of this conference, I'll conclude with the most important lesson that we could possibly share from the experiences that we have at John Deere and Blue River. Farmers buy reliability before they buy innovation. And if we can't build the trust in these systems every single day in that field, it doesn't matter how outstanding the tech is behind it. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. We do have some time for some questions, so just like last time, if you could introduce yourself before you ask your question, that'd be great. Pam, get you next. Oh, wait, sorry, Krishna, up here first. Sorry.
Yes, so alluding to the previous person's question about how do they keep up with a rapidly changing field, are you going to be doing leasing programs, or how will you be supporting rapid change?
Yeah, great question. The life cycle of these technologies is a very difficult challenge, right? And so the woman asked, what are we doing for programs on keeping up with the rate of change? We don't actually have it all figured out. We have some initial strategies, right? And they span the gamut. We have some where you pay an upfront hardware cost to get the hardware, and it's yours as part of the machine, and it stays there, and you have the opportunity to upgrade through retrofits, right? We have others where it's maybe not an upfront hardware cost, and you're paying for use of the service. So I would say that we have a couple of, I don't want to say experiments, our go-to-market team will hate me for saying that, but we have a few different ways we're exploring. The most important conversations on that are not necessarily with the engineers at John Deere. It's the dealers who support those customers and the customers themselves. So really rich conversations, tons of learning, we maybe have one data point. We've changed the business model for See and Spray every year since it's launched, right? And what that means is we did not get it right when we started. And it wasn't because we're naive. It's just a really, really hard problem. Yeah, great question.
Okay, I think we have a question back here.
Thank you for the presentation. So my name is Yan Feng. I'm with Spiegel Technology, one member company of basically a reservoir farm.
Great.
And appreciate that you shared the information about the Ruggedize connector, camera connector. I think a lot of people probably underestimate how important it is. And one question to you is, because John Deere also build like regular tractors like those, and also the electrical connection problem usually is the #1 thing we heard from growers. And so when you're building those AI system, other than camera connectors, do you need to specialize, make something special in electronic system, make it ruggedized?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is yes. We have to do full end-to-end component and subsystem and system testing for ruggedization. We have internal standards for testing of electronics. They're called the John Deere Quality Program, right? And so we have to, for everything, whether it has to do with autonomy or not, engine controllers, the in-cab computing, the telematics devices, we test all of these rigorously to the same set of standards that I had on the slide for that compute. The connectors, we do not want custom connectors, right? That's what we don't want. The FACRA standard, as one example, was an automotive standard, and it works pretty well if you only have to make the connection once, right? We just learned that it was a dissatisfier to our assembly operations and our service if it doesn't allow mating with ease. So the answer is yes. We do a lot of rigorous engineering on each of these pieces to get to that reliability. We're doing a lot of this work in parallel with the algorithms being developed and the systems being integrated as the ODD spiral. But yeah, we have to really be intentional about connectors, harness routing, et cetera, because they are almost always the place where the system breaks first. Yeah, good comment.
We've got a question over here, and then we'll come back over here.
Hey Matt, thank you for the presentation. So my name is Negar. I'm from Iran, and I'm studying biosystems engineering at Davis. And my question is, so let's say you're targeting something like navel orangewort at a crop, so we're like increasing the specificity. Do you see value in developing the same autonomous kind of system as See and Spray for something specific? So let's say you're supposed to spray almonds before hull split or like a month before harvest, before navel orangeworm gets to them. Do you see value in some autonomous spraying for that? And also, what would be translated or transferred from the holistic like corn See and Spray model to something with higher specificity in orchards?
Yeah, great question. So do I see value in moving into some of those other horizontals? Absolutely. And you don't have to be very close to the space to just anticipate. Those are in our roadmaps, right? Is there an ability to transfer See and Spray technology into an autonomy system working in high-value crops? Absolutely. And in fact, there's some companies here that are probably doing that. I'm not going to be able to share where it is in our roadmap and what we're going to do, but at a base level, that classification structure, I mean, whether it's transformer networks and a lot of, learning that's already in those models when you get them at the frontier, or whether it's highly customized models, world models that are specific to agriculture, the process is going to be about the same, right? One of the advantages Blue River and John Deere have is years and years of head start in image acquisition, right? So, our deep learning libraries trained on, we have millions, I don't know if we're at tens of millions or hundreds of millions of images for the operations that we need to work in, right? That's an advantage with a deep learning based system. If we want to train on oranges, we can train on oranges. The pipeline is exactly the same. The verification steps are exactly the same. The hardware is going to be exactly the same. It's just prioritizing that application space against all the other things we're working on. So yes, I think a tremendous amount of horizontal scaling enabled by that. Yeah, great question.
Question over here.
Hi, I'm Julian from Garden. We developed a sensor that measures photosynthesis autonomously. My question's about a lot of the autonomy you're developing is pre-growth stage, so you've got like big booms behind big machines. What are you thinking about like post-growth when you can't get the tractor through like a full growth corn, but still wanting to do like precision agriculture, irrigation, things, or pest control and stuff like that?
Yeah, great question. One is we do build our equipment to go through, really tall corn. We have specialty sprayers that go through and do the crop management there. But I would say the technologies that are probably more appropriate involve drones. for the most part. So there's a lot of remote sensing that's done with satellites imagery already, aircraft that fly over, including but not limited to drones. You know, John Deere has a company called Centera that does the, you know, they actually have the drones and the sensing packages and the software to get it into Operations Center. So this is a really deep partnership for many years, and now they're just part of the company. So we believe that that UAVs are going to be a part of that solution. Yeah, great question.
Great. We got to. Oh, Curtis.
Curtis with Verdant. Going from Blue River to John Deere, and now that you have thousands of systems out there, could you talk to us a little bit about ruggedizing service and support? I can imagine all the challenges in growers trying to expand your ODD.
Yeah. I mean, this is for a lot of startups. This is a tomorrow problem, but it's great to know how did you navigate that. I probably don't have any real pearls of wisdom other than we have you know, the largest dealership network in agricultural equipment sales through the John Deere channel, and so we were able to leverage that, right? I mean, it's already established. We didn't invent it because of See and Spray. We didn't invent it because of autonomy. We were able to just kind of build on it, right? So the shorter answer is we already had a really mature and well-established channel for how support happens at the last mile for every customer. Yep, we worked hand in hand on how to build serviceability solutions, you know, documentation, training, you know, demonstrations, etc. But I'm going to probably cop out and just say we got super lucky by having one of the strongest channels in the business. Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation, Matt Foley. I'm with Beedra. Beedra, we're an ag tech investment group. Related question around ecosystem. There's a lot of startups in the room, and oftentimes they'll talk about the Ops Center and how to play with the Ops Center. Maybe you can, I know it's not your exact role, but generally, can you talk about how the ecosystem should think about integrating, where to play or where not to play when it comes to playing with the Ops Center?
Yeah, I have my opinion, and everyone's welcome to argue with me, but you know, I do a lot of, you know, I get a lot of like lightning rounds with startups and different mentoring opportunities with university labs as well. In fact, I'll share a program that we just started with universities. But my opinion is I hate to see startups or engineers in school try and figure out how to use all their creative energy to get data from a sensor onto a network into the cloud. Right, I think not to say it's a trivial problem when you're starting to solve it on your own, but that is a solved problem, and it steals away really critical cycles from some of our most creative people in ag or robotics or both. So I would love everyone to just, you know, plug into the Operations Center, right, and use those environments, the onboard computing and networking, the surfacing and aggregation of data, and then the transmission of that into established platforms. I think is really a great way. I'd love for new engineers, new entrepreneurs to stand on the shoulders of what exists and innovate from there. That would be my recommendation. It's easier said than done, but we do have open platforms within John Deere. We try and create ecosystems that encourage others to plug in and make it easy, right? Farmers have numerous advisors and consultants and partners. It's not a closed ecosystem, it's an open ecosystem. Doesn't mean it's not as well supported probably as what Paige does with her developer community, but we would aspire to be that way. Maybe one more note. We just started a program with university labs where we are giving those precision agriculture essentials, right? So it has a G5 display, the in-cab compute. It has an MTG, the telematics device, and a Starfire receiver. The goal there is to just help students and researchers start from there and build from there. That's our goal. And if anyone's interested in that, if you're at a university, reach out to me afterwards, and we might get you connected with that.
Great. So we got time for 2 more quick questions. We've got one here and then one here.
Hi, Alex Litvin. I'm Crimson Ag. I live in the crossroads between makers and growers, which is always a fun spot. Talk a lot with farmers, and John Deere is a great example here because of all the trust it's had over the years with farmers in that community. As we're building out a lot of new technology, right? We're going fast. Sometimes we're wondering, you know, is it done right? Are we getting out? Are we scaling? You ended on a really good point on your presentation on reliability. When all this technology is super great, when it works, and not so much when it doesn't, right? And I'm going to take a quick moment on something that's happened in the past, which is a couple years ago, there was a solar flare, right? So we don't really think about astronomy that much, but there it happened right around planting time for a lot of growers, which people don't think too much about it. They moved on as they were. I then looked on since it was mentioned, the John Deere Ops Center for a few farmers that I helped, and noticed, wow, they're all getting all squiggly. Their rows aren't straight anymore. And what was going on is that was enough to knock off the GPS and get those. They weren't fully autonomous, but they're mostly guiding themselves. What lessons has John Deere kind of learned that you can kind of share with some of the other guys that are making stuff, that maintaining that trust and reliability even when there are hiccups?
Yeah, great. So you're talking about the challenge we have in GNSS with scintillation, right? So solar flares coming from the sun, they excite the troposphere and ionosphere in different ways, and it's really hard for our navigation receivers to resolve position accurately. And this is true regardless of what color the receiver is. We know about the problem very, very well. But your question is a fantastic one. Okay, so we know that that's going to happen. There's some statistical likelihood we're actually in a peak the last 24 months of occurrence in a I believe a 10-year period. So what do? Well, one is we keep working on how to desensitize ourselves to that particular phenomenon, but we can't eliminate it completely, right? If you have satellite TV or satellite radio, it also goes away, right? These are things that people experience when communicating to the satellites in space. So here's where we put our energy, in addition to the technical side, is transparency. We know this is going to happen. We actually have a website set up that will give you a prediction. Think of it as a weather model for solar weather. So we have a prediction capability to say, hey, we think tomorrow at 3 p.m. is going to be a really active time. If you can work around it in your operation, you might not want to plant at that particular hour. It's impossible for us to say don't do it, but boy, if I as a customer know it's going to be a little wonky and I can't rely on the precision that I'm used to there, I can at least do it with eyes wide open, right? So one thing that we can do is just be more transparent. We also have to educate a little bit, educate the dealers, educate our support channel that this is happening. When it first started happening 20 years ago, where we would get these dropouts, we didn't know all that we know today, right? But we have more information that we can share with customers, share with dealers that support our end customers, and I would emphasize that, transparency and authenticity, and then partnering with them in how we solve that together. Yeah, great question.
Great. One last
Sorry,
really quick question.
Broken record, but I don't have a question. This is the most important slide of the 2 days, probably. If you have not worked with farmers, this is it.
Yeah.
So just pay attention to this slide.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Well, on that note, we'll thank Matt Potter one more time here. Thanks, Matt. And we'll welcome to stage John McDonald. John is the head of AI for Bonsai Robotics. John is getting his computer ready here. By the way, all of our speakers will be available at lunch. Let them eat, but you can talk to them then. If you didn't get a chance to ask your question here, you can ask them any question you want at lunch. And we also have cold water. If you're feeling a little lightheaded, please stay hydrated. Great.
It's not found a, okay. I think I should like just hit present and let it wait, and then it'll, oh, actually maybe first plug it in. And then it'll like add the display, right? Yeah, but it's like presenting to this screen, right? So you probably have to put it to mirror. Not really sure why it, let's see. We go into settings first. On the settings screen. And then we plug it in. So it should, do they have to switch the input? Or? Oh, okay.
All right, while we're waiting, let's do a little demographic survey. How many of you come from production ag? Raise of hands. Production ag, production ag. How many of you are a strict engineer? No? You guys embarrassed of being engineers? How many of you come from the investment community? All right, how about like strategic corporate world, looking at opportunities? All right, good mix. We're a little shy. We can do better. But yeah, the purpose of this conference is to mingle, share ideas, debate, question, and eventually get John's presentation up on the monitors here.
You guys hear me?
Here we go.
Yep, cool. Yeah, nice to see you all guys. I'm John MacDonald, the head of AI at Bonsai Robotics. So if you haven't heard of us, Bonsai Robotics is like a full stack robotics companies for agriculture, right? So we build our own machines, collect data from those machines, train our own models, and then deploy those models to the edge. You know, autonomy doing tasks like spraying, mowing, and some amount of harvesting as well, particularly in almonds. And I actually want to start this presentation with a video, which will hopefully play. But so the goal of this video, so this is a video of the first time I ever took a self-driving vehicle ride in San Francisco. And this actually happened in 2022. So for the past 2 years, as someone who lives in San Francisco, I haven't been taking human-driven vehicles. I've been taking Waymo and some other services that are not yet publicly released. And it's really exciting, right? So like the autonomy revolution has actually already come to cities. It's actually sort of normal now to the point where it's boring and it's becoming an issue. People are too comfortable with autonomous vehicles in cities. People jump in front of vehicles. They do things they shouldn't do inside the vehicle. And so it's kind of crazy. And as someone who loves technology, and you know, like in many cases, like I'll be taking the Waymo to the Caltrain, the train, to get to work. And this was before we'd reached operator out. Now we have operator out for the past year plus or whatever. But it's just sort of mind-boggling. Like, why is it that it's so effortless and expected that autonomy works in cities, but we haven't been able to get to that same level of robustness, of reliability in agriculture? Yeah, so this is, you can imagine, this is like what my day looks like. Sometimes I'm coming to work, no one in the driver's seat. It's flawless. It works beautifully. And of course, for someone like who's responsible for making a vehicle autonomous, it's a little like what's going on? Like why haven't we gotten there yet, right? Yeah, so again, like today in urban environments, Waymo exists, no one's in the cab, or the seat as it were. In agriculture, it's not the case. And you might think that this is kind of wrong, like it's unexpected, right? Like if you look at agriculture environments, from the sort of like at a basic level, it feels easy. You're essentially going straight for most of the time. There's not pedestrians darting in, there's not vehicles moving at 35 miles an hour or whatever. To launch in an urban environment, you need to basically be at least to do 30 miles an hour in order to have a product. In ag, the bar is actually way lower in terms of speed, right? You can like launch with something that for a task like almond harvesting only goes like 1 mile an hour. But if you start to think about it, and if you kind of take the approach we've taken at Bonsai, of like really trying to build a product that works for growers, you realize that actually autonomy in agriculture is incredibly difficult. So again, I'm not saying urban driving is easy, right? It's still difficult. But if you think about the task that you're automating, it's essentially an A to B navigation task. You start at one place and you go to a second place. You're not towing a mower or something like that. If you look at what you have to do for a task that seems simple, like harvesting almonds, you actually cannot choose just one piece of equipment, right? So actually, Waymo was able to pick one model of electric vehicle, work closely with the manufacturer, retrofit it, spend a lot of time testing with a very specific sensor suite and hardware suite, and they're able to service a geographic area, San Francisco, and make a ton of revenue. But this is not the case in agriculture. To do even one task end to end, right, you actually have to do automation of many, many form factors. You have to do the almond shaker to actually grasp the tree hydraulically. Again, a very dangerous, very heavy-duty machine. Shake the nuts free. Sweeping machine, which sweeps the nuts into the windrow, kicks up a ton of dust. Sensors used in urban autonomous driving often have a lot of challenges in these scenarios, so keep that in mind. Conditioning, where we essentially like get the nuts off the ground and separate the parts we like from the parts we don't like. Shuttling, which is an A to B task, so it's probably as close to urban driving as you're going to get. But again, like you're basically towing this giant trailer thing behind you. Turning is a little different, right? Like you don't want to swing and hit stuff. And then, yeah, of course, I put elevate in here. It's like sort of, it doesn't move or whatever, but there's another piece of equipment you have to basically integrate with to actually get the nuts where you want them to be in a stockpile or something. So again, like super different than urban autonomy. And if you look at conditions for agricultural autonomy, and this is again where I think the videos would be great to have. But so essentially on the top left, you can see this is, if you take a single instant in time from a camera view in an orchard, like an almond orchard, these two images on the left, the top and bottom, look identical from one point in time. But if you were to zoom out, and this actually should be a video in which you see sort of there's low-hanging branches that you're passing through. In one instant, they totally block the camera, and the next instant, they're totally gone. So if you have that temporal context, you're able to understand that this is actually a safe scenario. The bottom is not safe. This is a fallen tree, so even though that semantically you're seeing branches that you otherwise would be able to push through, behind those branches there's a solid trunk attached to the ground. If you try to push through this, you'll break the vehicle. Or the tree, I don't know. It's just you'll find out which one breaks first, right? And a similar scenario on the right, this is safe, right? So like puddles of a certain depth are safe to traverse with certain pieces of agricultural equipment. Other sizes are not. However, this is definitely not safe. So this is an irrigation canal. Again, for a simple neural network processing a single frame, you might not be able to tell the difference. So this is another scenario where agricultural autonomy, off-road autonomy is actually quite challenging. And if you think about how does localization work in robotaxis, right? It actually doesn't use GPS. It uses something called HD mapping. So basically the way this works is that fleets of vehicles equipped with laser scanners traverse the entirety of a city like San Francisco, build up this incredibly dense, incredibly high-resolution LiDAR map. Okay, so they basically map San Francisco down to like the millimeter. And one thing that's really interesting is that when they make these maps, well, okay, give me 1 second. So you make the map, right? And then to get a position, you have this dense map, you have your current laser scan, and you compare your current laser scan with the HD map. It actually works incredibly well. You can get incredibly, incredibly high localization accuracy using this method without relying on GPS. However, And this is a funny story. So I was an intern at Cruise in 2018. They found they had an issue in which when you drive in the wind, when there's wind, the trees sway. The trees were previously part of the HD map. So the vehicle will then start swerving, thinking that the world is sort of shifting left and right. So they actually did a pass where they removed all the trees, all the vegetation from the HD map. And this immediately sort of would eliminate the use of HD maps in agriculture. Even if you were able to HD map every field, all of the important visual features that you would use to localize would actually have to be removed because they're not static. So like there are a lot of deployments we have where the only features you could use for visual navigation are trees. Things that, especially when they're younger, they'll sway in the wind, or grass. If you're doing a mowing task, there's high grass. All of those features that you could use traditionally for some kind of GPS-denied localization that uses even visual SLAM, so you could do it with cameras, but again, you have the same problem. Your reference features are moving. And you might think this is maybe okay for something like air blast spraying where you have a lot of margin, but it's definitely not okay for something like mowing, where the mower is very, very wide and you have very low tolerances. And then if you think about, like, again, something that seems simple, like just driving in the middle of the row. Again, people in the urban driving community like to brag about how challenging the diversity of scenarios they have. But for navigation, it's actually not that diverse. Roads are designed to be very easy, very consistent between geographic areas. There are lane lines that have standardized layouts. So within one city, you guarantee that they're all the same. And even there's some variation state to state and whatnot. But again, it's very minimal. Whereas with agriculture, if you want to build a big business, you need to be able to solve a significant amount of crops, specialty crops, or row crops. You'll basically run into the scenario that, like, the reality is that there is no lane line in ag that's given such a nice, consistent visual feature. You're going to have to deal with the incredible diversity of specialty ag, right? So, there's things like nut orchards, right? So like pistachio, macadamia, walnut. There's things like citrus orchards, like lemons, mandarins, and whatnot. There's vineyards. There's trellised apples. There's V-trellis. There's like the wrapped around trellis system where you actually have crops on top of you and to the side. You have greenhouses where you have like, some structure on top of you which will mess with your communications. You'll have bedded crops like strawberries, lettuce, and whatnot. So you basically have an incredible diversity of crops where you can potentially train a model that solves one of these crops, but it's not going to generalize. Oh, this one, please, great. So this one, I'm showing, so this is like sort of challenging, right? So the other challenge with autonomous vehicles, heavy machinery, right? So Amiga Max is like over 1,000 pounds. It's very dangerous. You can't like move fast and break things. You need to verify that it's safe before you deploy. So an incredible amount of work has gone into simulation for autonomous driving. So on the left, you can see this is a robotaxi company's autonomous driving simulation. They've paid very talented video game artists to build a 3D representation, a 3D reconstruction of San Francisco. And you can see they can switch between different environmental conditions, day, dusk, rain, shine, all different scenarios, like pedestrian darts out from the side, car comes from the side. There is no equivalent system in ag, and why not? Because economically it doesn't make sense to pay an incredible amount of talented people to build a 3D reconstruction of virtual simulation of every farm. And if you think about, like, it doesn't really make business sense either, because you have to like basically pay people to do this before you even get the deployment going, right? So it's just kind of challenging. So then like how do you do effective simulation, right? And if you think about this, like, this actually isn't that surprising. Self-driving technology is really an urban technology. So it actually, all of the modern self-driving car companies spun out of something called the DARPA Urban Challenge. Urban is literally in the name. It was funded by the government. There are a lot of like sponsors from the heavy equipment industry. And literally, like the big self-driving car companies, all the founders came from mostly Carnegie Mellon, Stanford, and a few other universities. Basically took their technology, which was designed for urban environments. You can see even back then they're doing like camera, LiDAR, radar. They're doing HD mapping. Took that to deployment. So like modern self-driving car technology is all coming from this lineage, this thinking around urban environments. So it actually kind of makes sense that if you try to take that technology designed for the self-driving car industry, bring it to agriculture, you'll face a lot of challenges. I mean, and you might wonder, like, okay, so like I get there was a lot of people working on self-driving for urban environments. at Carnegie Mellon, was there not someone working on self-driving for agriculture environments? And the answer is yes, there were. I was one of those people, actually. So this is me in grad school. Has anyone heard of Bloomfield Robotics? Yeah, so this is actually the camera that became Bloomfield Robotics. So back then, the idea was like, there's like this robot that autonomously navigates, scans the field. Of course, there were a lot of challenges, which I'll get into. But this was basically what like ag tech looked like in 2018, right? So like data collection is literally like you have your Xbox controller, you're like driving the vehicle, you're collecting data. You know, there's like puddles, there's mud. I thought it was really awesome at the time. I had a lot of fun. But you know, ultimately, it's quite challenging, right? You don't have the same benefits of like the robotaxi technology where you have all these static features. You don't have paved surfaces. You have to deal with like you know, mud. And the reality is that this robot actually couldn't turn very well. We sort of didn't realize that at the time, but like, if you think about something that's like very long and narrow like this, it tends to push the dirt when it turns. And so even navigation, you know, is a little harder than you think. Roads are designed to be driven on. The Earth is sort of does what it wants, right? But of course, like we had a lot of, you know, success, at least for grad students. We built the system that could do like, you know, precision ag, like detect holes and pests and disease and whatnot. There was actually a feature in the New York Times, which is kind of cool. We were working with a farm called Rivendell Farms in Pittsburgh. And again, like, so again, like ag tech in Pittsburgh is not a great fit because Pittsburgh is very cold. We actually had to pick brassicas, not because we like brassicas, but because they're the only plants that could survive for long enough that we could do some kind of realistic testing or validation of our technology. So we're actually, again, we're constrained by the technology at the time and the environmental conditions. And you can see like this is like some of the results, like this looks maybe like some of the results from some of the precision ag startups you see today where we're like marking for the grower, you know, pest or disease or whatever. Now, of course, one challenge, and I'll get to this later, if you actually do the whole field, like what is a grower gonna do with this data? It's too much data for the human brain, I would argue. Let's say you actually, even in 2018, computer vision algorithms were good enough to give you a full HD map, as it were, of the farm, full information about every crop, every plant's health. But again, like how are you going to effectively utilize this with the human brain? It's very challenging. And it also got into, this was maybe one of the first neural networks that did sort of end-to-end like 3D perception. So this is basically doing row detection in vineyards. And so one thing is that actually, I'll get to the next slide. But so this is like, so it seems like it was kind of successful, right? Like we got featured or whatever in the news. The reality is this, right? So like, here's our first visit. We're in the kale plants. They look like healthy and bushy, whatever. You collect a bunch of data. You come back, everything is dead, right? It looks completely different. Like you could have trained a model on all that data. It would have looked really good in your like offline validation, but it would not work as soon as you come back and try to do something for the customer. Then again, so in April, like, at this point, we're like now actually making like fake setups of plants in the basement. So we're buying like stuff from IKEA to try to make some kind of test environment. So again, the farm is far, the crop appearance is changing a lot. Then in May, this is, I think they might have planted like a new crop or something. So now the plants are tiny. Again, like completely different appearance. And we sort of like had to hack around this by using LiDAR scanners and geometric algorithms. We weren't able to use the same wealth of deep learning technology that we're able to use for the precision ag for the navigation. And so part of this is why partly, I assume why Bloomfield ended up focusing mostly on just the camera, not the navigation. Yeah, so what happened, right? So I had done all this amazing technology, working on agricultural robotics, and also like before then at Cornell, I was working on underwater robotics. Also went to the self-driving car industry. Like it's kind of crazy. Like so it was an intern at Cruise. It's actually kind of funny. Cruise was supposed to launch that summer, and it didn't happen. And it sort of was one of the reasons I decided to get into drones. I felt in 2018, 2019, this era, drones were, I felt, going to kind of take off in a big way. It was a technology that seemed much closer to commercialization. And today, Skydio is a huge business, right? It's a multi-billion-dollar company in defense in particular. So I worked on basically training neural networks for obstacle avoidance, especially in like low light conditions, which the defense community is very interested in. So yeah, so I learned a lot of things like how do you do computer vision with a tiny Jetson TX2? How do you do computer vision at night in low lighting conditions? And then of course, in 2024, So you remember 2024, okay? Late in 2023, something happened which changed people's imaginations, right? ChatGPT launched. And if you're looking into how did they accomplish this feat? There have been a lot of advances in machine learning technology in the past few years, which has enabled a generalization capability which is far greater than what came before, right? So we're actually now able to pre-train neural networks on large amounts of data without labels. So like the way you train a large language model like ChatGPT, you first feed it like all of the internet data, no labels. It's essentially able to like learn like a child learns. Like children learn language by listening to what's around them. You don't tell them the rules of language. They sort of learn it implicitly, to the point where your kid might go to school and hear some words that you don't like, and they'll start repeating them, and you're like, where did you hear that, right? And it's similar to how language models in the pre-training phase work. They read all kinds of garbage on the internet, things from Reddit and whatnot, and as a result, they were kind of sketchy, not something you would want to productize. But in 2023, late 2023, there was an innovation called RLHF, Reinforcement Learning from Human Feedback. Essentially, you're able to leverage the vast knowledge of this large-scale pre-training, and then sort of like refine it into something that's sort of safe to productize. And that really, really changed everything. And I would argue that is the moment at which it became possible to solve all of specialty ag, or one of these large diversity of scenarios where relying on traditional machine learning with manual human labeling is not scalable. So met the co-founders at Bonsai, and been working at Bonsai for the past few years. So yeah, so now we're getting into how are we solving this at Bonsai, right? Like what changed? Why is it now the time? So it's sort of like there's 5 kind of points here. So autonomy is an AI problem. If you don't believe this, the rest of the argument doesn't make sense. But you have to believe that heuristic algorithms that are not based on machine learning are not reliable enough to do navigation. And this is something that I kind of learned in college and grad school. Okay, so now you want to do AI, but now you have a new problem, which is where are you going to get the data, right? So it's and then it's worse than that. You collect some data, then you come back a few months later, now the data is completely changed, and also very imbalanced. So if you get to the point where you can actually do navigation, now you have a new problem, which is edge cases. So someone leaves a bucket in the row, someone leaves a whatever. So now you have an edge case, you have to solve that too. But then there's a fourth problem, okay? Growers tend to want the technology to work now, right? But you can't do that with a traditional machine learning system. You would have had to have already collected the data, which means you'd already have to get on their farm, but they weren't going to let you do that unless you already had something that would work. So it's really gnarly, right? And I think a lot of companies really get stuck here. I got stuck here in grad school. And so if you look at sort of the right side, right, so this is kind of, I think, where a lot of people end up. They're using things like YOLO. So YOLO is a neural network that's about 10 years old now. It stands for You Only Look Once. It's very efficient, so very popular in edge environments. But essentially, it's sort of not a modern AI technique. It's something that processes one frame only. It's something that doesn't generalize well between different environments. And so that's sort of I think the trap that a lot of people fall into, and that I also fell into in 2018. Yeah, so there's some really exciting kind of results here. Right? So if you think about this, solving autonomy for agriculture actually is not a simple thing. It requires an approach with a very high generalization capability, something higher even than what's been done in urban driving. Therefore, I believe whoever solves autonomy in agriculture will actually be a leader in physical AI much more broadly, which is kind of an interesting result. People previously thought this is sort of maybe a narrower opportunity than something like robotaxis. I would argue it's actually a much bigger opportunity. And the exciting thing is that now it's actually possible, right? It was I would say before in 2018, very, very, very difficult as someone who sort of tackled these challenges. But now we have incredible technology. We have self-supervised learning. We have large-scale pre-training, and some other things, which I'll get into. But this is sort of how we're approaching the problem at Bonsai. We would argue physical AI requires 2 flywheels, right? So people talk about the data flywheel. Data flywheel is essentially you deploy a bunch of machines. In ag, I would argue they have to be diverse. You can't just have all your data come from one crop. Your model will not generalize, will overfit, right? So deploy to not just our own robots, the Amigas, but also existing machines. Then also you face the second problem. Just because you collect the data doesn't mean that you have it in the cloud for training. Now you have to do uploading the data through Starlink or cellular, and you can only upload some small fraction, right? So now you have to get really good at picking which data is valuable to upload so that you use your limited bandwidth correctly. Then you have to train models. I would argue you should not train a YOLO model, you should train a foundation model. So something that can benefit from large-scale self-supervised learning. And then you should train a second model, the world model, which is something that we're very excited about. You can actually have a second flywheel, right, where you actually have two models working in tandem. One which is generating the data, so essentially multiplying the data you have of different edge cases or different crops you have less representation in. And your foundation model, which is able to basically auto-label that data. You can have a system which improves without the need to actually go to the field. And so I'm not saying you don't have to collect data. You still have to collect data. But the amount of data you have to collect is reduced to a point where it becomes possible to expand in a much more aggressive way. And then, of course, the problem, which everyone knows, like, you can't actually run these models on the vehicle, right? Because they're too big. All of the most great models that we have out here today are very large transformer networks. They work on data center GPUs. They do not work on NVIDIA Jetson. So you have to get good at distillation, which is something that I learned about it at Skydio, right? Like, how do you take a large model, distill it to something like a Jetson TX2? And also, this is kind of like something kind of cool that I like. Physical AI requires different tokens. So like the way that self-supervised pre-training works for language models, I would argue is not sort of the right approach for a physical AI. So basically that works on large-scale pre-training on internet data. So you have like data of like cute dogs or whatever. You can actually take some people call these embeddings. Now people call them like tokens for whatever reason. So I'll use that language. They're very high-dimensional, essentially, descriptors. You can think about it as like the vocabulary of a modern AI model. So a modern AI model has like about like hundreds of thousands of letters in its alphabet, and they're very high-dimensional. You can project them down to 3 dimensions to see them in RGB. So this is sort of like what the state-of-the-art open-source encoders look like for vision. SIGLEP2 has like better language alignment than visual alignment. DynoE3 has very good visual alignment but poor language alignment. Ours has both, and it has spatial, like 3D alignment. So we can actually have 3D understanding at the token level before we've even done like the transformer layers and whatnot, which is really exciting. And this is trained on real data, right? So like stuff that's pre-trained on internet data is useful as a starting point, but it's ultimately not something that you can deploy. And I would argue this kind of makes intuitive sense. Like if you think about like operators, heavy equipment operators, they learn from on-the-job experience, right? So like for someone like me, so I actually learned to code from like the internet, right? I actually like, learned when I was like quite young, reading tutorials, reading books. It makes intuitive sense to me that you can build a coding model like Claude in this manner. But I would argue it does not make sense. Like an operator for heavy equipment does not learn from reading the internet, They actually have to have on-the-job experience, so you need real data, real deployments. So that's still always going to be a part of the equation. And so what's really incredible is the Bonsai world model. And I wish this played, but you can imagine, and if you look on like LinkedIn, I've posted a lot of videos about this. But basically, you can have a system that's able to generate data that looks like it came from your vehicle. So we've essentially, there's 3 big use cases for this. So the simplest one is like, and this is really important, right? So you gotta, maybe I'll stop and say a few words. Like in machine learning projects, they're very, very challenging projects. They're huge projects. You have to start somewhere, right? Like you can't start with like, I'm gonna do the whole project. Realistically, that won't work out. You have to pick something smaller. So can you at least augment data from existing environments, right? So like, can I take my vineyard data and multiply it? Different appearances, let's say, And then it's like, okay, can I generate novel data of edge cases, stuff that's not conditioned on images I already have to improve rare events? And then it's like, can I generate novel data of new environments, right? Can I combine my understanding from my real data of my sensor appearance with data from the internet to be able to generate data that looks like it came from my sensors, but is actually of like a T-Rex or something that we've shown on in other places. And it's possible, right? It's by combining your on-robot data, your deployment data with internet data. And so these are, also videos, but this is sort of like the level of fidelity that we're able to get. It's actually pretty funny, like when I started posting this, one challenge is people didn't understand that it was from a neural network. People were asking me, like, there's a video that we have where like an elephant, I think one of these, an elephant kind of comes out from the side. They're asking like, oh, I didn't know you're like, what do you deploy in Africa? Or like, where are there elephants in Australia? And it's like, no, like that's not the point of this. The point of this is not that we deployed to a weird place. It's that we actually didn't deploy to anywhere new. We just, have a neural network that can make it look like, there's an elephant or whatever. So it was really exciting to see that we reached the level of fidelity where people were actually starting to get confused about whether it was real or not. Yeah, and then so this kind of answers the question, like how do you do simulation for agriculture? I would argue you don't build a simulator at all. You build a neural network which is able to be the simulator. And there's an incredible video that I wish I could show, but there's a pipeline that we've built where we essentially go from a world, satellite imagery. We can actually, from any place on Earth, for any satellite image, condition the neural network on that input and generate video that looks like it came from that place. So that's sort of like, in my mind, the ultimate solution to this data problem. Thinking back to what I was doing in 2018, instead of having to go to the farm with your gamepad or whatever, instead of having to build some fake farm setup in the future, and that future is rapidly approaching. I would say, to some degree today, we already have it in certain scenarios, but I would say even in the next 6 months, this will no longer be possible. Or sorry, not possible, required. It will be possible to sort of sit at home and collect data just from the comfort of your couch, right? Which is really awesome. And then of course the Bonsai Foundation model, right? So this is also something that we've trained. So basically the idea with this is, if you free yourself from the constraints of on-vehicle compute, if you train something which is very large, which benefits from self-supervised learning and a small amount of human refinement, right? Like that ChatGPT era, large-scale self-supervised pre-training, and then smaller amount of post-training, you can build something which is able to generalize between different crops. Again, it can't run on the vehicle, so there's always a gotcha with this stuff, right? There's no silver bullet. It's you had to train actually a bunch of different models to get it to work, right? It wasn't just one model. But this is really good because you can use that to then auto-label the data that you generated, and you can start to then distill that into an edge model. And this is, so this is the edge model. And this is another interesting thing, right? So compute is something that I would argue even robot manipulation companies, a lot of their demos, if you've seen generalist AI, they're running on data center GPUs. They're running on in some cases the rack of GPUs is $1 million. It's incredibly sensitive. It requires a ton of cooling. It requires a ton of power. It's not something that you can run on the edge. So you have to get good at what's called distillation. So basically taking one model, using it as the teacher, and distilling it down to a weaker model that's more efficient. And this is the same technique that's used by large companies like Anthropic or OpenAI. They take something like the Claude Mythos or Claude Fable, and they distill it down to the much cheaper Claude Haiku or whatever. So we do a similar thing. We're basically able to take the important bits and sort of teach the network to forget certain things that maybe are not important to us, and really focus on the things that drive safety and other metrics. And ultimately, productivity, right? So again, for growers, it's not safety is important, it's table stakes, but also a robot that's completely stationary is safe, right? What matters is productivity. At the end of the day, you can't have a robot that's stopping all the time because it thinks that a vine is an obstacle. It needs to be able to confidently understand, I have to push through the foliage, I have to get the job done, right? And so that's sort of what this pipeline is all about. And this is an incredible video that you can probably watch it on X or LinkedIn or whatever. But it shows the incredible diversity of form factors that we've been able to automate. So one thing that's kind of cool is a lot of companies talk about cross-embodiment. They talk about deployments. But in reality, they haven't quite done that yet. And it's really exciting that in agriculture, we're actually seeing these things happen today, right? We're able to train models and build autonomy systems that generalize between very, very different form factors. So this is the almond sweeper I was talking about, very dusty environment. We also have an automation product for a tree shaker, which is a large hydraulic gripper that grasps the trees and shakes the nuts. Then of course the Amigo line of robots that you can see over here. So it's quite diversity of form factors and applications. And so there's actually one more thing. Bonsai World is something that's really exciting. The system that I've described. So some people are going to be talking about Bonsai World tomorrow. So our CEO and co-founder Tyler, as well as our partners at Google Cloud. So we're using a lot of Google technology in Bonsai World, as well as Les Carpus, the global head of physical AI at NVIDIA. For context, so our world model is actually post-trained from Cosmos, NVIDIA Cosmos, and he'll share some information about what we did there and how all of you might be able to benefit from a similar approach. So, thanks for your time.
All right, thanks, John. We got some time for questions. And by the way, this is the last presentation before lunch. So depending on how hungry you are, we'll see how many questions there are. Got a question in front here.
Hi, great talk. I'm Steve Yates. I'm a serial entrepreneur, but kind of the main reason in Edge AI, kind of the main reason I'm here, though, is that I've been invited to stand up a new work stream at the Open Compute Project, which is about deployment software for AI across the compute continuum outside the hyperscaler out to and including the far edge. And you said a lot of things that I think kind of relate to that. So you mentioned scaling ag-proved AI technology to other verticals. And I think, you know, we all agree that 80% that's off the shelf is transferable to models and so forth. But what about the deployment tooling around the models? Life cycle and model updates and rollbacks and attestation and proving that decisions that the models were made are governed, actually independently governed, not by the model itself, but by operator intent. How, does that layer have to be rewritten for every vertical outside of agriculture, because it depends on applicable laws and regulations and countless other things. Maybe could you speak to some of your thoughts? What are the issues there? How have you solved them? And if you could standardize some of that via open standards, via selfishly my work group, what would be the top one you'd pick?
That's really interesting. Wow, that's like a really big question. So I guess one thing I'll say is like, I do think that the technology exists today. I mean, I would say the science exists today, and as you alluded to, the base models, I would say, are good enough to accomplish this generalization between industries. Of course, there's a lot of work required. The post-training phase is very important. Again, in the end, I think reaching the safety metrics and the reliability metrics ultimately does require a lot of iteration. Like model retraining, model evaluation, that sort of thing. And I think using world models is a great way to kind of accelerate that without having to necessarily go to every environment. Of course, we still, I don't want to act like we're not going to do all that, but it reduces the amount, right? So it's you're still going to do validation in these environments, but the amount of time you have to spend is not going to be the same as what it took for us to conquer our first crop, which is almonds. And then in terms of standardization, I'm actually going to say something that you might not expect. So what you're describing, is it NeoCloud, compute outside of AWS or GCP, or? Yeah. Yeah, I would say the thing that I've been thinking about a lot is GPU availability. So as we all know, the Anthropics and OpenAIs of the world are currently kind of hogging all of the GPUs that NVIDIA has made. And so GPU availability, acquiring the compute to train these models as a sort of smaller player, is challenging. And so there's a lot of different approaches that you can take. So one approach that's kind of becoming more popular is NeoCloud. So GPUs that are not part of the major data center operations. There are even kind of cooler new projects or startups now Andromeda AI, where the idea is anyone can rent GPU time. I think currently this is mostly done through, so then the question is how do you trust someone else that they're not gonna steal all your data or whatever if the price is really good, but maybe if I send my training code there, it would get stolen or something, right? So that's one area where I think I don't know that they're quite there yet. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's built on Kubernetes, for example. We use something called Ray for training, and then we have like a partnership with AnyScale, which is like a managed solution for Ray. So basically right now we would like define our training code or whatever on our laptop, and then it gets sent, packaged and sent to the AnyScale control plane, and then it's ultimately executed on VM instances in GCP or AWS. But we're thinking about switching to something that actually orchestrates it through Kubernetes, and the value there is that you have the ability to also utilize things like NeoCloud, other compute providers. But then you still have issues because there's like a data locality problem. So like if you store all your data in Amazon S3, the way that they sort of like lock you in is that they charge what's called egress fees. So anytime you train a machine learning model, you're streaming, or at least the modern approach is you're streaming the data set from the object store to the training compute. And so if you store your data in S3 but then train in GCP, you actually lose a ton of money because you're having to pay incredible fees to transfer the data out of AWS Live. So there's a lot of like tricks you can do, but basically you have to think about locality. So then, of course, like there's even new startups or like Cloudflare is now offering something called R2, which is an egress-free object store. So you can actually store all your data in R2. Now you can utilize NeoCloud providers because you're not charged egress. Of course, the latency between R2 and a random NeoCloud is going to be worse than like same region, intra-region connectivity. But there are ways around that, right? So it's sort of an evolving thing. And I think like the software product, which would be so incredible to have, is something that completely abstracts all this. Like you can imagine something that analyzes like, like this is the latency between like R2 and whatever, and like the pricing of all the different providers. This is how much compute you need to launch this job. And even like it can get into like legal questions of like, there's different like regulations in different countries, and select the correct compute for the job and launch that job in a fully automated way. And also right-sizing compute. One device that's really cool is NVIDIA came out with something called the RTX 6000 Pro. So it's a Blackwell chip with 96 gigabytes of VRAM. It's really bad for training, but it's really good for inference. And it costs 50 cents or 25 cents an hour, I think, on GCP right now. So that's like one of the things we're manually picking the right accelerator for the right workload. But again, like agents can figure this stuff out, right? Like much better than humans, I would argue. If you could have a system that would sort of analyze your workload and be like, okay, you're just doing inference. You could get an A100 on like AWS, but actually what you want to do is you want to get a 6000 Pro from like Nebius or something, and then just kind of like fully automate that. So.
All right. Several moments later, we'll just take one last question, then we'll go eat.
Congrats. I'm Lucas. I'm the founder of Aurochs. I'm building robots to mechanically remove weeds from row crops in Brazil. I'm thinking about the near-term future for vision models, for agricultural autonomy. What do you think we are going to have? Large foundational models deployed on the edge, or smaller ones specific for specific crops, regions, soil data, and are out there doing the distribution between these models? What do you think we're going to have in the future?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I think like there's a lot of benefits to having one huge model that you can't run on the vehicle and distilling smaller models off of it. I'm not saying that we're doing this, but you can imagine, like, let's say you believe that it's not possible to have one edge runnable model that solves all of specialty. That's like fine, because tractors like don't move that fast between crops. Like you can distill a separate model for each crop and just run the correct one based on your GPS coordinates or something. And again, I'm not saying we're doing that, but I'm saying that there is a path without having to put a data center GPU on a tractor to be able to have the same results, right? So.
Excellent. Do you have the appetite for one more question, or should we break to eat? One last question. We'll do one last question.
Yeah, well, great presentation. So you mentioned, by the way, my name is Darwish. I have to introduce myself. We build sensor systems for orchard sprayers. So I have an engineering background, but I'm not as deep as what you represented. So we run into that problem of ag is seasonal, collecting data is hard. As you know, you go to field, all of a sudden the trees are shorter, or it's a different setup. So you're saying let's create that data through AI. So how reliable is that? Did you do any side-by-side comparison between what you created versus what the reality is? And are you able to fully comfortably deploy your product based on what you created as a data from the computer?
Yeah, so I guess we haven't done that experiment yet. And one thing I should point out is like the world model is sort of newer, right? Like we did collect an incredible amount of data, like real data, and actually it's sort of like required to train a world model. So like the only reason that we're able to even get that level of realism is we're basically using that data that we've already collected from the real environment and using it to post-train a base model like NVIDIA Cosmos. So I think there's always going to be a need for real data, but like the world model is more so a way to accelerate. Like once you hit a certain point, I would argue like once you hit a certain point of real data, continuing to like just crank on the data file alone is not the best approach. You can sort of speed up by then like using that to train the second world model. So it's more of like an acceleration. It doesn't remove the need to collect real data, but it's sort of like something that I would say you should think about once you get into like the thousands of hours or whatever. Like, should we keep cranking on real data, or should we start exploring like world model, right? But you always have to start with real data, and that was really important to get to a certain base level of capability across, a certain number of crops.
Excellent. All right, well, let's hear it one more time for John and Bonsai. We'll break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. The next session, it's got to be the most tantalizing title of a session here today, FBI and agriculture. So who knows? Thank you, everybody.
Brief. Hi, everyone. I'm Tim Bucher. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Agtonomy. I'd like to start off my talk here by giving big props to every single company that is here. All of the companies that are within Reservoir, keep doing what you're doing. And all the other companies out here that are presenting, I'm just so impressed with all of you. And it's really important because in ag, we need everyone to be successful. You know, a lot of people last night were saying, hey, you know, high tides float all boats. And we really need to do that in agriculture because things are getting very challenging out there. So kudos to every company today and real big kudos to Reservoir for putting on this conference. I also want to recognize my co-founder and CTO, Nick Fisher. I like to talk about what we do, but he's the one who actually does it. So anything that's really cool, if you might think it's cool, he did. And anything that's boring, that's all me. So what is Agtonomy? I'm going to give you the official pitch line, and then I'm going to tell you really what we do. So we are a deployment-first physical AI ag tech company providing a platform to Tier 1 global equipment OEMs to accelerate their digital transformation. In other words, we make tractors autonomous. But we don't build tractors. We don't build machines. Something about us, I guess I should put the first slide up here. We believe that the incumbents who've been doing this for over 100 years do it better than anyone. So we partner with them to make their equipment fully autonomous. Now, I have a bit of an unusual background. And since this is I guess technically a tech conference, I'll start off with my tech background, but I have a whole nother side of my life. I've done lots of high-tech things. I've been in Silicon Valley for many decades. I've done quite a few startups, some that have gone public, some that have been acquired by Fortune 100 companies. I've had the pleasure of working for some incredible entrepreneurs in my life, including Bill Gates, Steve Jobs twice, Michael Dell, Trip Hawkins, the founder of Electronic Arts. I talk about Electronic Arts because Danny said at the very beginning this morning that, hey, we're not building mobile applications in agriculture, but we actually are. And gaming's an important part that I'll try to tie together about how we do what we do at Agtonomy. So I've done some great products on the tech side. I did the original Xbox, did the original iPad, did multi-touch technology. I worked for the largest gaming company in the world called Scientific Games. And all that tech background is fine. But if you're going to be successful in ag tech, you need to know how to farm. And so my real background and where I really come from and where I actually live is on a farm that I started when I was a teenager. I was born and raised a dairy farmer. By the way, for those of you in agriculture, if you don't know, dairy farming is the hardest farming in the world. The cows don't sleep and you have to milk them twice a day. So, I have this long passion history with agriculture, started my own farm, and I went to a great ag school called UC Davis. Any Aggies out there? We got one. Okay, one. I like Fresno State too. I like them all. Cal Poly, of course. So, I went to be the world's greatest winemaker because I started a vineyard operation when I was a teenager. I was not very popular in high school, but then when I started making wine and bringing it to my colleagues, I became really popular. So my farming operation is called Trattori Farms. Trattori means tractor in Italian. It's about 3.5 hours north of here. I grow olives for olive oil and I grow grapes for wine. The wine industry is challenged right now. It's a huge industry in California, like $80 billion. And olive oil is a great business. So if you want to check out some of Trattori's products, they'll actually be at the Agtonomy booth. And we'll be giving away wine. I don't know if that's legal, FBI. But we'll be giving away wine later today for the best questions asked to my CTO, of course. So, and if you want to buy some products online, you can use the promo code, a friend of Tim, and get a discount from Trattori Farms. Enough plugging. So, look, I have a lot of experience in computer vision, I have a lot of video game experience, and I'm a farmer to this day. And it's the combination of those things that have really allowed us to do what we do at Agtonomy, which I call building Farmville for real. We were actually founded in a barn. A lot of companies are founded in a garage. What I love about Reservoir is that these companies are being founded in a farm, in a barn, out in the fields, and there's nothing better than that. My engineering background allowed me to do a lot of automation on my farm for decades. When I went to UC Davis, I accidentally took a computer course, and I went in a farmer, and I left a farmer and an engineer, and then went on to grad school in farming as well. So that's where my tech background started. And so I had automated a lot, but I hadn't automated the field work, and I saw the writing on the wall with my farm. I couldn't hire people to drive tractors. Still to this day, there's only 2 of us on our farm, myself being one of them, and another gentleman who's been with me for about 22 years, who I allow to drive tractors when we run them manually. We're doing mostly autonomously now. And so, you know, I showed I hadn't done anything on the outside, but some friends and I, we built a prototype, and it worked better than expected. And I showed it to my Silicon Valley friends, and I said, hey, look what I developed, look what we developed to save Trattori Farms. And they all laughed at me and said, this is not about saving Trattori Farms, this is about saving all farmers, this is about saving the world. So we formed a company about 5 years ago, and that's the origin of Agtonomy. Now, we focus on permanent crops. Why do we focus on permanent crops? Because it's hard. Some would argue, myself included, that it's harder than row crops, right? You can't see the sky. You heard Matthew Potter from John Deere talk about this. When you're under canopy, you can't see GPS all the time. It's not flat. And you're operating next to very, very expensive crops. You literally have zero tolerance. You're operating within 1 inch of very expensive crops. If we created an autonomous solution and took out 100 stalk of corn, it's about $5. If we take out 1 pistachio tree, it can be up to $3,500. If we take out 1 grapevine from Napa, they're the most expensive grapes, that can be about $1,500. So, you know, you're operating around these very expensive objects, and you're trying to farm around them very precisely. So, high-value crops actually take about 50 times more labor hours to farm than row crops, and about 5 times the volume of equipment. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done in permanent crops, probably more so than in row crops. And this is a market that really needed autonomous capabilities more than any other market, and that's why we started there. And it's one of the hardest environments to work in. So we're working in apples, cherries, citrus, pistachios, almonds, vineyards, avocados, and of course olives today. But as a grower myself, I didn't want us to build tractors because I wanted the trusted brand for what my John Deere friends said, it's all about reliability. As a grower, I buy based on reliability first, innovation second. Only until I innovate, then I'll buy that. But it's super important, which is why we wanted to partner with Tier 1 global OEMs, because they have the sales, the dealers, the support, the parts. This equipment is for the livelihood of the business, and you really need that from a distribution standpoint and support standpoint. They also have financing, and that's something that's really important. They also design the best equipment out there for these harsh environments. So our whole strategy was never to build retrofit kits or factory fit without an OEM, but working with them. And I'll tell you why that's really important, at least for the applications we do. And again, I want to mention reliability is such an important thing. So today there's a couple of Agtonomy tractors here at our booth, if it doesn't blow away. There's a Kubota M5N workhorse and a Doosan Bobcat 4000 series tractor. And there's other Agtonomy-enabled tractors out there. So first thing I want to do is take a look at the kind of sensors and other things that are on these vehicles. And I have to be honest with you, it all starts with a software-defined vehicle. So what does that mean? A lot of people call it a drive-by-wire vehicle. It's a vehicle that can be controlled by digital signals. And when you work with the OEM, every single thing can be controlled. Lights, four-wheel, two-wheel drive selectors, everything, the horn even. And so that's really important to have a fully digital vehicle that you can then control. And they're the best, these equipment manufacturers are the best in the world at building drive-by-wire vehicles because they know their vehicles better than anyone. So when we work with partners, they bring drive-by-wire vehicles, and then we focus on the autonomy stack on top of that. And it can be a retrofit kit as long as it's done by them or working with them or installed by the dealers. Now, because we do work with the OEMs, we get access to a lot of confidential information, such as all the specific engine data, which will come into play later when I talk about workloads. The vehicles that are autonomy-enabled even have an isobus connector, and these are small tractors for permanent crops. And so not only can you have all these sensors on a vehicle, there's typically between 30 and 40 sensors on an autonomy-enabled vehicle. There's lots of cameras, wheel odometry, LiDAR, all kinds of things. But you also get access to literally thousands of data points from the engine, and that allows you to do some really interesting things. And now, through isobus, you can have an infinite number of sensors on the implement as well, because it's not just about the tractor, it's about the implement, the workload that's being done. And that's something that we really founded our company on, is not just focusing on the tractor, but on the whole solution. Every vehicle, and you can see it on top of this picture here, also has a rich communication stack. So it has cellular, which sucks in agriculture when you're on a 5,000-acre ranch in the middle of nowhere. It has Starlink integrated. The OEMs typically integrate that into the hood, which is a nice flat part of the tractor, and it does really well there. But again, you're not always in view of the sky, so you have to design a solution that doesn't see GPS all the time, or doesn't receive GPS, nor does it actually get low Earth orbit satellite signals. So it has to be able to operate in GPS denied and internet denied. So everything has to be on vehicle. There's even Wi-Fi, and that's really important because when the tractors come back from their work, they'll all follow each other back to a shop, and they might go into the shop, and then having Wi-Fi access inside of that shop allows data for model improvements to be uploaded automatically. Obviously, dual GNSS, GPS, RTK, but you can't count on that all the time, which brings us back to the cameras. So we are very focused, pun intended, on cameras. Cameras are what really do the bulk of the work. And we actually exploit the structure of the crop itself to basically localize really closely, within the crop. We have many other methods too, but that's one of the things that we've done. There's even a wide-angle camera that comes down from the ROPS that gives you what I call a cone of silence. So anyone or any animal that comes into the tractor within that wide-angle view, the tractor stops. So it's a great secondary. We actually have triple redundancy of different safety methods. Now, the cameras are the key sensors for navigation and doing the workloads, but they couldn't do what they do, or we couldn't do what we do without a lot of compute. So the other thing that's on every vehicle is a lot of compute. The minimum compute on most autonomy-enabled vehicles can process 8 high-resolution video streams simultaneously at about 250 trillion times a second. And one of the important things is that there's also commercial-grade flash on board, several terabytes. Because when you're out there, there's a lot of stuff that you want to collect and process to improve your models. Maybe there's some data that the grower wants to have about their crop to do analytics on. And that acts as a great buffer as you're doing work or even sending out specific jobs. So we perceive the environment through these cameras, and then our software makes behavioral changes based upon what it sees. So by training our models on different crop types, and yes, in the beginning, just like what John Deere showed earlier today, you start with one crop, you start with one application. And it all started on my farm, which we got access to 24/7, and we still have access to 24/7. I think there's now 5 farmers on our team that all have farms, so we can operate around the clock and do all kinds of data collection and, of course, testing. We're at the point now where we can generalize really well to different crop types. And that's been a big milestone that has occurred about a year and a half ago or so. And it took years of data collection to get to that point. So we've amassed a massive amount of data, but we've also used simulation, all the typical tools of Isaac Sim and Cosmos and whatnot. And that all helps, but the real world is still extremely important. Everything starts with aerial imagery. So you can take Google Earth 3D imagery. It doesn't have to be that accurate. We can ingest that. We do object recognition, so we can discern the rows and everything. So when a vehicle shows up, the grower has everything. It has their entire farm digitized. If Google Earth 3D is not in their area, they usually have drone data of their crops. Most of them already have that for the enterprise growers. Or if they don't, we'll even fly that for them. But again, it doesn't have to be super high resolution. So with all of the kinds of things that we've done, we've been able to not only generalize across crop types and lighting conditions and all the things that you would expect, but we've also been able to move from chassis type to chassis type very, very quickly. So we've been on articulating chassis, Ackerman-based steering chassis, track-based chassis, cab-based vehicles, front PTO, rear PTO, front and rear PTO. And it's really important to do that because one size does not fit all in agriculture. So if you're a startup out there and you have one model, like what's wonderful about Bonsai is they have many different models. I see many other companies doing that. Obviously, the John Deeres and the Kubotas and the New Hollands, et cetera, do that as well. And it's super important because one size does not fit all in agriculture and construction and many other areas. We're even agnostic to the propulsion system type. So we've done EV tractors, we've done diesel tractors, gas tractors, and hydrogen tractors, and anything else that comes up. So I cannot overstate the importance, though, of working hand in hand with the engineers from the OEMs and with their manufacturing teams and their dealers. Without that deep integration, the operational and legal risks are daunting, not to mention scale is almost unachievable. So you've heard a lot today, and you'll hear a lot more about navigation and world models that can help us traverse different environments. That's really important, but what's even more important is the workload that's being done. Growers do not give a crap about navigating from point A to point B. What they care about is that the job was done properly. And if it wasn't done properly, it's a big issue. So not only do we have to take into account the kinematic model and the dynamics of the tractor, but every single implement as well. As I always like to say, nobody goes tractoring, they go and do a job. And it's the implement that really enables that, at least in permanent crops, on what I'll call normal tractors. So, precision is super important. And ultimately, the goal is to make those repetitive and difficult physical work tasks reliably autonomous. The machine has to be reliable. The autonomy has to be reliable. Doing the workload and the control systems have to be super reliable. Let me dive into that a little bit more. In 1925, I'm sure you all remember, Harry Ferguson filed a master patent, which is called the apparatus patent. And it was quite seminal in that it helped transform the tractor from a machine that just pulled things into an intelligent, adaptable work system with draft control, three-point hitch, PTO. And it was unbelievable. It really transformed modern agriculture. And still to this day it does. It's even helped in construction and other off-road industrial technologies where you have to float blades and all those kinds of things. I always like to say there's only been two successful Swiss Army knives in history. One is the Swiss Army knife, and the second one is the tractor. Growers do not want single-use machines. They love to have their CapEx being used so they can do multiple jobs, and three-point hitch and PTO helps them do that. So we do about 12 different categories of jobs. You can see some of them here. Logistics, we call it transport, but we use logistics, it sounds better. Spraying, lots of mowing, disking, all kinds of tasks. Within each category, there's literally hundreds, if not thousands of implements. Today, we only support about 500 implements. By the way, in the beginning, we supported one. It was a mower. It was a flail mower. It was a knife blade flail mower. And now we've grown quite a bit by being able to ingest, and we had to architect that from day one, different implements very, very quickly, either from their spec sheets and their control capabilities, or in some cases, there's some homegrown implements that welders in shops at different ranches are making, and so we'll actually take physical measurements and incorporate that into the Agtonomy implement library. That library is not only part of onboard on the vehicle, and the vehicle can even object recognition to know that the implement that was selected was the actual implement. And once that implement is selected, either automatically or manually, through the user experience on the vehicle itself, all the characteristics get adapted, and now the entire kinematic model is known. More importantly, it also sets the manufacturer's recommended PTO speed and other parameters so that you don't destroy implements. So we found that once you have autonomy, you actually have lower maintenance costs of the tractors and the implements. And that's something we've learned only through scaling with customers. Now, one of the jobs you may notice is data collection. We have terabytes of onboard storage. We're collecting lots of data. The data is owned by the grower. So FBI, please note that the data is owned by the grower. Now, they allow us to use it to improve our models, and that's great, right? So we take a subset of the multiple terabytes that are being processed every hour by every machine. But there's something else that we capture for the grower, and that's imagery of their crop. And there's a lot of things that can be done with that imagery. But Agtonomy is not going to do that. All we do is improve how we get the work done. Okay, that's the biggest TAM, if you will. The analytics of the data for crop diseases and yield and other things is really valuable. But we can't be agronomy experts in every single crop. So we actually now work with analytics companies and provide them with data sets if the grower allows. We've also worked with analytics companies that have special sensors or high-powered LED lighting. And what's interesting is we can carry those around autonomously on, for example, that Bobcat vehicle over there, and it gets better fuel mileage than side-by-sides. So now growers can collect data much more accurately and collect thousands of acres worth of data, and then have that company do the analytics to give them more information about what jobs to do when. One of the things that's probably the most difficult in everything we've done is ground engagement, disking and cultivating while you're operating 1 inch away from the crop if you get tugged the wrong way. So your control systems have to be very, very, very good, and your compute has to be very fast. So I'd like to show a 1-minute video, and if you can kill the audio on the slides, that'd be great. This is basically showing some tasks that this one vehicle that's out here that are available now does. So it operates in vineyards, it operates in orchards, and one user can actually manage an entire fleet. So there's really an unlimited number of vehicles that can be managed by the user experience that we've also developed, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. But it's the actuation that is being done at exactly the right time to be able to get the jobs done. Nighttime operation, real funny story. We were working with the largest grower of grapes in the world, and we had done some testing at night. And then one night we all got alerts because they had sent an entire fleet of vehicles out at night, and it just worked. So again, being able to generalize is now happening. Smart toolbars, like you see a smart toolbar over there that does mechanical weeding. In the past, mechanical weeding in permanent crops, herbicides is kind of used to be the #1 thing, but now with other kinds of weeding technologies like laser weeding from our friends at Carbon, and mechanical weeding too, you're able to now economically do those passes. So I want to talk about what might seem like the easiest job in the world, and that's mowing. Newsflash, mowing is actually very difficult. whether it's a flail mower, knives or hammers, a rotary mower, a finishing mower. There's so many types of mowers, so many types of widths, etc. And it's actually a very, very complex task. You cannot just set the speed and go and mow, especially in permanent crops. Your cover crop can sometimes be taller than the tractor. And so you have to be able to discern what's organic matter that you can push through and destroy just as much as, or even not more, than objects you need to avoid. So one of the other things, though, that's really important is that OEM integration I talked about. We get a lot of proprietary information about the engine. We even get PTO torque. And with that additional information, we can do things that are much more accurate. So typically, good mowing is done by a human where they're basically listening to the engine. They'll slow the vehicle down, speed the vehicle up, and we have that ability to do that as well. So at Autonomy, we always wanted to make sure that the physical AI platform really thought like a human. And because we are farmers, we've had hundreds of thousands of hours of our of tractor time, and so we know a lot about this. So we think like an operator, and I'll give some other examples of this, but in this case, we'll take that engine load spike or that torque increase, and we'll slow the vehicle down because we know the mower, whatever type, is bogging down. And so the job gets done always perfectly. And we can even look at visual images afterwards to make sure of that, but you got to do it while you're actually going through. So the operator doesn't just steer the tractor, they really have a feel for what's going on. And by having all of that confidential data from the OEMs about their machine, we can do a much better job. So, such access to the raw data from machines is really great. We also monitor inertial measurement units, which are also part of the sensors that are on every vehicle. And when you have like a PTO torque spike, like a really big spike, we even patented a safety stop. Because typically what happens then is you've got a wire that you've wrapped around the mower, which for any of you who've grown permanent crops happens all the time. Or you might have hit a big rock and it seized the mower. So again, that will trigger a safety stop. If the vibrations are going beyond the normal vibrations, you might have some blades missing on the mower. Or maybe the rotary mower has hit too many rocks and has started to vibrate a little bit out of balance. So we can alert the supervisor of the fleet that, hey, you might want to check, tractor 102 with flail mower XYZ. We think they might be missing some blades. And that's really important. It gets back to that point I was talking about in terms of maintenance being much more cost effective when you have autonomous solutions. So, we don't think about just part of the platform. A lot of people say we're an enabling company. We are, but we enable by giving a full solution. And you really have to in autonomy in rugged environments like agriculture, right? You can't just have the tractor. You can't just have the cloud services for maybe some fleet management. You can't just have the mobile apps. And by the way, we build everything on mobile apps because that's the way the world works today. So we have applications that are commercially available on iOS and Android, smartphones and tablets. So please download them and give us a 5-star rating. You might not be able to do much with it without a fleet of autonomy-enabled vehicles, but that's going to be changing soon. So, you need to make sure that the grower doesn't have to set up any infrastructure, doesn't have to set up any mesh networks. The vehicle shows up just like a new John Deere would show up or a New Holland tractor would show up, and the grower can get to work right away. And that's something that took years to get to, but we're thrilled that we're finally there, again, with our partners. So what we're really building is not an autonomous tractor, but what we're really building is an autonomous workforce. And the skilled labor features are now being integrated into the machines, right? If you think about it, if you're an equipment operator and you see skilled labor vanishing, because it is in many of these off-road industrial markets. I have 3 children, none of them are taking over my farm. You're on a path to extinction if you don't do something about it. And that's why you're seeing so many great innovations from all the manufacturers out there. And we're trying to help them with this. So it's kind of like, having FSD built into cars today by Teslas or maybe other manufacturers, building that in is the way that things are going with ag equipment too. So, it starts with aerial imagery and it culminates with advanced vehicles from these incredible OEMs. So, this is just some of the things that we have in there. It all starts with the chassis, of course, and it builds up from there, vehicle control units and whatnot. And then the brains are actually talking to the vehicle control unit, which does the actual movement of the components on the vehicle. So, with OEM integration, drive-by-wire, middleware, perception planning, all the controls comes together in one complete solution. But now I'm going to talk about the most important thing, and I'm going to end with just a couple of slides on the most important thing, and that is the corner cases. So the corner cases are what make or break robotics in rugged environments like agriculture. We can simulate all the great things that we simulate. We can collect all the great data that we collect, but inevitably something happens. And you're also operating in what I would call not pure environments. I love seeing videos of robots going down beautiful rows of orchards and beautiful rows of vineyards, and there's no big weeds or anything in there. But the reality is something different. And as companies, all of us working in ag tech, we have to get through the corner cases, because if we, actually, hang on a second, whoops. Here we go. These are basically 6 cameras from a real tractor operating on a 2,000-acre ranch. And you can see that, the vines are hitting it and everything. So you have to do a much better job of understanding what you can push through and what you need to avoid. I always tell this story about when we started working a few years ago in the state of Washington. Apples tend to attract lots of very big spiders and lots of spider webs. We became really, really good at being able to detect spider webs, which is not easy, and pushing through. So this just shows you a real-world situation of disking in a kind of a typical environment that has lots of branches and vines and things over it and lots of weeds in front of it. This next video is something that's also really important. Land is a valuable asset for growers, and permanent crops are very expensive, like I talked about. So growers like to push the envelope and plant to the edge, I call it. And a lot of times you don't have enough space to turn around. So tight headland turns, if you have 95% of a 5,000-acre farm that you can do nice turns in, that's great. But if that 5% is holding you back, the grower goes, I don't want to use your solution. So you have to, again, think like a human and be able to do these kinds of things. So this is a video showing how we've now commercialized multi-point turns. Notice how I didn't say 3-point turns, because this is all dynamic. If there's a lot of space, it just turns into maybe row 1 plus, skips 1 row. If there's maybe a little less space, it might do a 3-point turn. If there's even less space, it might do a 4-point turn, like this example. If there's even less space, heck, it'll do a 20-point turn. So multi-point turn really opens up so much more for growers, and we've seen a lot of happiness lately since we released that feature. Just a couple of years ago, we couldn't do this. I mean, driving, not only autonomously operating forward, that's pretty difficult, but also autonomously operating backwards. And you'll actually see now on all the autonomy-enabled tractors, they have big stickers saying, hey, these tractors will go backwards. So please be careful. So the last thing is, how do you deal with issues when they do arise? I think some of my colleagues who were up here before, and I think John said it from Bonsai, I think Matthew said it from John Deere, there are things that happen. How do you handle those, right? So you can have the automation piece, but what if, for example, there is that bucket that John mentioned in the row? And what do you do as a fleet operator? Do you automatically just reverse on that entire row? You might want to get some help. Not teleoperate the machine, but get some guidance from whoever is the supervisor managing that fleet of tractors. So, for example, on the left side here, you might see the bucket, and the grower would get a push notification. They can keep their smartphone in their pocket. They'll get the push notification, see an image of that, And they can have these macros that they can do certain things with. For example, wait until it clears, honk the horn if it's a stubborn animal that doesn't get out of the way. You might want to dispatch help. Like if you know that you need somebody to go out there, a human rescue, and you can't do it yourself. So you can have your entire team and basically select everyone. Everyone gets an SMS, because that's typically how we operate in the farms. And then whoever grabs that ticket, if you will, the others get canceled. So super important to be able to engineer for uncertainty. So in closing, I just want to say that doing rugged autonomy is not easy. And I think that a lot of the companies here know just how hard it is. We need to work together. We all need to win. Agriculture is becoming the ultimate proving ground for physical AI. Some of my colleagues said that earlier. I could not agree more. Mowing seems like an easy task, but it's actually very complex. And believe me, it's all about two things. Reliability, which my friends from John Deere highly emphasized, and that includes reliability of the autonomy, and dealing with the corner cases, because they will come up. So there's no room for error in rugged autonomy, and I want to thank you so much for your time. We might have time for a question or two.
Great. All right, thank you, Tim. That was wonderful. Yeah, let's do, I'm just going to cap it now. Let's shoot for 4 questions here. We got a question up in front here from Pam.
Yeah, so you've obviously been very successful in the vineyard world, and having Gallo, having
Olive world too.
Well,
I make more money on olive oil than I do on wine. Let me make that clear.
As a farmer,
yeah.
Right? Not as a. No, I know I've written about you at Gallo and Treasury, and for wine business, and I'm interested. You just got a big chunk of cash to plow into the business from last fall. I'm wondering what you're thinking of doing with it. I'm also wondering what the resistance is. So those are giant corporations doing a certain type of farming. What do you find is the biggest source of resistance from other operations? Is it scale, or what is it?
Mm-hmm. Great question. So resistance is quite normal out there. Remember, reliability is purchased over innovation. One of the most important things that we have learned, and we always knew it, and I knew it as a farmer, was show me. Don't tell me about it. Don't show me a demo. Don't show me a video. Come to my farm and operate it and show it working there. And that's the #1 way we actually get deployments into the world. And we're now deploying throughout the United States and throughout Australia as well. And I'll tell you, I would say 99.9% of sales that we and our OEM partners do are done in that fashion. And by the way, it's nothing new. When I buy a new tractor, my dealer in Santa Rosa lets me borrow it for a day or two or a week. And inevitably, because I love tractors, I buy it, right? But it has to work in your environment. So that's one thing. What was the first part of your question? Scale. Yeah, I mean, look, scale, again, we're just one model of a business model. We believe that the incumbent OEMs, the incumbent tier 1 manufacturers, are the ones that have the most scale, the best distribution, the best service in the world. And so that's why we partner with them. But other models work as well. I'm just telling you about what we chose to do. So, yeah. Saga does a great job with their UV robots. That's great. We are more general purpose. We're more of a Swiss Army knife, supporting kind of all of the implements that are needed pre-harvest, post-harvest. That's where about 80% of the expenses come when it comes to permanent crops, especially in the vineyards. I always tell people it's really hard to grow grapes. It's really easy to harvest them. It's really easy to grow olives, but it's really hard to harvest them. Anyway, good question.
Any other questions? Yeah, up here in the front.
Hi, my name is Luke Hogue. I work for a think tank in DC. I'll ask 2 questions. You could choose which one you want to answer. So the first is, you're talking about lots and lots of storage for your major fleets that are out there that are running dozens of machines. How are they handling data exfil? How are they handling the costs of storage? how are they dealing with, I mean, large enterprise amounts of data? The second question is, you teased something about access for people that are not in the Agtonomy family. If you want to extrapolate on that a little bit.
On
you
the
can
data
choose
side?
one of those two.
Okay. Well, I like the second one because it's pretty interesting. We actually announced in a press release last week that we are partnering. We don't just partner with tractor manufacturers. We don't just partner with implement manufacturers. We also partner with data analytics companies. Okay, so if the grower allows, first of all, things are buffered on the vehicle. We process terabytes and terabytes, but like Bonsai and like John Deere and like all of us, we can't upload all of that. So we choose what to upload. And when it comes to the crop type of data, it's actually a lot. Like you can do all kinds of things with it. It's just we're not going to do that. We focus on getting the work done and just improving our models for that. So when the grower allows, the data that we do upload, we put into a data lake, typically on S3, and then we provide that to the analytics company, and they can do whatever kinds of analytics as long as they add value to the grower, right? Because this is a whole ecosystem. Ultimately, it's about helping the grower. And that data can be very, very important. I view it as sort of this, at a very high level, my dream is to have a farm agent with the easy button that you just hit, right? So it's got all this data that's coming in. It tells me like, on Wednesday morning at 9:11 a.m., send out 6 tractors with these implements and these ag inputs or whatever, and it just does it. And that's all part of that circle of life, if you will, when it comes to farming. So, but again, Agtonomy, we love partnering with companies that do analytics. So if you are a company doing that, please come see us.
Great. Question? Let's go here, and then last question over here.
Hey, Tim. My name is Kevin McDonald with Red Sparrow. You call yourselves a foundational platform for physical work. Everyone here is talking about physical AI, but if the AI is going to act in the physical world, someone has to prove what it actually did once it's done. Is that a problem you're already solving as part of this foundational platform, or is that a different foundational platform that still needs to be built?
Well, our biggest proof is with the growers. Look, that is the most important thing of anything, is ensuring that what you did was correct. There's technology that we use for some of that, but in the end, it's also the grower that says, this did a good job. Farmers are smart. Like, they know when things worked well. And so you gotta always be listening to the growers, not just like come up with cool inventions to say, see, I know I mowed correctly, but if the grower says, no, you didn't, the grower is always right. So a little bit of a vague answer there, but it's true. It's an honest answer.
Okay, last question.
Hello again. I'll introduce myself one more time. I'm Nagar. I'm from Iran, and I'm studying biosystems engineering at Davis. And
You're an Aggie?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
There's 2 Aggies here. All right. Okay, good.
So my question is, let's say you have one person operating a fleet of tractors. To what extent or to what degree do they have the freedom of monitoring or tinkering the parameters that they're working with? Say something happens, there's a pest infestation, and you want to detect where you can find holes. In Iran, what we personally did was put Cheetos in the holes so the mice would come to them. But let's say you want to upscale this or detect them with tractors. To what extent can the grower have flexibility in deciding those parameters based on their own orchard?
That's a really good question. We do not do any of that. So what we do is we ensure that the work gets done. We will stream some subset of data to a company like yours who can then do real-time detection and then stop things, for example. But what we do is most of the analytics are all done post the work getting done. But it doesn't mean that we can't do exactly what you described. It's just we're not going to do that. We're not going to find the Cheetos and the mice. Was it Cheetos? Okay. I like Cheetos. All right.
All right, great. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, we got a powerful back-to-back here. We got Paul Mikesell from Carbon Robotics coming up.
All right. Hello. I need a clicker. Is this my clicker? If I hit this, will it go? All right. Everybody can hear me, right? Yeah, just one video. I'm going to pause it. I'm going to play it. We're going to see what happens, okay? All right. I am Paul from Carbon Robotics. So Carbon Robotics, we make the laser weeder. There's laser weeder back there. Maybe you've seen it. I'm hoping probably most people in here have seen laser weeder at one point or another. There's a lot of laser weeder customers in this valley, in the Salinas Valley. So if you've kind of been around farming, you've seen our machines. I wanted to talk a little bit about our journey and maybe try to give a little bit of encouragement to people who are working on things where it seems hard and they're trying to make stuff work in the field, and the things that they thought were going to work, didn't work, which is a common scenario, okay, that maybe we all know about. Maybe I hit this button. All right. So what's happening here is this is our first version of the laser weeder. Maybe not everybody knows the first version was actually an autonomous machine. This machine drove itself, had lasers on it, beautiful picturesque views of some of our early farms. And I was going to pause it right about here. That didn't do what I wanted. Oh. How do I pause? What do I hit to pause it? All right, go ahead. I'll say pause. Play. Yeah, perfect. All right, go ahead and pause it. Okay, so this is one of the early fields we're in. And the thing you maybe don't notice, but could if you had been there, is that there's a cliff along that back side of the field. And at this point in time, we had 4 of those machines that we had built, okay? Most of the resources of the company. And in this field, just like Tim was talking about, sometimes the end of row turns are really difficult. And we had people that would run out and turn it around if the turn was really in a difficult place. And they had 4 machines and 4 different controllers. And, they grabbed the wrong controller and drove one of our machines off the cliff, which at that point was, that would have represented 25% of the capital assets of the company at that point in time. So that was not fun, and it was the day before we were going to do this big demo, and there were periods of time in this field where we learned a lot about trying to do maybe too many things at once, autonomy and laser weeding. Can you play a little bit? Play the video. Yeah, thank you. So we're getting a nice, beautiful drone shot here. This is a circle. The field is a circle. Why is it a circle? Who knows why it's a circle? Why? It's got irrigation center pivot. There you go. Okay. So those just pause it real quick here. All right. So those irrigation center pivots, they're coming around, right? They're moving. And our laser weeder is traveling at the speed it needs to do to kill weeds, and it doesn't quite realize there's a center pivot coming around, and until it's too late, until it can't get out of that field. And so we almost lost another 25% of the capital assets of the company through center pivot whipping its way around. And so we had to get scrappy. We went down to the local hardware supply store and found a sonar sensor that was like a motion detector that would ring this doorbell sound whenever motion was happening. So we were all in this trailer in this field the whole time. We stuck the motion detector in the wheel line for the center pivot. Whenever that center pivot was coming around, the thing would trigger, and we'd hear this doorbell sound in the trailer, and you'd see 8 engineers pop out of that trailer and go running down the field to try to not smash our laser weeder. So we learned a lot in those early days about maybe trying to do too much at the same time. So we separated out laser weeding from autonomy, but we did get to the point that we could demo those machines. And so we didn't have a Ruggedize, right? We didn't have a place to go where we could start learning about crops and agriculture and build our machines. So we were going out to farmers just directly. So maybe, appreciate Reservoir Farms for the access that the folks get here. But we did wind up coming down to Salinas with those machines, and we found a couple of really, I think, friendly farmers who were willing to give us the benefit of the doubt, maybe the huge benefit of the doubt. One of them is walking around here, I saw before, Josh Roberts, who ran our machines, showed a bunch of other farmers. But it was the usual kind of thing where we arrived on a Wednesday morning, and we were supposed to do our demo on Thursday, right? So it's Wednesday morning, we're trying to get set up. And of course, what happens is all of the farm execs flew out in their private airplane on Wednesday, a day early, and they just like showed up and wanted to see us run it. So we had to get up and make it run like fast, okay? That was kind of terrifying. The thing actually didn't work when we first started it, issues with the Wi-Fi, et cetera. But we kicked it into the field, we got it working, and then I was apologizing to Josh. I was like, man, that was like, sorry, that was embarrassing. At the time, what he told me was, are you kidding me? Most people spend all day in the field and they never get anything working. So I think there is a little bit of flexibility in farmers letting you try stuff to get to, and in the belief that you can get there, as long as you're not asking them to maybe pay you money before you're ready, right? So I think that's probably one of the more important points. We really want to make sure that we treat our customers well, that they know that we have their backs, right? All right, go ahead and play. This is what we wound up building then. This is the G1 laser weeder, the first gen. So we had one size laser weeder, 20 feet wide. You may have seen these ones driving up and down. We decided that what we were going to do with the laser weeder, because manufacturing was not our core competency, right? We were deep learning experts, robotics experts, software engineers. You can go ahead and pause the video real quick. That we would go to a contract manufacturer, right? Manufacturing is not our core competency. We went to a big contract manufacturer in Detroit, and what we learned through that process was that manufacturing was not their core competency either, right? What their core competency was hiring the cheapest people they could get to basically fulfill the job and then kind of let us eat all the bills. And that was really what happened. Their whole business is that gap between the cheapest labor they can find and the people that tell you how great they're going to do for you. And somehow those are never the same set of people. So I learned a lot in that experience. What we learned was that you got to be really careful when you go into a CM. Try to get the scale and bring it in-house, in my mind, as quickly as possible, Maybe John Deere knows this because I don't think they ever went to a CM, right? They've probably always been doing stuff on their for themselves. We had to learn this like really fast. Bring your own manufacturing in-house. We also relied on the help of strangers quite a bit. So Bartley Walker is here from PAR. Maybe you all know PAR. He's been incredibly helpful with us and our growers. I need a tractor. How do I get a tractor? It's got to be over here. It's got to be over there. It needs a front PTO. We need one of these other kinds. He's always been really helpful with us in finding stuff. So I think lean on the people around you, right, for help with stuff as you're building, okay? The getting our deep learning working and getting to the point that the data flywheel was moving was critically important. The first labeled set of all of our images for the laser weeder were data that we took pictures of and manually labeled ourselves. Okay, so it would be, and there was no Starlink at the time. The Wi-Fi in the fields was bad. So what that meant was we'd go to the field all day, take pictures, download them to our laptops, drive back to the hotel at night, right? Spend most of the night hand labeling these images, uploading them from the hotel Wi-Fi, train a new model, and trying to get the thing ready for the next day in the field. That was how we survived in those early days, right? And maybe everybody has gone through that, has done some kind of computer vision-based system. But for us, it was like, how do you get this data flywheel going? And once we started selling machines, it really solved itself. But I think thinking about that ahead of time, right? How are you going to get that data off the machine? How are you going to keep your models up to date? And I've seen other companies do pretty poorly at this. I'm sure nobody here, but where they don't actually think ahead of time, how am I going to get those images off the machine so I can get them to my data center? And that is critical if you're doing anything with computer learning. Okay, so go ahead and play the video a little bit. So the G1, we sold a bunch of those units. Customers were happy. We got a lot done. You can see we have our proprietary lighting system on there. That was a critical part of really making it so that we could see and get perfect images every time, right? The lighting integrated with the camera system became maybe one of the most important inventions. And it really made that's why we don't have to have a skirt, right, around our machine. Okay, so the G2, at the G2, second generation laser weeder, for the first time now, laser manufacturers are coming to us, developing lasers to our specification for killing weeds. So I'm talking about power output, I'm talking about wavelength, I'm talking about beam diameter, right? And not just beam diameter, but beams that will have the right diameter and the right level of divergence, so it attenuates at distance. Safety, right? We're talking about safety for beam shaping. We're talking about safety from wavelength, right? So the G2 laser weeder now is modular also, which allows us to do things like have multiple sizes. Right now I can have laser weeders that are one row 80 inches, or I can have what we had for the original G1, which is a 20-foot wide machine. So having a modular system made sense for us. You can see some greenhouses happening here. And we learned a lot about interaction with the operator app, making it so the grower can see what's happening on the machine through our operator app that we put in the cabinet, and making it so they can tell what's happening means not only can they see the weeding job it's doing, but sometimes they can do things like detect mist detections, cameras that are blurry, cameras that need to be cleaned, right? Other issues that come up. Now the operator can really see what's happening at the same time if you can build a good application for them to interface with, right? So I know Tim from Autonomy has a great app. He showed some of that stuff. We have a remote app that the farmers use on their phone, and then there's an application in the tractor cabin at the same time. The G2, again, we benefited from the help of folks around us. So we have Andros, who I know is also here at the show. Ben Andros, I think, is kicking around somewhere. They did a great job for us on some stuff. The hydraulic legs for the laser weeder, they built those for us. I think really there's just a bunch of people around you here that you can talk to and get help and support from, including the farmers, including Reservoir Farms, maybe including me, folks like Tim, guys who have stuff already out in the field. Okay, let's go forward a little bit to 435 in the video, if you can do that. All right, carbon autonomy. So then we took our AI system and we focused on making our autonomous systems from the early days become a reality. Okay, so now we have our carbon autonomy program, building autonomous tractor systems. So this plugs into existing tractor. We do not the same stuff as autonomy. We're doing big acreage stuff. We're doing a lot of tillage, a lot of laser weeding, a lot of field activities, right? And I'll tell you one of the lessons about tractor autonomy, if you can pause the video really quick. So some of these tractors, some of these big, like an 8RT, you know, that's maybe a $500,000 tractor. These are expensive pieces of equipment, and they do a lot. So the autonomy component is not about saving dollars per hour on a driver. It's about allowing those tractors to run 24/7. Right? The most important thing is you can get 3 shifts now. Right? It's not the $20 an hour or $25 an hour, whatever it is. Pretty regional, right? But it's about being able to run for 24/7 in farming season. So now this expensive piece of equipment, because they can run it so much, their ROI, the payback period for that comes way down, and they get a lot more out of it. Okay, so I think that the autonomy side is going to be more about enabling time dilation than maybe just about anything else. At least that's what we're seeing. So it's about, you know, how do you make the machine be able to do the same stuff consistently over and over again? It goes back to deep learning. It goes back to AI. It goes back to grabbing enough images, getting enough training data. I think for us, one of the biggest enablers, and maybe what I think might become one of the biggest enablers in ag tech just generally, is things like Starlink, right? We use Starlink. We have a partnership with them. They did some videos with us recently. Starlink as an enabling technology, as the ability to be able to get that information off of your machine, I think it's been critical for us, okay? We can go ahead and play a little bit. You keep playing the video. Thank you. A lot of tillage, a lot of laser weeding going on with the AT hay system. That system is tractor agnostic, although we're showing a lot of Deere stuff here. They make great tractors. You know, we try to, I think, help Deere sell tractors when they can run with a laser weeder, they can run with the carbon ATK system, the carbon autonomy system. Many of the implement manufacturers are signing up to be part of the program as well, so you can get a system pre-installed with all the sensors you want. Okay. I thought I'd move to Can we move to 603 on the video, please? I want to talk about the growers. I don't know if there's audio on here or not. Maybe there isn't.
That's probably the main problem in Colorado. Carbon has really helped us solve that problem. Because of the precision of carbon robotics and the laser weeder, we've been able to kill weeds directly where they are without disturbing any of the crop, and that has resulted in about a 20 to 30% yield improvement for us. We definitely have one of the best onion crops we've had so far this year. What we're talking about is a high density crop. There's a big population of these onions. They are healthier, stronger, and I would say about 2 weeks ahead because we haven't had to put any of the herbicides or pesticides on them.
Okay, go ahead and pause real quick. So we have this program where we do these grower stories, right? We go out and take videos with our farmers, and they talk about their experiences, and they talk about what they're getting from the machines. And I encourage people who are working on these technologies and getting them out into the field, you need to go back and check on your customers and make sure you understand where they're getting value, what's working, what's not working, making sure they're happy, right? You adapt a lot to what they tell you. But also you can go back and capture these quotes from them and use that as information so that you know where you're doing a good job, but also so other customers can listen to that and say, oh, this is not, in our case, this is not Carbon telling me this. This is another farmer telling me about this. So what did he say? 30% yield improvement, 20, 30% yield improvement. His crops are coming up 2 weeks later, or sorry, 2 weeks earlier. 2 weeks earlier. So what does that mean? It means he's getting to market earlier. It means he's putting less water and fertilizer into the ground to get the same amount of stuff out, right? So the laser weeder doing a great job for him. But I think as builders, right, it's important to make sure you go back, understand what's working, document that, and then you can use it for sales materials eventually also. Maybe play the video a little bit.
Of carbon robotics and the laser weeder, we've taken our costs down from over $1 million to maybe 100,000 to 200,000 at most. And so that's been crucial for our family farm to save that amount of money.
Right, his family farm is saving money, right?
My name is Courtney Schuster. I'm a third-generation farmer here in South Texas at Rio Fresh. So last August, we got our first Gen 1 laser weeder. Once we had the machine here on the farm and we're using it, within 1 week, we had signed a contract to get a second machine. Our labor costs have gone down, our quality has gone up. It's just been a win-win for our total operation. Whether it's organic or conventional crops, whether it's onions or cilantro, broccoli, parsley, the laser weeders have just been a win for us in huge ways.
My name is Mick Cox from Riviera Farms. I'm the production manager here. We've been farming since the late 1800s in this Lindenow Valley area. When we saw the laser weeder in action, we knew that it could solve a lot of our problems with weeds. The crop health has improved.
So then we're talking about Australia, right? Other places. We showed some Colorado, some Texas, some Australia, right? Laser weeder is now in 15 countries around the world. Hundreds of machines out there. A lot of happy customers, a lot of happy farmers. You know, the title of this talk was Robots, VCs, or Business Model. I think What's Going to Kill You First, I think was the title. My alternative title for the talk was Forks in the Road that almost became Bullets in the Head. Maybe that's a little too much. But I do want to talk a little bit about the kind of things that people run into with just building for autonomy. So we heard the gentleman from Deere talk about his connectorization issues. I think that has been a huge issue for us as well. Trying to find, like, the hardest one probably that we keep running into is high-speed camera gigabit Ethernet, right? Because M12s are kind of lame, RJ45s are kind of lame. There's not great connectors to plug things together. Maybe people who are building machines are running into this. There's new stuff. You know, there's GMSL now that has different connectors as well. Do those work? Are they stable? They weren't before. Are they now? You know, there's all this stuff. But these things are technologies that were developed to be in a data center that now we're trying to put into the field. And that's where all the problems happen, right? we chose a different path from John Deere when you're talking about cooling your compute, right? He talked about having, I don't remember the word he used, but basically not using fans and not using liquid coolant to keep them cool, and just he's got them in a metal case with some fins on it. Heat dissipates that way, okay? We chose from the very beginning, because we already have to run a chiller to keep the lasers cool, that we run a cooling loop through all of our GPUs and CPUs. And that works great for us. But then when we get out into the field, the problems that we discover almost all the time is not that like the deep learning doesn't work or any of the technology. It's usually stuff like the air conditioner that we used to use like kept falling apart, or that the RJ45 connectors didn't work, or that we had coolant leaks that flood the cabinet, and then we wind up with all this damage. So it's usually the stuff that is taking connectors or taking components from other industries, putting them together, trying to package it out into the field. That's where all the problems happen. So a lot of this is, how do you make stuff in manufacturing? How do you design stuff to be resilient? How do you support it? I'm going to have Jaime come up in a little bit and talk about our support systems as well. I do want to talk about business model. I've seen a lot of companies, and maybe so have you, try to get into agriculture, and their idea is they're going to do robots as a service. And maybe that works for some people. I think for us, certainly, that would have been a terrible catastrophe, a big disaster if we tried to do robots as a service. You've heard of other companies trying to build maybe other weeding implements where they do robots as a service. So why is that so bad? I think robots as a service is a business model that gets pushed a lot from the VCs because they like to do SaaS, and then they say, well, I'm going to do a pattern match, and then we'll do robots as a service, right? Why not? But the problem is, as a company, you have all this capital outlay that you have to put into building the robots, and then you're going to, as a service, your way back to zero. And there are times that could take 3 years, right? So how are you going to do that as a company? You're going to limit your growth based on how many machines you can put out there, and then try and collect money to get back to the basic BOM cost. I think that's why companies wind up getting really upside down really fast, and they don't realize it. This happens in robotics kind of everywhere. But in agriculture, I think it's been even worse. And so you've seen these companies come and go and fail at these models. We chose right from the very beginning to just sell our machines directly. If you bring enough value, you can do that. And the other thing is that then the grower really gets all the value of the machine, right? Because they buy this capital asset, and then because it's more efficient for them, they capture all that extra value, right? If you're going to try to as a service your way into a business model, you're capturing all that value as a company in like all these little tiny chunks. So that's bad for you, and it's bad for the farmer. I think it's just way better. Build a good machine that's solid, that you can stand by, sell those machines, support the machines, but don't try to as a service it. And I'm sure there's people in this room that are going to disagree with me. Is Adam Steger here? Adam's going to disagree with me about that. But more power to you, right? Good luck. We've all seen these issues with, as you start moving your machines up and faster build times, right, out into more and more customers, you realize that what used to be a problem, which is I don't get any preferential treatment when I'm buying parts, right, because I don't have the scale. I'm buying in little small chunks. That problem goes away, right? All of a sudden, your vendors will give you volume discounts. They'll do things for you like push you up in the production line so that you get your parts earlier because you're ordering them 1,000 at a time, right? And it starts to make more sense for them. So that's good. A lot of those problems go away, and you start to get preferential treatment from your vendors. That's great, right? But now the downside is when you make mistakes on the engineering side, when you make design choices that maybe you wish you hadn't made, now you've suddenly, with one problem in the CAD model, created $1 million mistake for yourself. And if you're like us, that just means you go back and you're going to fix it for everybody, right? And so scale can be this kind of double-edged sword that shows up on you really fast, where, yes, you're getting cheaper components. Yes, like for us, people are building lasers for us to our specification. But then we screw up, and we need to go replace everything in hundreds of machines because something isn't going to last, right? We experience this all the time. Now, I did mention VCs a little bit. It's hard to raise money in agriculture and ag tech. It's really hard to raise money in ag tech. I think most of us probably go out and we talk about we're an AI robotics company, right? Nobody says invest in my ag tech startup. AI robotics company. You have some flavor of AI in your pitch, right? I guarantee it. But we have an even bigger problem because most of these VCs, they don't live anywhere near agriculture. They don't know anything about how their food is grown. They don't really understand. They've never seen an onion in the ground or a carrot in the ground or anything at all. And so trying to describe to them why something like a laser weeder is important, or why something like the sharpshooter is important, or why these technologies matter to farmers, you have to start from the very beginning and sort of educate them about the ways in which plants grow. And that's a very hard task to do with venture capitalists. We kind of learn the knack of it over time, and you really keep leaning into the AI and the robotics and the acceleration in your technology. I had some funny moments where we were pitching. Venture capitalists is asking me about our weed kill rates. I'm talking about the job we do. Yeah, we kill 95% of the weeds. We go through, the farmer's happy. And this particular investor was sort of flabbergasted at how dumb we were, because he was like, well, if you kill 95% of the weeds, like, what are you going to do after you've killed all the weeds? Right? So I had to explain to this gentleman, well, they're going to come back. They come in the water supply, and they get blown in, and, like, there's dormant seeds in the ground. But I don't think he believed me. I think he was just like, you don't understand. You're going to run for one season, and after you kill all the weeds, like, you're out of business, right? So that was weird. You know, like, I had a different investor ask me a similar kind of question. I talk about dormant weed seeds in the ground, right? How long do they live? How long can they live in the ground with dormant weeds? What's a number? Somebody throw out a number of years. 5 is a good number. 7 years is kind of what I see a lot. But yeah. Multiple years. Okay. So I'm talking to this investor, and somehow we got on this topic, and I explained, yeah, laser weeder, we shoot the weeds when they come up, right? And he goes, well, wait a minute. That means there's these weed seeds in the ground that are going to come up at some point. I'm like, yeah, we're going to kill them with the laser weeder. And he's like, well, are the farmers okay with that? I mean, don't they want you to get all the weed seeds out of the dirt? And I was like, I guess. Like, but what technology would do? What, are we going to sift all the dirt, you know? But at that point, right, the conversation is basically over at that point, right? I'm not gonna get an investment from this guy. But it just shows that, like, the difference in what you know, you've had these calls, right? You're trying to pitch your company. There's some guy in a sweater vest in a wood panel office, and you're like, oh, I don't know how this is gonna go, right? But the good news is, as we move forward in our AI progress, just generally, differentiation for AI systems is moving towards physical AI, all right? Physical AI. Why is that? Because we have the foundation models, right? You've got Claude, you've got ChatGPT, you're probably running Claude Code or Codex to get your coding done, right? But what's the next differentiation, right? So I could take an API license from OpenAI, and I can make AI for whatever you want. I can make AI for legal. I can make AI for recipes. I can make AI for there's all these little things, but those are diminishing levels of differentiation, okay? But AI robotics is really differentiated. Physical AI is really differentiated. Building something like a laser weeder, I don't have to worry that Anthropic is going to build their own laser weeder, right? That's not going to happen to me. That's where the differentiation is. So I'm telling you, the tide is starting to turn in favor of AI robotics. AI robotics, right? Just don't pitch it as an ag tech company. I think you probably have all run into that. Just be careful about that. I do see it happen a lot where it's sort of company death by venture capital advice, right? I think you should remember that your VCs most of the time weren't operators, right? They haven't built a business. They haven't actually really done anything other than maybe work at McKinsey, do some consulting, and then try and tell you how to run your business. My advice to you is listen to their advice and think if it's a good piece of advice, and then if it's not, don't follow it, right? How many times as an entrepreneur, as some venture capitalists come to you with 100%, that's something they're 100% certain about that you need to do to change your business model immediately, and and it's just totally ridiculous, right? But I see companies do it all the time. They listen to their VCs, they wind up in a ditch. What happens then? What happens then is your fault. It's not their fault, right? They're not going to say, oh, I was wrong. They're going to say, well, you screwed up, right? So stick to your guns, build the things that you know how to build it in the way you know how to build it. And we talked a little bit, this has come up a bunch in this event today, about field support. How do you support your machines? How do you make sure growers get the best response when something breaks? Because things are going to break. Things are going to break. People are going to crash into stuff. Things are going to fall apart. You're going to have vibration issues you didn't expect. So we took the model right out the gate of we do our own sales, we do our own support. We don't rely on anybody else for that stuff. It was very important to us from the beginning that we took ownership over our customers' experiences and their results. And that's been important to us. So what I want to do now is bring up Jaime LT, who runs all of our field service and support teams, and let him talk to you about how he built this team. We have a worldwide team now. Everywhere there's laser weeders, Jaime's got people. People rave about our support, and I'm going to have him come and tell you how he did it. Sorry, come on up. All right, Jaime LT, everybody.
Thanks, Paul. All right, big shoes to fill. So Matthew Potter gave a great speech earlier about, ruggedization and reliability needs to be part of your strategy and your system. I actually think he's absolutely right. But for any young entrepreneur here, any member of the reservoir, you're not going to have the luxury of having, 10, 20, or several decades to ruggedize your machine, right? That doesn't mean you shouldn't be ruggedizing your product in parallel with with the support that you can provide today, but the bottom line is you're going to need to provide support early on. And the best advice I can give people is, go work for a founder who's aligned with you on what the support philosophy should be. And yeah, luckily for me at Carbon, that's what happened, and we made support kind of a central brand identity from day one, right? Carbon's known for two things. Number one is world-class engineering, and the second one is support. So yeah, I kind of wanted to provide a framework of how we scaled support at Carbon, some of the lessons we learned along the way, and give some main points on the things that worked for us that young founders, engineers here could take from that, right? So I think one of the most important things, number one, is you need to build support around the product that you have now. You're a startup. You're going to move fast. You should meet your product where it is. It's probably not going to be super reliable. There's going to be a lot of failures. So you need, early complex hardware is going to have reliability issues, period. And don't build your support strategy, where you think you're going to be 12 months from now. You need to front load support early and make sure those early customers have a great experience, because that's what's building your brand. Paul talked a lot about going direct. For a lot of, we got a VC is going to give you the advice of going channel, right? They pattern match, like Paul said, and that's another thing, that they're obsessed with channel networks. And yeah, on the surface level, that makes a lot of sense. But the bottom line is, when you're out there, you're selling a new product, you're going to need to hire people that are obsessed. You're probably not going to get that level of ownership and obsession from a dealer. Work-life balance is not going to be great early on, so you need to hire for ownership and coverage. Those people need to be invested in your company, right, as a startup employees. And more importantly, they need to be invested in the customer success, right? So I think for us, going direct allowed us to hire the best people we could get, excellent people, have really high support standards, and give those people a piece of Carbon Robotics, right? Make them owners in the process and the customer outcome. The third one is partnering with engineering is huge. I actually, when I started working for Carbon, I lived in Salinas. I grew up here. And about a year later, I ended up moving to Seattle. I ultimately wanted to get closer with engineering. I wanted to work closer with our engineering leaders. And you need to partner with engineering. There's going to be healthy tension. I think healthy tension is good. And field failures need to be a direct feedback loop to engineering. I think that's the most important part. Engineering cannot be too removed from the field. They need to be really tight with support, but they also need to be in the field. From our CEO down to marketing people, people that you would think are not obvious, don't obviously belong in the field, they are always in the field, all the time. Geography is a big one. Carbon is in 17 or 18 countries today. And sales is going to sell, right? It's what they get paid to do. But I think that you can't let sales kind of outrun your support model, so there has to be strong alignment between sales and support. You have to be able to support a territory before you sell machines into it, period. It's obvious, right? Your first impression is in a country is going to be pretty much, decided by the level of support that you can provide. So there needs to be some alignment there. And yeah, the direct versus dealer thing, again, I'll circle back to that. It's, you have to control the customer experience early on. It's got to be in your hands. Standardization of repairs, diagnostics, all that stuff. One closing thought, I also wanted to offer founders and something that I think Paul did really well is your capital strategy needs to be focused around support. I think, you see a lot of startups raise money. They do a great job. They have a great product. The product's not quite ready for scale. It can't really be supported by channels yet because of its inherent complexity. And they did not really think about, a capital strategy that can really, support the level that you're going to need early on, right? It should be. It's something that should be factored in. So, your early ratio of units to people can be a certain thing, and it'll thin out as you get more units into the field. But early on, front-loading support is super important. So, build support around the product you have now, invest heavily enough to protect the customer, and earn the right to become a good brand. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Fru. All right, we got time for questions. Who's got a question? Who's got something they want to say? Who wants to tell me I'm wrong about business models? Who is building machines in this audience? Okay. What is that? Maybe not okay, so maybe like 6 people. All right. And is anybody doing robots as a service? Adam, you're doing robots as a service. How's that going? Yeah.
So have to move
So Adam is saying that for him it works well because they're very localized geographically, very targeted in your crops too, and and you said 50 weeks a year, 52 weeks a year, something like that. Cool. All right. Adam builds his machines that I think they went pretty viral, right? When right?
You're jealous.
Because they look cool. Yeah, I was jealous about that. That's right. I was jealous about that. I think also Curtis, your stuff started right as a service, and then you switched. Is that right? Yeah. So I think there's don't be afraid to experiment maybe with your business model, right? Might be part of it. Figure out what works, change if it doesn't, right? Try to adapt, right? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, so starting a business like this, right, is going to take a while to kind of build up quite a bit of capital if you tell us a little bit about, how you went about raising that capital, hurdles were, because I can imagine that that's very different from starting a software company or upfront capital,
right? So it's how do you go about getting enough capital, especially in hardware, to build your machines, get to the point the business is off the ground and actually moving, right? I had some maybe prior benefit, maybe similar to what Tim said. I'd started companies before. I had worked at early stage companies before. I had a bunch of success in other sectors. So when I showed up to ask for venture capital, they were maybe more likely to want to invest in what I was trying to do because I had those prior relationships in history. So I probably had an advantage there. But I also think, but it's good to see. I mean, guys like Adam are out making, right? And that was your first one, right? But so I think when you're pitching to venture capitalists, I think it's good to remember you need to go in there with the confidence to help them believe that you can do what you say you're going to do, because they want to believe that. They want to believe that they can invest this money. They got to put it somewhere, right? And I also think one way to remind you to have that kind of confidence when you're talking to a venture capitalist is go look at some of the other stupid shit that they've invested in. and pretty quickly you'll say, oh, hey, you know what? And if you ever really are feeling down about it, go read, you can find it in the Wayback Machine, okay? The Sequoia Capital, right? We know Sequoia Capital. Read their blog after they first met with Sam Bankman-Fried, right? Sam Bankman-Fried, who's that? Went to jail, cost them $400 million, right? Took his customers' invested dollars and then leveraged it, had a bunch of problems, right? Well known, right? Okay. In this Sequoia Capital blog post, which is pulled down from their website, but you can find in the Wayback Machine, right? Internet Archive. They're just gushing over this guy. They're glowing over him. They can't believe their good fortune to have the opportunity to throw $400 million into this thing. And the capstone of the whole blog post, and it's almost parody, is that at the end of the VC pitch, that they realize they're sitting with him in the room, right? He's in the room. They realize during the entire time of this pitch, he's also been playing a video game on his laptop, and they think that's great. Now, so have the confidence, go in there, tell them you know what you're doing, because you probably do a lot more than most of the stuff they've invested in, and just knock it out of the park, and you'll get the money. All right, great. One more.
Is working? Megan DeYoung from Fork and Field Strategies. So you talked about early on learning from a technology perspective that you were doing too many things at once. I'm curious about some of the times where you figured out from a business perspective, whether it be designing from a market sizing perspective, which crops to focus on or which sort of channels to partner with, that you decided to say no more than you decided to say yes? And how did you figure out what was the right balance for you?
Yeah, that's a good question. We started with the crops because they're higher value, and so we started with vegetable crops, and we really started with organic vegetable crops because they had the highest weed control bills, and it gave us a great place to start. Now we do a lot of, we still do a bunch of organic, but we also do a lot of conventional, which means they spray, and they pair us with some other sprayer usually. And they use us because they get a bunch of yield improvement out of that. But it's really about, is there money in that weeding bill or in the increase in yield we can give them to make it a profitable enterprise? And that's kind of how we got there on the crops. For the types of crops we can do, this is kind of why I like laser weeding and weed control over something like harvesting, is because in our laser weeder, I can kill weeds in any crop I can drive over the top of, because it's all cameras and lights, seeing what's happening, and then AI systems interpreting those images, driving little servos that control the laser target, and just blasting everything we see that's not one of the crops. But I'm trying to do something like harvesting as a counterexample. Most of the that's why harvesting is so hard, because you're going to build maybe a strawberry harvester, maybe a lettuce harvester, maybe a carrot harvester, maybe an onion harvester, maybe a broccoli harvester, and they're all totally different. So you're not doing crop harvesting. You're pretty quickly you're doing like broccoli harvesting. Where at least with laser weeder, we have the ability to just, okay, we'll do any crop we can drive over. We are still, even today, when we do things like corn, it's mostly organic corn. We're not in conventional corn. And we may never be. There's not enough money there. But that in those cases, it was really the growers who kind of showed us the way. We went down the road of doing our own sales and support because of what Jaime was talking about, really taking on ownership for the customer's experience, and also wanting to have a really tight closed loop between us and what they were wanting to tell us, instead of having them go to some dealer that was going to try to be in between and make some money, but not give us that kind of attention that we needed. And so we never really put that much thought into trying to do dealerships for support. And for sales, I think it's very hard to get somebody like a John Deere dealership to pay attention to your little startup. So all of this was kind of from necessity, perhaps. All right, I think I'm done with my time. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you, sir. A lot of good practical advice. Next, we have Kat Scott from the Open Robotics Alliance. We're very happy to have them as our partner today. And take it away, Kat.
Oh, thank you. Hi, everyone. So this is interesting. I'd be curious. We asked a number of builders in here. Who's the farmers? I'm trying to decide if I should tone it down a little bit for the farmers. A couple? All right. Because I think you guys will like this. All right, there we go. So I'm going to talk about rugged autonomous systems using open source technology. So if you guys don't know, if you're a farmer, you don't know what open source means. It basically means free software, which is much more common than you would sort of expect. Right? So the whole world basically runs on open source software, and it means it's free for you to use. We're not going to steal anything. We're not going to take anything. We're not going to ask for your money. And then you're also free to tinker with it, which I think is more important from the farming perspective. So I'm going to do a quick kind of rundown on the projects we have and like organizationally what we do, and then I'm going to talk about physical AI and ROS and how that relates to traditional robotics, show you a few examples. Then I'm going to talk about a few cool things coming out of the open source community that I think are relevant to people that are just getting started out in ag robotics, and then talk about how you guys can get involved if you're interested. So I work with this organization called the Open Source Robotics Alliance. We also call it Open Robotics because it's actually two organizations under one roof. And basically what we do is we support the development, distribution, and adoption of open source software for use in robotics research, education, and product development. So we have we have 5 projects underneath that umbrella organization. You probably heard of one, which is called ROS, or Robot Operating System, which is just a bunch of code that you use to build a robot. The other big one is Gazebo. Gazebo is a simulator, so if you're not familiar with a robotic simulator, it's basically a fancy video game with physics that you use when you don't want to sit in front of a robot and get dirty. We have a newer project we call OpenRMF. So OpenRMF is this, when you have multiple fleets of robots. So say you're in a warehouse and you have robots cleaning the floors, you have robots moving boxes back and forth. OpenRMF is the thing that can orchestrate all those robots. If you've ever been to the Singapore airport, they have a bunch of different kinds of robots running around. They all run on OpenRMF. And then we have ROS Control, which is a subset of ROS for doing real-time control systems. And then the last one is the ROS infrastructure. We serve a lot of data. We keep a lot of people's robots secure and running, and so we have to have an infrastructure team to make sure that all happens. So if you're not familiar with ROS, a lot of people think of ROS as, oh, it's this academic enterprise, or it's this little open source project. These are numbers from last year. Right now, we're on track to double these numbers for this year. We have about 1.3 million monthly users. It is 1.3 million different people downloading stuff off our website alone. They downloaded close to 1 billion ROS packages last year. And then we probably are on track to hit about, I think we're close to 1,800 different companies that we know use ROS right now. And these are all going to double probably this year. We keep track of these things pretty well. But we don't actually track anyone with any sort of software trackers or anything like this. This is all sort of talking to people, counting downloads off a website, that kind of thing. And this kind of checks out. We also do events across the globe. I can tell you that we're doing close to a dozen regional ROS meetup or ROS cons. which are just sort of ROS conferences. The one in China is probably going to break well over 1,000 people this year. Same in India, same up in Toronto here in a couple weeks. But we, the community, this checks out, right? Because we can show up to a bunch of different places and have a bunch of open source developers show up wherever we are. But this is not just open source developers. This is also something that's happening with industry. I was at a big AMD event at Moscone Center last week, talking about how AMD supports ROS. What's interesting about my job is one day I can be talking to AMD about how they can support the project, and then the next day I'm talking to NVIDIA about how they can support the project, because they've all realized we're sort of this neutral platform where they can help their developers be successful. FANUC, who's one of the largest 5, 6, 7 axis ARM developers or manufacturers in the world, just released their own ROS2 drivers. So you can just use ROS2 with a big FANUC ARM, no problem. They're very interested in supporting this community. And then my organization that I work at as my day job, Intrinsic, is also very, very interested in making sure ROS is successful. Intrinsic's a subsidiary of Google, working on basically manufacturing robotics. So about 2 years ago, we went from this sort of benevolent dictator for life nonprofit model of how we organize ROS to a sort of membership-driven model. We created this alliance organization that's made up of a bunch of different companies. And these companies all work together to sort of dictate the future of ROS, what direction it's headed, help to contribute to the open source, help our educational mission, and all of those sorts of things. And sort of they're driving where we're headed with AI, they're driving where we're headed with just regular features in ROS, and we have a bunch of different strategic priorities aligned with this. So let's talk about physical AI and agriculture. It's still early days, but I think there's some interesting stuff. So I was putting together a blog post because we had a big release last week, and we were looking for a pull quote, and I looked, we came across this thing from Ken Goldberg. Ken's the big robotics professor over at UC Berkeley. He did the big keynote at ICRA this year, and I think he summed it up really well how he thinks about these things, which is very similar to how we think about these things. And that is to say, the next big leap in robotics capability will be the result of anchoring all these AI and training capabilities on top of just good old-fashioned engineering. Generally, we don't think that some of these big, huge models are going to totally replace good old-fashioned engineering anytime soon. My experience with ROS and actually doing agricultural work is I remember probably about 2012, 2013, I had just left my first startup. I was looking for something new. I dropped by Blue River because I was really excited. I'd heard they were a ROS shop actually building agricultural robotics using ROS. And here we are 13, 14 years later, and they're actually out here scaling up this. But also keep in mind, it took 14 years for them to get to the point where they're scaling up these sort of robotic agricultural applications. So why use ROS for agricultural applications? The first is just the data and tools. We've spent, at this point, close to 20 years building up sort of a whole laundry list of different ROS data types and the capability to move that data in a robotic system very easily. And what we're thinking now with AI is that these tools allow us to pipe that data directly into your AI training and make your life a whole lot easier. More importantly, right now, I think it ends up being the ecosystem. So if you're going to go try to find a LiDAR to put on your robot, try to find a GNS system to put on your robot, trying to, I don't know, look for cameras that you would like to run with your robot, generally most robotics components now have some degree of ROS support. And then on top of that, there's also sort of an emergent SaaS ecosystem. So if you need to visualize all your ROS data, if you need to go look through weeks and weeks of data to find a particular event, if you need tele-op capabilities, there's a SaaS ecosystem that supports this on top of ROS. And then the last one is it's really easy to hire people that know how to use ROS right now. Like most of the universities are teaching ROS, and it makes it very easy to find people to work on your robot. And then the last one is community. We have a huge community of people. Robotics is extremely hard. These things take a very long time, and you're going to rely on other people to build your end-state robotic system. So when we think about robotic systems, there's usually this paradigm that we put together called sense, think, act, right? You slurp up a bunch of data off of a camera, off of a LiDAR. you process it, and then you do something. You make the robot move, you shoot the laser, you shoot some hot water, you pull the weed physically, a bunch of different things. You pick up the head of lettuce. So in ROS, we've sort of gotten the whole sensing and the acting side covered at this point, and we're moving that sensing and acting data through the system. And really with physical AI, it's about piping in to that data, building your model using the data you have or using data from a simulator, building that model, and then eventually deploying it. So we think about this at like sort of as levels in terms of ROS and doing AI. So at the bottom level is just like, we have an ecosystem. Let's make sure we're doing the things that they would like us to do. And let's work with the people that are already in that ecosystem to get them where they need to be. The second is, how do we actually modify the ROS source code to support the AI applications that people want to build? And then at the sort of top, there's three big things we've been working on lately, which is using AI tools to improve how ROS performs, making it easier for people to use AI to build ROS applications, and then finally bringing all these physical AI models into ROS. And I'm going to talk about each of those one by one. So the first thing is, with an open source project, there was a lack of clarity initially, right? If you have an open source project under an open source license and somebody generates a bunch of AI generated code, sends you a pull request and gets added to your project, what is the license for that? Can you even do that? Is that legal? And so we went back and forth, we talked with our colleagues, we talked with people in the OSRA, we talked in the ROS community. And what we decided is the best way to approach this is we should allow it, but we should also be prepared to deal with it down the road, which means we need to get people to disclose that they're using AI and put some guardrails around it. And so basically what we ended up saying is, yeah, you can use whatever AI coding engine you want to add to this open source project, but you have to keep the level of quality. You can't be sending us slop. It has to be as good as something written by a person. You have to understand what you're sending us, and then you have to tell us. And you're going to go through the same process as a normal human when you send us an AI-generated pull request. And so this is having some benefits right now. My colleague, Janos, who's over in Germany, just one afternoon pulls out codecs. Hey, I have this bottleneck on this one part of ROS, talks to the agent, sends its pull request. All of a sudden, this key piece of ROS that moves data in a system is now 30% faster. And that's sort of the success story, right? The thing we really want to see is just taking the code that's already there, making it perform better using the AI LLM tools that we have now. As we sort of move across that initial diagram I showed you, we realized that ROS systems are also, we spent a long time building sort of standard messages and standard ways of doing things. And these standards are a much easier to digest way for agents to come into an existing system and build with it. And so it makes it a lot easier to take a ROS system, pipe it into an LLM, and then build a new application on top of it. And we're seeing some really cool stuff come down that route. We've also been doing some work to sort of enhance the possibility of doing this. We've been spending a ton of time taking our existing documentation and improving it, making it more consistent, making the content type that's in the documentation. You know, is this an API documentation? Is this an example set of code? Is this a tutorial? What is the thing in the documentation itself? And now that we have all this well-structured data that LLMs can slurp up, people are having some moderate success with it. So this is some work from somebody in the community called Contoro Robotics. They're a robotics company down in Texas. Their big thing is unloading trucks that are full of boxes. But they were very interested to see, like, okay, we've got all these robots unloading boxes. What happens if we create an MCP server, right, a model context protocol server, we put it on top of some of the robots we have in the office, and then allow it to go crazy. Let's see if the LLM can actually build working ROS applications out of this. And this is kind of cool. Like, they can actually ask an LLM to build a fairly complex set of robotics behavior. I don't know if you can see this, but they ask the dog to go walk through a room, go into this other room, stand up, do some things. And I was a little bit reticent to show this at an ag robotics conference, right? Because I grew up in farm country. I knew people that had pretty traumatic injuries from farm equipment. It's dangerous. I don't know if we're quite ready to have MCP servers running in ag applications. And I was talking to my colleagues over at Contoro, and they're like, no, we totally hear you. We totally get you. You're right, in some regards. But if you think about the MCP server as sort of the gateway into the robot for the LLM, you can actually start baking in safety layers into it to prevent things like that from happening. So I'm a little bit more comfortable saying that this is something that might actually be beneficial down the line. Our colleagues at Robotech's a Polish company. They do a lot of complex simulation work. They build sort of the, if you use the word digital twin, they build a lot of digital twins over in Europe for people's factories. They've also got their agent interface. They're using it a ton for reinforcement learning right now. And this is also an open source project that you can just pick up and use right away. Roboto, who's actually right over there, is another OSRA member who's been doing a lot of interesting work with agent-based workflows. What they're particularly interested in is if you have a robot, you end up with reams and reams of log data. At some point down the line, you might want to go through that data to find something useful. Say you want to find, I don't know, all the incidences of a rake or a farming tool or a hand tool being in a field and something running over it. So they actually have an agent framework now where you go in, write your query, and it helps you sift through all that data to find the examples that you need to go build more complex models. On the development front, we just released a new version of ROS Lyrical Luth, back in May. One of the big ticket items that we added to this ROS release is this mechanism for efficient data transfer to and from graphics processing units. So this was work that was largely done by NVIDIA, but they did it in such a way that it's sort of vendor agnostic. I think AMD is about to have an implementation of this along with a couple of other companies, hopefully by the end of the year. And all this is it's a mechanism to say, if I'm taking data that's either going straight into a GPU or straight out of a GPU, instead of doing a bunch of copy operations on this large volume of fast-moving data, just simply move a pointer from point A to point B. And this is all now automatically baked into ROS, and you get it for free. We're also trying to sort of foster a sense of collaboration with some of the physical AI companies and physical AI systems that are coming out there. It's fairly often that I talk to people that are coming out of school or just starting to think about these things, and they have this opinion, oh, I can do ROS, or I can do some sort of physical AI thing, but it's an either-or situation. And the reality is, it's not an either-or situation. You can do both at once. We've been working on this project called Rosetta, which basically bridges the formats used in frameworks like LaRobot into ROS. So you're able to take ROS data that you might already have and move it into LaRobot. You're able to take LaRobot models and move the outputs into a ROS format fairly seamlessly. And there's a link to that right at the bottom. About a little over a year ago, we actually started a new special interest group on physical AI. And so we took a bunch of our developer colleagues at organizations like NVIDIA and Robotech and QY and Intrinsic and Field AI and a bunch of other organizations, and they started meeting and talking about, hey, how do we really move ROS from where it is to where we want it to be, say, in 2 years to support physical AI workflows? So they met, they sort of talked, and some of the things they wanted to do is just lower the barrier to entry to using ROS for the researchers themselves. They wanted to build some just initial reference applications so people can take a working open source prototype, tweak it a little bit, and then try it out in the field. And then they wanted to basically expand our capability to do reinforcement learning and higher level reasoning applications. So some of that work is actually coming to fruition right now, but they're still accepting applications. We're looking for more new members. We're looking for people to help us out on this stuff. So the first thing that came out, this literally came out last Tuesday, is a ROS physical AI reference solution. And it's a fully open source physical AI reference solution for the SO101 arms, which are the little 3D printed servo arms. But it's all based on ROS 2, but still talks back to the initial LaRobot training framework. This includes a full set of simulations. So it's a gazebo simulation right now and a Mujoko simulation. So even if you don't have a physical robot, you can work through the whole process of building training an application and then deploying it and seeing it work. We're working on some stuff to make ROS easier to use and easier to install, and that's all baked into that right now. You can either record all your data using a physical robot or, again, go back to recording it from simulation. And then you can use Rosetta to train it using LaRobot, and you can pick one of a number of existing policies. So you can use a behavior cloning policy, you can use, say, a VLA policy, a diffusion policy. Basically, any of these policies that you can find out in the open source world right now, they're all fair game. And that ends up looking something like this. Maybe it'll play. Let's see. I gotta click anything? Oh, there we go. I'm not going to make you watch this for very long. So up here on the top right, or let's start at the top left. So basically, this is a simulation-based training workflow. So somebody's basically sitting behind playing a video game, training the robot to pick something up in simulation. And then you can see it being deployed in ROS and Gazebo on the right. And then down here on the bottom is basically the physical equivalency of that, where you're training the robot in a physical environment and then deploying the policy to do the little sort of pick-and-place task. Well, this is a toy, obviously. This is a toy that is a great starting place for something more complex if you're interested in physical AI. Let's talk a little bit about simulation here. Simulation is there's still questions, right, about whether simulation is going to be the way that we all collect this physical AI data or not. But it's a great tool for building your robotics application. As much as we love to be around robots all day, I know a lot of roboticists that also get very tired of sitting on a floor trying to get something to work over and over again. So simulation really helps you avoid all of that. We just added a new feature to ROS. It is a standard simulation interface. So basically, this is now the standardized simulation interface that allows you to connect a variety of simulators to ROS. They all speak to ROS in the same way. ROS speaks back to them in the same way. And it allows you to pick whatever simulator is going to work best for your application. So right now, we have support for O3DE, we have support for Gazebo, and we have support for Majoko, and I think Isaac Sim is also coming soon. If this is something that you're interested in, we actually did a Gazebo community meeting this morning talking about how to do basic reinforcement learning inside of Gazebo. That should be posted online whenever I get a minute tonight to go post it. The next step in this process of making simulation portability a reality is working on the simulation asset. It's one thing to have a simulator, but the assets that go inside of the simulator are really important, right? So you have, you spend all this time making models of your crop, making models of your robot, the environment that the robot's running in, and then you can't pick it up from one simulator and drop it in another simulator. So we're drafting a new specification. It's Rep 0158-2006, and we're trying to figure out a portability pipeline that will allow you to take your simulation assets and move them between all these different robotic simulations. Okay, so let's talk about what this stuff looks like in practice, because I know it's all sort of theoretical software craziness. So over at Intrinsic, we've been working with the Open Source Robotics Alliance to put together a competition, and the problem for this competition that we're trying to solve sounds easy. It's actually really hard for robots. And that problem is, how do you get a robot to just plug in a cable? We do it all the time. It seems easy to us, but cables are flexible. Robots really like things that are hard and that you can compute and have fixed shapes. And it takes a lot of dexterity and a lot of both perception capability, but also feedback capability to do these kind of cases, or solve these problems really well. And while this is more of a manufacturing task, right, for putting together things like servers or vehicles or something else, the same level of dexterity and capability would also lead to advances in agriculture. The way we put together this competition is we let people pick whatever simulator they want to basically try their hand at this competition. So on the bottom left, you have Gazebo running the competition simulation environment. In the center, you have Majoko, and then on the right, you have NVIDIA Isaac Sim. So basically, we let people come in, use whatever simulator they were most comfortable with, or which one they thought would deliver the best performance, quite frankly. And then we allowed them to use these tools. These are the same tools in the physical AI reference solution that we released earlier in the week. They could train whatever policy they want using basically an integration of ROS and LaRobot. And we've reached this point, so there's this competition's a 3-phase competition. The simulation side of it has completed. We went from something like 1,000 teams to I think we're down to 30 teams at this point that have actually reasonably effective simulated models of a robot doing this autonomously. And we're moving this all now to the real world to see if it actually transfers to the real world. All right, so that's all the AI stuff I talked about. There's also just a bunch of useful conventional tools that are coming out of the open source world that I think are applicable to agriculture. The first one is this gazebo terrain generator. So if you want a simulation environment to pilot your sort of virtual robot or your physical robot, test it out, this terrain generator will let you pull down some geotiff data along with some DEM data and automatically generate a simulation environment for you. Saves you a ton of work. You just kind of draw the shape around the part of the world that you want to simulate. You get a 3D model with reasonably up-to-date satellite data. This is some work that's coming out of from our colleagues at the University of Trieste in Italy. They call it Forest 3D. So they're using it primarily for outdoor robot navigation. So they want to be able to generate a simulated forest or a simulated desert or a simulated beach or something like that, right? So they need a way to generate the simulation assets that go into that environment. This tool basically, you say, well, there's going to be, 20% of the plants are going to be this kind of tree, 30% of the plants are going to be this kind of tree, so on and so forth. You give it a couple models of each of those, and it fills out the environment. Totally easy to hack this into being something that you can use for agriculture, right? Where you say, well, I just want 100% of this to be corn, and I want the corn to be roughly in a row like this, but it's going to have a little deviation along the line. This is a big tool. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone using ROS in agriculture has not seen this tool. This is called Field Cover. This is just an open source library that's a path planner. So you take so you have this complex shape that is your field, and you want whatever sort of agricultural vehicle you're using to go over it in a nice straight path and move back and forth, And so this is an open source library that basically it does all that decomposition for you. It takes a complex shape, breaks it down into smaller shapes, and then applies sort of your path based on your constraints onto that shape. And this actually is now fully integrated with Nav2, I believe. So if you're using Nav2 for navigation capabilities in your robot, it should mostly just work with a little tuning. This is an open source software and hardware project from some of our colleagues in the UK and Germany. It's called FieldFriend, which my German's not good, but I think it's just FieldFriend, or Sobot, I think is what they're calling in the UK. And this is just an initial, easy-to-use, open-source hardware platform ag robot. So you can build this thing. All the parts are there. All of the schematics are there. The full bill of materials is there. You can go and build one of these and have it go do some basic autonomy things in a field and start figuring out if the form factor works, what would work well if you were trying to solve an agricultural solution. This is one from our colleagues over at University of Sydney. I think this one's probably the most underrated one here. The University of Sydney's done a ton of work to put together an open source database of weed data. I think it's probably slightly biased to the other side of the world, but it is just hundreds of thousands of images of weeds and crops. Why is this important? Because if you're going to build an AI model that actually detects these weeds or crops, getting that data is extremely expensive. And so this is like collections and collections of open source data that's already out there. So along those lines, there's also this project. So it's the open source weed locator. It's called OWL. This is just basically another open hardware project where you have a camera, a small processing board, and it's been hardened to go out and ruggedized to go out in the field and actually start detecting crops so you can build more complex applications for your robot. It's a great starting place if, say, you're a startup trying to do your MVP. It's totally worth looking at. And then I got a couple other miscellaneous ones. These are all late breaking based on discussions I had like at an event last night and at Foxglove's Actuate conference in San Francisco. Our colleagues over at Polymath Robotics, who are OSRA members, they are, I think within the next 2 weeks, they are about to release a fully open source software, fully open source hardware, fully safety certified remote e-stop. So if you say if you're trying to build your first ag robot and it's out in the field, it's not doing what it's supposed to, and you need to kill it, and you can't just run up to it from behind, right? Because it may be doing something potentially dangerous. Slap the button, the robot's dead. The reason they're doing this is they'd actually like to put together an open source safety working group. They're calling it Open Source Safety. This just launched, I think, yesterday. If that's something you're interested in participating in, I told my colleague Ilya last night that I'd be surprised if I didn't come back with at least 2 people that would be willing to help him on that. Another big thing that's kind of been in community discussion lately is how to do over-the-air updates. If you build software, you realize that software doesn't always stay fixed. Sometimes you got to send updates out to a robot. How do you do that? How do you do that when a cellular network doesn't work really well? We have some colleagues over at a company called Dexeroy. They build these 40-foot tall warehouse scanning robots that do inventory. They're using an open source tool called Balena to do over-the-air updates. And then a bunch of the former Scythe Robotics people, they were not quite ag, they do a lawn mowing robot. They just sort of pivoted at this point, or they've started a new company called Agency Tool Company, and they are working on a new over-the-air update technology. But from what they claim, it's instead of pushing an entire, say, 2 or 10 gigabyte binary to your robot, they can just push a delta from your latest change, making the package a lot smaller, making the update process a lot faster. Seems super interesting. All right, so if you guys are interested in learning more about this open source stuff, you can find us on our GitHub repo. It's just github.com/ROS2. If you have ROS questions, we sort of direct people to Stack Exchange, but we do have a Zulip server, which is kind of our chat server. We also have a discussion forum called Discourse. It's at discourse.ros.org or discourse.openrobotics.org. We have a bunch of social media, and then we also have a docs website, docs.ros.org, that has all the documentation for ROS. If you're looking for any of these things, the easiest place to go to is just docs.ros.org. All of these links are just kind of listed on the homepage. And then if you want to keep up to date with what's going on in the open source community, I write a sort of weekly summary of all the new open source packages, all of what the companies are doing, interesting talks, interesting events, basically anything interesting that comes through the open source community that week. And then last one, if you're really interested in this stuff and want to join us in Canada in about 3 weeks, we're running ROSCON Global in Toronto between, I want to say, September 22nd and 25th. Should be around 1,000 to 1,200 robotics developers there. If you're looking to hire people, it's a great place to find more robotics developers. And then if you'd like to support this kind of work, you can support the Open Source Robotics Foundation, which is our nonprofit or 501c3 nonprofit organization. It's the educational arm of Open Robotics. Or if you have a company or you're an individual who'd like to sort of take a more active role in open source development, you're more than welcome to join the Open Source Robotics Alliance. And with that, I'll take a couple questions. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Steve Yates at Federant. I wear 2 hats. I'm a startup founder, but I've also been invited by the Open Compute Project to, invited by the Open Compute Project and the AI Computing Continuum project there to stand up a new work stream, which is AI deployment software across the continuum. So it kind of feels like we're maybe at this pre-ROS moment, if you will. I mean, everyone's kind of building the same plumbing. There's not open source software available. There's not open specifications yet for how you deploy and attest and secure and keep physical AI trusted, especially in disconnected environments when, at fleet scale, machines can evolve, different states that have to be reconciled and have to prove what they did afterwards. It kind of seems like there's a missing layer there, which I think is kind of in this work stream I've been asked. So my question to you is, from your ROS experience, how do you know that there's a critical mass? How do you know what's the right time to actually start an open source project for an emerging sort of common plumbing need? What's the right time? What are the right signals? What happens if you wait too long? Because I think physical AI is going to run into this in about 2 years.
Well, I mean, the first, more to your point, right? I think we're trying to end up being the place where a lot of this stuff lands, right? Like, at some point, like, the people who are building these models are really good at building the models. They're not always necessarily good at building robust robotic systems. I mean, in terms of actually starting an open source project, I would tell you it's kind of like growing fruit trees. Like, the best time was 10 years ago, and the second best time is now. Like, you have nothing to lose, right? Like, there's nothing that's going to stop. You do a bad version. Sometimes open source isn't great. You start with a bad version. You do a second version. You do a third version. People start using it. They bang on it a little bit. They tell you what's wrong with it, and then you come in with the fourth version. And a lot of times this whole process happens way sooner than it would, say, in industry, because people are just kind of having fun, or the stakes are lower initially. But then it turns out that once these things get banged on enough and built well enough, the stakes actually kind of move up. And I think that's kind of the situation with ROS now, too, where it was initially, oh, it's a research thing, and then it's like, oh, no, we really have to start putting this stuff out in the field.
Hey there, I'm
Hi.
Sam Prentice. I'm building picking machines. They're strawberry robots and long-term ROS 1, ROS 2, et cetera user. I might have missed, I'm not sure if you dug into data pipelines and even data curation, and if the physical AI working group has any plans there. So Rosetta would, I guess, be MCAP to Parquet, but is there anything else to be aware of?
I need to go look at the spec for Rosetta, but I think it is just MCAP to Parquet. I mean, it might be older ROS bag formats as well. I think there's probably also a way to go tap directly into your ROS graph at runtime. Right, so it's not just like copy one file to another, it's also like a runtime copy, like a bridge. I haven't personally gotten a chance to play with it yet. All right.
Questions. Okay, we got one in the front. Question? All right.
So there's a lot of engineers here and a lot of people that are doing really advanced, really interesting things. I am not. I'm a social scientist by training. I'm just kind of curious, for people that want to start tinkering with these things in some of those low stakes environments, it seems like this is a wonderful place to start. I'm just kind of curious if you have any tips for those of us that, didn't go to UC Davis.
Well, the interesting thing for us right now, and the reason let me see if I can go back. The reason I bring up some of this documentation stuff is we used to have a heck of a time, because students start with ROS almost invariably. And, they get stuck in, how do I install it? Because, like, when you start someone in robotics, you're throwing so much at them, right? You're throwing, like, Linux system administration and building the robot and doing the electrical stuff and doing the mechanical stuff. And what we found over the past probably 18 months is all of those newbie questions, they've almost all disappeared. The students can sit down and they can talk with their LLM of choice, and it will get them to the point where they get to the real meat of learning really quickly. And the reason that we're actually improving the documentation a lot is because we're finding that that's solving a lot of these problems, right? Is that having a conversation with the LLM, it's not always going to be right, but it will solve enough of the initial problems so people don't get frustrated and quit. Now, on the other side of it, finding like physical hardware to actually build robots, it's going to depend on like what you're actually doing. So if you're looking for, say, a mobile robot, like you want to go and do, there we go. Like if you want to go and do like mobile robotics in a factory or in fulfillment center, like we offer the TurtleBot 4 if you're looking for manipulation or physical AI. At the low end, there's some of these like robots. There's some now mid-range ones that are about $1,000 that are much more capable and have like 2-kilogram payloads. I actually saw an open hardware ROS-based USV, so a subsurface vehicle for in the water. So there's a host of smaller, cheaper robots that you can kind of build and buy. It really depends on like your sort of level of aptitude, whether you want to build the whole thing or if you want to buy the thing off the shelf. I generally recommend people take a working robot apart first and build one from scratch.
Any other questions? Questions for Kat? Yeah, Pam.
This may sound like a stupid question, but how is open source moving the whole field forward, in your view?
The whole what forward?
Field.
Field.
The whole field of Ruggedize.
Well, I think the big take-home message about open source is generally you're not reinventing the wheel, right? If you want, you are more than welcome to go build an entire robot from scratch and build all the subsystems in that robot from scratch. A lot of people choose not to do that. Some people choose to do that. They're probably still using open source in some capacity, they're just not using our open source project. But generally, open source is this sort of snowball effect, right? Where I do something, I add it to the list of things that someone else doesn't have to do at the start next time. And it sort of grows, and it grows, and it grows, and it grows. And so for us, like every time a new vendor makes a ROS package, that's a new thing that you can just plug into your robot, right? So that's a new arm, that's a new camera, that's a new sensor, new actuator, something like that, or a new capability, right? And so these things kind of accrete over time. Initially, they're not that useful, but all of a sudden you have 2,000 to 3,000 different things people can pick and choose from, and you're able to do a whole lot really quickly.
Okay. Thank you, Kat.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we're almost there. Last presenter of the day. Last but certainly not least, we have our friend Stephen Mirsky. He's our favorite member of the current administration. Steve is the head of digital ag at ARS, Agricultural Research Service at the USDA. And we're always excited to have Steve with us. So, Steve, come on down.
All right, everybody awake? It's the last talk. Get yourself, maybe move around a little bit, squirm. You made it the whole day. This is just the last one. We'll try to keep it interesting for you. So thanks for having me out here today. I'm going to talk a lot about DASH, the Digital Ag Systems Hub, and what we're doing in USDA in this program to really sort of enterprise and democratize, computer vision for, plant intelligence. I'm going to keep coming back to plant intelligence, if you will. But first, I wanted to highlight the National Proving Grounds. Raise your hand if you heard about the National Proving Grounds for Ag Tech. All right, a couple of hands are up. Good. All right. So this is a new program that we just started at a USDA. It is really a resource to provide sort of a standardized method for evaluating and testing ag tech. As all of you know, right now, our farmers are getting flooded constantly with new ag tech. Which ones are the best fit for them? What works for their operations? What's working really well? Or what needs a little bit more time hardening? Or ruggedizing, sorry, Danny, ruggedizing, sorry. So this program will allow us to do that, challenge by challenge. So we're starting with weeds as the first challenge. This will be weed detection and weed control. Those are two separate challenges. And commercial operations will come in and bring their technologies to testbed locations where we will evaluate them and test them and use a benchmark rating system to determine the level of efficacy in which they controlled weeds or mapped weeds. In the case of this first challenge, future challenges will be all over the place, from animal systems to specialty crops to row crops. We'll be dealing with pests, disease, water, nutrients, all of the above. And this whole program is scaled through NEFA. So that's another USDA program that funds universities to do research, really. But this program is not really designed around research. This is really very formulaic. There's going to be a benchmark rating system for every single challenge, and then companies will bring their technology to those locations. And these test beds will be all over the country. There will be many of them that scale up next year, and then in future years we'll see this continue to grow. So please stay tuned, because we want your tech in this program. All right, so when we think about precision agriculture as a whole, I'm sort of dividing this between researchers and farmers, right? So generally, when we think about researchers, what they're focusing on, breeding is probably the biggest response that we've gotten in precision agriculture. Just the development of new germplasm, new genetic material that's going to be disease resistant, or it's going to produce higher yields. This is sort of the sum total, if you will, I think, in a lot of the precision ag that we've made great traction on globally, right? If you look across, what is the biggest adoption? New cultivars. We came out with the yield map 40 years ago. That is the biggest precision ag tool that we have to date. Sure, there's lots of technologies coming on for singulating out our seeds and getting more precise with our depth placement. We're seeing a lot of new ag tech coming out of here and these precision weed control systems and so on. But if you look across broadly, what's been adopted in the precision ag space and the ability to do very site-specific, right, variable inputs, target your management to where that crop in that field needs it most, by and large, a lot of those decisions have been coming out of this yield map. And so I think that it's really computer vision that's here to unlock that now. A lot of the hardware systems, a lot of our actuators and machinery have been capable of far more precision than we have been able to do to date. And a lot of that has to do with the intelligence, just the ability to inform those hardware systems of what's out there and do that targeting. And this is really the goal with computer vision, and I think that's really going to be a real impetus to unlock what we can do for precision agriculture. But what is the bottleneck? It's highly labeled, curated image repositories, training computers to see and then do. In this case, you're seeing an image where we're labeling the plant parts, right? We're labeling stems, we're labeling leaves, we're differentiating between a grass, between a legume. These are high requirements from a computer vision solution perspective, and it becomes even harder when you're trying to do this 15 miles an hour, whipping across the field, mapping all of these plant parts, and then informing subsequent decisions. And the problem in agriculture is that we can't crowdsource this, right? It's not like a lot of other industries that is using the general public to label imagery for us, right? You can all remember signing on to secure websites and determining what is the stop sign in this image or what are those letters. You're providing free labeling to many industries. We just do not have that analog in agriculture. And certainly I think we're going to make a lot of progress on the purely synthetic side. What you'll see here is a lot more of a systematic sort of real plant image sort of approach. The bigger challenge in agriculture, though, is it's not just one solution that we need, right? It's 1,000,001 targets from computer vision. Sure, many of you, ag tech companies, will knock off some very high ROI value solutions. And those will be limited to the overall 1,000,000 that we need in agriculture. Sure, many of these 1,000,000 are not going to come with a big ROI. But for our growers, for the advancement of new germplasm, all of that requires a lot of information about how the plant is performing, how to target that with management, and unlock what we want for the overall dream, if you will, from computer vision. So when we orient towards the public sector and we think about what's going on there, for us, it's large. What is our contribution in this space? Is we've been largely siloed away, right? We've got constantly, teams reinventing the same training data to build a model. We publish that model. We largely don't have a way to deploy that model at scale. So it lives in the literature. It lives on an on-premise machine. We may not be able to see that ever again. How do we curate that? Some of the other problems that we have is often this mismatch between these pure engineering departments and the applied scientists. So full disclosure, I'm an agronomist. I'm not an engineer. So, this is about as deep as I can go on the topic that you'll see today. But one of the mismatches we see all the time is something over-engineered, right? The public sector engineers want to develop the next flying car, and in agriculture, we just need simple technology solutions that work everywhere all the time. And so my favorite mismatch is our strawberry breeder needed to do some phenotyping in their breeding program, and she went over to the university, and the engineer was like, oh, what you need is a robotic dog walking through your field with a robotic arm, and it's going to be going around there and taking images of your plots. Probably a little bit overkill for what that breeder needed in their breeding program. So that is what DASH is here to do. The Digital Ag Systems Hub is this sort of institutionalized effort across USDA to help curate ag image repositories, create this open access ag image repository, and also help with the development of end-to-end computer vision solutions. So I want to orient our minds. I would say most of today, you've been hearing a lot about autonomy and action. Right? How do we develop autonomous tractors? How do we go through these fields and continuously move around them without bumping into our grapevines and so on? When I start at the top here with training data, right? So everybody sort of needs that training data. There's that biological intelligence layer. This is sort of an important part for the grower to inform that decision making. And then we start to move into autonomy and action. And what our team is focused on are these top two: training data and biological intelligence. We're not focusing on autonomy. We're not focusing on so much the action side. So when you're seeing this infrastructure and these resources that we're bringing to you, these are really focused around that biological or plant intelligence, if you will. So for us, that starts with BenchBot and other methods of collecting agricultural images to build this agricultural image repository. So this is an autonomous robotic system that we've built that is living on a track. It's continuously imaging plants, and it's using AI on AI on AI to collect these images and label these images to build this open access annotated image repository. So, we're on black backgrounds with black soils, with black pots. These are sterile soils. So the only plants coming out of these pots are the seeds that I put in them. That allows us to automate these annotation pipelines. We have lots of other approaches that we use for sure. This works great for a lot of species in agriculture. Like we're doing corn, for example, under these systems, right? But it's certainly a little bit more challenging when we get into some of our perennials, and we are adapting other applications for those. This is just an example of what a location looks like at a university. This is at Raleigh, the North Carolina State University. This is what a mature pad looks like. And we're knocking off many species per year. And what does that look like? Because we can do a full semantic segmentation of these plants, that allows us to build these cutouts. So we can isolate these individuals of these plants, and that allows us to then build these synthetic image pipelines. So we can take real images of real plants, we can superimpose them on other real images of different types of environments, like bare ground. Maybe it's a tilled ground or it's no-till. Maybe it's a high residue cover crop environment, or maybe this is a sandy soil or a clay soil. All of that variation influences our ability to detect and map these plants. And so this allows us to superimpose over these environments, mix these plants in a million different ways, and generate tens of thousands of images to train for the different ways that our cameras will perceive plants and the combinations which they exist. So this is a platform that we're scaling across the US. We're really excited about this approach. We've got 3 of these systems out there. In the next 2 or 3 months, we expect to have 2 more systems. Really pumped about the one that's going to UC Davis. We'll be starting there on grapes and more to come. We hope to see some more of these out in California. And in the next 3 years, we expect to see about 20 or so of these robotic systems distributed across the US, digitizing agriculture, making this public good so that you don't have to make that public good, and then you can innovate and build those solutions for your farmers. This is just an example of many of the species that we've knocked out to date. I come out of an agronomic background, so my whole career has been corn, soybeans, wheat, alfalfa, and related crops. So you can see we have a really good depth in that space, and all of the relevant weed species that are in those systems. We've been doing 25 plus years of cover crop research, so most of the cover crops relevant to these systems have been knocked out. We're moving to expand into forages. Really excited about what we're going to be doing in specialty crops. I mean, this is something on the order of like 70 plus terabytes of imagery right now, and it's going to be doubling every couple of years for the next couple of years, and then I expect it to quadruple every couple of years. We're getting, right now we only have 3 systems operational, in a couple of years we'll have 20. These are just some examples. It's not just mapping the plant species at the seedling stage all the way up to maturity, but then it's that next contextual layer, that more challenging, difficult plant intelligence, right? Is it under stress? What kind of stress? Is it disease? Is it water? Is it nutrients, right? Do I just need to get a stem diameter count? All of that information is needed for our production systems, and so these are sort of just some examples of the workflows we're doing. I'm not an engineer, but my hardware engineer would be remiss if I didn't come to a Ruggedize conference and not say something about like why this is hardened. So, this has to live outside year-round. We've got this down in Texas. We've got this up in North Dakota, right? It's living outside year-round. That's a lot of strain. But I think what he's excited about, what's unique about this, is that this is really rugged for a very lightweight system. The whole reason this is lightweight is we want to be able to bring this to a location. We don't want cranes. We want a simple forklift. We want this to be able to go up easy in a day. And we have to have a really high precision, accuracy, and reproducibility that we're taking the same images of those same pots at the same coordinates every time. So there's a lot of special care that went into the configuration of every component of this system, so it's not going to get knocked over by the wind, so it's continuously operating every day, and that it'll have that type of precision. And here's an example of other ways that we are hardening. If I think about future-proofing our plant intelligence, we're not collecting imagery with a Raspberry Pi. We're not going out there with a GoPro, right? We're taking imagery with the highest resolution cameras out there, right? And with flash photography, so we get this incredibly high quality image that's going into the ag image repo. You'll have to forgive me. I did fabricate a little bit of an image. But the idea here is like, we're building that future-proofed imagery that you can then degrade the quality of those images for your any use case that you want, right? So how are you deploying this imagery? Well, that's based on your camera, but at least we can future-proof this to really collect the highest quality images possible. So now what is the end-to-end solution? So we are not just developing training data, but we want to also then build models and test these models, make sure they're working, make sure these are useful resources for all of you. So for us, that means building the MLOps pipelines and then building ModCam, which is a modular camera system, right? So this is us building the firmware to build a very modular camera system that can deploy any model on it, right? It's platform agnostic and it's model agnostic so that it can fit into a wide range of use cases. This was my main goal with this technology early on, because like I said, I come out of corn and soybean country. So we want to be able to whip 15 miles an hour across that field. We want to map plant parts. We want 8 cameras mounted across that spray rig, and we want to be able to take images at least every second we're out there. And so that's a high-end use case. It's a lot different than, are the plants flowering? So, but this is the system that we were building around and engineering this around, but because it's a let me give you this example of what we did. So here's an example of where we've spent like decades developing the process-based models and how much nitrogen that you get out of a cover crop. So when a cover crop is decomposing, it's releasing nitrogen, especially if it's a legume. How much nitrogen are you getting? By and large, our farmers are not crediting nitrogen. So they're getting some amount of nitrogen from that cover crop, but they're not crediting for it at all. They just apply their standard rate. And if they do accredit it, they're going with the lowest performing parts of their field where it's just a grassy area because they're worried about a yield loss. So we're able to show on a given farm, we're mapping out there every plant part. We're putting so now we know the quality and the quantity, and we're running that through our cover crop nitrogen calculator, and we can tell you where you're only getting 20 pounds versus 80 pounds of nitrogen. That's a huge amount of nitrogen. 60 pounds of nitrogen to leave on the table. That'll pay for the system itself, right? So this is sort of an example of a use case with the technology. But like I said, this is a platform agnostic camera. We're trying to sort of deploy this and test this everywhere. So, obviously we're researchers. We want these handheld systems. We're developing for forages. This little unit right here, this UTV, is whipping across olive groves and across vineyards, and it's mapping cover crops, for example. We're really excited about this lower platform. I had to give you a little specs. It is an engineering conference, so here's a few little specs. But we geek out on things like this. I know this is not exciting for you and your farmers, but we geek out on systems like this because this is what's going to be able to scale our breeding programs rapidly. High throughput phenotyping and rapidly producing new cultivars has been sort of a promise for forever, but is not wildly practiced at all. And so now we have ultra lightweight systems that are continuously imaging, but what our breeders do not want just the data that those cameras to collect. Generally, cameras in high throughput phenotyping might peel off 5 to 7 targets. They want 20 pieces of information when they're out there. So lightweight systems like this that have a tablet, that has a brain, that has edge compute capabilities, this is what's going to scale up sort of our high throughput phenotyping for breeders. So really pumped about this. We got a couple of these systems that are going out internationally right now for global breeding programs, so wanted to share that. Okay, so to shift gears now and to focus on, world models versus sort of what we're doing in plant intelligence. So heard a lot today about world models. Couldn't be more excited about world models and what they're doing. And I'm really looking forward to people telling me that I'm inaccurate with my interpretation of this because, this is an agronomist's interpretation of the space. But I think this is where world models are going to work great, right? Is it flowering? What size class is it? Is it ripe enough? Can we go pick it and grab it? That kind of information is pretty easy to simulate, right? And rephrase that, not easy, but it's an achievable task with physics, right? But what's hard is this really context-dependent dynamics. I really love this word, annotation authority, right? This is where you need the experts. You need the agronomists, the pathologists, the entomologists. These are the specialists that have deep knowledge about the system. This is like a rating system for Cercospora disease and sugar beets. This level of gradation in the presence of that disease and mapping this, you're not going to get that with a world model. You need that very context-specific annotated labels by the experts. And so that's sort of what we focus heavily on. Here's just another example. I'm running through, a myriad of these examples, right? This is herbicide drift on soybeans that are not tolerant to this herbicide. So we've got the healthy plant on my left. I guess you're right. And then you can see the cupping and the injury on that soybean plant, right? That's what this really context-specific labeling affords you, is to be able to map these things out in the field. This is cotton. Look at the morphological variations that exist just in this species. This is why we need those experts bringing that information. When we're imaging these plants, we're not imaging a single genetics. We're capturing the totality of the genetic material that's out there. So we're going to genetic repositories, we're going to breeders, and we're building all of those accessions and that genetic material into our agricultural repositories so it captures the complexity of the agricultural system. So corn grown in Texas, corn grown in Hawaii, corn grown in North Dakota, we're capturing that complexity within this agri-repo. This is just another example. I think I beat this one to death, right? Okay. So to pivot now to sort of walk you through our process on how we scale this across the country, right? So this is USDA, Agricultural Research Service. We partner with universities all over the country as well. So we're going across a lot of these embedded research stations where there's ARS and there's university partnerships. And we develop these convenings, if you will, bringing experts together to define the problem space. So what does that look like first? We have to define what are the priorities, what are the different issues that are out there for that farmer. We have to map that ecosystem, and then we have to bring the experts together. And what do I mean by the experts? So here's a convening where, like, this was a sugar beets convening. Who did I have in that room, right? We had American Crystal, we had the VPs of the co-ops, we had the commodity boards, we had farmers, we had the university there, we had government there. All of the experts that spent the day defining the problem space. What is our critical needs in this crop? What is not being addressed? And what can you do for us? And then I raise my magic wand. That's okay. You've got this magic wand in your hand. If you could peel off a computer vision target that would be most impactful for you in your farming systems, what does that look like, right? And so then we break out into these brainstorming sessions, and there's this kind of conversation that's had. They're debating this. What I love is like the farmers are so detailed, right? Like we have a full itemized budget of the entire cropping system. Every single input, every single operation, every single timing, that allows us to identify what are the points of space and time that we might provide value in phenotyping solutions for that grower. Then we build a roadmap. Okay, this is our 3-year goal. All right, disease, Cercospora disease was our top priority. Really care about herbicide-resistant weeds and yield mapping. Those were the goals, right? So that becomes our 3-year approach, and that's what we sort of jump in to target. And that's where it sort of gets even more interesting. We've identified the priorities. We've got the stakeholders telling us what matters, right? The farmers and the commodity boards are driving the agenda. Now we sit down with the experts and be like, all right, what have you done? What's working? What's not working? Do you have any imagery that we can start from? Have you had any success in building models around this? And so there's this interrogation for several months with these experts, and then we unpack what are we going to do with them and where this is going to go and how we'll build that solution in partnership. So that's it. Question? Sure. The question was about regen ag. I mean, I think I actually gave one of my favorite examples, right? I think when we're merging precision and sustainable agriculture, to me, that is at the heart of what we're trying to do in regen ag. So the ability to maximize getting cover crops into the system and then optimizing their interaction with how much fertility you might apply, and then also take into consideration all of the spatial variability that exists out there, that's allowing us to really optimize soil building, ecosystem services, and all of the interactions that we want from a regen perspective. So I think that's just one of my, right off the cuff, that's my favorite example. I'm sorry.
Are you taking any more type of like annotations along with the expert opinion, say the farmer's perspective, or why things might be going the way they are, good or bad?
So in general right now, there's lots of, data sets that exist out there, and there's lots of public repos that people can submit those to, like Zenodo and other types of resources that are out there. So our the curation of our ag image repo has a lot of quality control and sort of standards and how we're doing that, and we're hoping that builds some gravity out nationally. So right now we're not really like onboarding lots of tangential data sets that connect to this, but where we are obviously engaging the public is, when these are being used, we are engaging around obviously accuracy and how we can improve, and so that feedback loop will be in there for sure. Yeah.
Hey Steve, thank you for. I'm wondering like how this would apply to specialty crops, since like those row crops, they have a very short life cycle. So how do you envision this system being used in like a pistachio or an almond tree that lasts for like several years? Could you tell me like what will you see like the application in those systems?
Absolutely. I mean, what I presented is sort of our where we are at right now. And we're actively working with folks right now, at least right now with UC Davis. I mean, that's part of why I'm here this whole week. I'm traveling up and down the state, engaging with a lot of different institutions to try to cultivate the ability to help, expand these resources in the state. And it's absolutely something we're working on to adapt the kinds of systems and the pipelines that we've developed for these annual cropping systems and bring them into perennial systems. But for example, the benchbot, we are building a taller version of the benchbot. So I mean, it's going to be like 18 feet tall. So that'll also give you a lot of flexibility with some taller crops. I mean, the folks in Davis, for example, are going to be putting 4 foot by 4 foot boxes, on the pad and scales under them and building training data all around water stress detection in grapes, for example. So we are tackling some of the perennials, probably more of these, lower vine type and cane type crops. But we are working with folks locally to adapt some of these systems for, nut and fruit crops. Yeah.
I assume this is a government-sponsored project. If we're a startup that developed technology and a camera that can collect all the imagery and labeling ability, what's the best way of working with you?
Oh, great question. That one fell off the map of communicating here. So yeah, right now, all of this ag image repo lives in the USDA's high performance cluster, SciNet. And that is a public resource right now. So we collaborate all the time with universities and other partners that are in the public sector that can come in and access these images to build models, right? It's an open resource. But we are working actively, and I don't want to, I keep promising people dates, and I missed my timeline, so I'm no longer promising dates. But we will be mirroring this into the cloud. So then this becomes a public resource for everybody. So if you're a private sector, public sector, this will be on an open cloud resource where people can egress these images into their own repos, or they can build ML in the cloud. It won't be obviously supported by the government. It'll just be a cloud provider. But we will mirror this resource and make it publicly available.
What I mean is that do you also purchase data or work directly with the private sectors?
No, so all of the images that you're seeing here are collected in our systems at public sector facilities. So it's all public good that's coming from this. There's no purchasing of any imagery whatsoever. Okay, here comes the tough one.
No, that's going to be a layup. So I know you're here representing USDA, but I believe there's also another company, like if Bayer or Corteva or another startup wanted to work and have more consultation, there's other outside resources to provide that as well if we needed it too, right?
I'm not sure I heard what the question is.
This is all publicly available data that we could get from the government, but there's also a public or a private company that we can consult with if we wanted to bring like a benchbot to ourselves and to do our own phenotyping.
That's right. So the hardware and software that I showed today is an open source solution. And so it's available for fabrication, and there is a company currently doing that. So it is. So all of the systems that I showed today from the benchbot is commercially available. And then this ModCamp system, the final version of it will be beta tested in the spring of 27. So then available at the end of 27. We still have some hardening to do. We're probably going to rebuild the housing because we need it to be perfectly waterproof all the time. So there's some things we'll probably need to do in the near future. But yeah.
So, question here. So, can you talk a little bit about how much usage volume you're getting already from your data, or is it still pre-usage by members of the public? And what are your projections for that? Who's going to use it? What areas, in terms of crops or types of applications, would be using your data?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we're only limited by our creativity at this point, of our imagination of what we can use these things for. But currently, right now, the primary way this is being deployed is on commercial sprayers doing weed mapping, and commercial sprayers mapping cover crops, and then providing a variable rate nitrogen recommendation. So that's the main sort of production scale solution that's out to date. So we're on large scale sprayers, mapping weeds. Like when they go and do their final burn down, we can map what resistant weeds escaped and what's left out there in the field. So it's not, driving a real-time action, but it'll tell you the success and the efficacy of your management and what kind of escapes that you got. And then I obviously gave the cover crop example, and then there's numerous examples that are coming online in breeding programs, because most of the assets that we've built to date, because we're so I mean, we're sort of so wired on cover crops, spent last 25 years thinking about cover crops. So most of these species, we also have their biomass. So we have like species and biomass capabilities for mapping to date.
Any other questions for Steve? No? All right. Stephen, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. Day one is in the books. We have a happy hour now over in the courtyard until 7 o'clock. We've got a bluegrass trio that will be entreating us with their sweet tunes. So everybody mingle and enjoy yourselves, and we'll see you tomorrow.